Hello, and welcome back to another AHD Cloud training series. In this course, we will learn how to build web applications using the Laravel framework. We will build a personal blog with an admin section where you can create, update, and delete blogs and images. The main purpose of this course is to cover all the fundamentals for API development. We're not really going to be focusing on aesthetics, but rather on how to build and serve APIs in Laravel. Some of the topics that we will cover will include, but are not limited to, installing dependencies, compiling assets with Webpack, creating views, server-side rendering, CSRF tokens, API routing, user authentication, image uploads, mass data indexing APIs with search, pagination, and order operation. We will also learn how to build CRUID APIs. We will learn all about models, resources, services, repositories, middlewares, and controllers. To keep things simple, we will use Laravel Blade, jQuery, and Bootstrap 5 for the front end. For the backend, it's going to be mostly just Laravel. Before we get started, don't forget to subscribe to my channel to stay up to date with my latest training series. For the first part, we will build a public-facing user interface. In here, you can see a list of blogs. On the right here, you have trending section and you have a recently written section. On the bottom here, you can see we have pagination. Let's go ahead and see what a blog would look like. So this is a sample blog post that I created. Now let's go ahead and scroll all the way to the top, and I'm gonna go back to the home page. Let's go ahead and log in. We're also going to be building an authentication system to secure our dashboard. Once we're logged in here, we can manage all our blogs. We can manage our users. Let's start with that. And you can see here, we have a data table. And we're also learning how to build an indexing API that includes search, pagination, and other operations. Let's go ahead and edit this user that I have. And you can see you can set the username, email, and a different password. You can also delete users. Let's go ahead and see our images section. And here for the images, it's very simple. We have an upload section where you can drop as many files as you like. So I'm gonna select these 4 files. Once the upload is done, we can go ahead and click close and we can use those images here. You can see we have a view option. We can copy the URL and we can delete the images. Now let's see what the blog section would look like. In here, this is where we're going to be creating blogs, editing, and deleting blogs. So I have one that's currently done here. Let's go ahead and edit this blog. And you can see this is all our options to create the blog. This is the content here. And once you create a blog, you can click here and you will be able to see your blog post. For the course requirements, you should know how to set up your own local environment. This includes setting up PHP, your database, running a Laravel application locally. If you don't know how to set up your local environment, I highly recommend you watch one of my previous videos. I have 2 on this, one using Docker and the other one is using Vagrant Box. The link is in the description. Our first step is to create a new Laravel project. I have already created a new directory for myself. I called it Laravel blog. To create a new project, we will use Composer. So we write Composer, create project. This is for Laravel. And we want to specify the directory and we want to do it right where I am. Once that's done, you want to go ahead and open up your project using your code editor. I am going to be using Visual Code. And the first thing you want to do is you want to go to your env file. The env file lets you store all your secret records. This includes information like your database username and password, and basically all other credentials. The first thing we want to do here is we want to configure our database information. If you're using Vagrant Homestead, then you'll need to change your database username and password to Homestead for the username, and the password is secret. Again, this is from our previous course. If you don't know how to set up your local environment, I highly recommend you watch that first. Our second step is we will need to create ourselves a new database. I'm going to call my new database Laravel blog. To create our new database, we will need to connect to our SQL server. For that, I will use my database interface. I'm using Heidi SQL. And to connect, you'll need to use your hostname IP. The user is Homestead. The password is secret, port 3306. And then I will just create a new database. Now, once you have everything up and running, you should be able to see your default Laravel web page load. If you struggle with this step, I highly recommend you watch my previous video. Before we get started, I want to give you guys a quick overview of how Laravel projects are structured. Don't get too caught up trying to understand everything right now. Once we start coding, it will be a lot easier to understand. So any web-based application has two main parts to it, the front end and the back end. The front end is pretty much what users see. This is going to be mostly JavaScript, HTML, CSS. The back end is your API endpoints. That's going to be mostly PHP. Now, this is what a typical Laravel project would look like. We already talked about the env file. Now, for all your front-end code, it's going to be inside resources. In here, you can see you have a folder for JavaScript, you have a folder for CSS, and you have views, welcome.play.php. This view is pretty much this page. Let's go ahead and see what's inside the welcome.play.php. And you can see here, this is the HTML code for the welcome page. Now, the public folder is pretty much where you're going to store all your public assets, things like images. Any file you place in here is accessible by anyone. For example, by default, there is these 4 files. The index.php, this is your entry point to the application. Your index.php file is what basically starts your whole website. Any request someone makes, it starts in here, and then Laravel will map it to your APIs and serve it accordingly. The node modules folder is used by your front-end assets when you use npm to install any packages that you need. Now, the database folder is what's going to contain your migrations. So let's say you create any table, it's going to be in here through a migration. So this migration, for example, it comes by default. It creates a user's database table. This one creates passwords. This one access tokens. And you would pretty much use some Laravel commands to create migrations and run them. Don't worry too much about the config folder. We will cover this later. But pretty much this is used to add all your configurations and environment variables. Now, for the app folder, this is what's going to hold all your backend code. Console is going to be used for scripts. HTTP is pretty much where you have your controllers. This is where you handle your backend logic. Now, the last folder I want to talk about is the routes. This is where we're going to be declaring all our API endpoints. Inside web, for example, you can see that this route in here defines our welcome page, our home page pretty much. So in here, this is the page. So this URL here is actually the same thing as backslash. All right, and this is the JavaScript, so it looks good. It's loaded. Now let's go ahead and delete this page. So back to our code editor. Inside resources, views, I'm going to delete the welcome.blade file. And let's go ahead and create our new homepage. So I'm going to call it home.blade.php. From here, it's going to be pretty much simple HTML. So it's going to be doc type HTML. I'm going to add an HTML tag. And for every HTML tag, you need to have a head section. And you need to have a body section. All right, I'm going to format my document. All right, so the first thing we want to do is I want to give my page a title. So for now, I'm just going to add a simple title. Let's call it my blog. All right, now this should be our starting point. Let's go back to our browser and let's refresh our page. So now it's telling you view welcome is not found. That's because we deleted it. Let's go ahead and declare our route. So back to our code editor. Let's go to the routes folder to web.php. So in here, we want to return the home view. This is this file that we created, home.play.php. Now let's go back to our browser and let's refresh. And you can see on the top here, we have the title, My Blog. We know that our homepage is working. Now, before we start coding anything on our homepage, we need to install Bootstrap 5 as our front-end framework. Before we can install Bootstrap or any other front-end asset or package, we need to install Laravel Mix. Laravel Mix will provide us with a configuration file that we can use to manage building our front-end assets. To install Laravel Mix, we need to have Node running. Locally, if you type node-v, you should be able to see your Node version. If you don't see your Node version, then you need to go to nodejs.org/download, and in here, you need to download the installer for your platform. Now, once you have Node installed, you want to go ahead and write npm init-y. Now, you want to write npm install Laravel-mix save dev. Now, you might not see this error, but I ended up getting a permission error. So here it's saying the operation was rejected by your operating system. It's most likely you don't have permission. So you might not see this, but if you do, what you want to do is in your terminal, you want to write ls-la. And you want to take a look at your node folder in here. So see this one, the user assigned for this folder is called root, but it should be the same as your own user. In my case, it's emad. So we want to fix this. You do sudo chown-r. You want to write emad or your username and semicolon with your username again. And you want to assign that to your node modules. And now you should be able to see that the node modules user was changed. And you can go ahead and run the npm install Laravel Mix command again. All right, now once it installs successfully, this is how it's going to look. And in here, you should see two new files, package.json and package.log.json. The package.json file will include all your front-end dependencies. jQuery is going to provide us with JavaScript helper functions. Let's go ahead and install jQuery. So you write npm install jQuery. Once that's done, you should be able to see jQuery is included inside your package.json file. So let's go ahead and open that again. And if you search for jQuery, see, you should find it in here under dependencies. Now let's go ahead and install Bootstrap. So we write npm install Bootstrap. So the first thing I want to do is inside scripts, I want to erase these and I want to create two scripts, one called dev, and that will run this command, npm run development. And this will compile all our CSS and JavaScript files. Development will pretty much keep all the files like with separate lines formatted nicely. We're going to add another one for prod. And this one does the same thing as the npm run dev, but it will remove all the white space inside the files to make the files smaller for production. Now, there's other commands that I want to add, but we will talk about later. The watch command is optional, but once you run it, and let's say you make changes to your JavaScript files, npm will auto-detect these changes and it will recompile your front end. Don't worry too much about understanding these now. We will get there in a bit. All right, once we have all that set up, let's go ahead and create a new file in our project. And let's call this file webpack.mix.js. And inside this file, the first thing you want to do is you want to pull the Laravel Mix library that we installed. So if you go back to the package.json, you should be able to see it here, Laravel Mix. So to do that, we use JavaScript. So we're going to declare a new variable. Let's call it mix, and let's require Laravel Mix. Just to remind you guys, Webpack and Laravel Mixed will be used to compile our front-end assets like JavaScript and CSS. So if you go to your resources folder, here you have two files or two folders, JavaScript and CSS. You have a file called app.css. This is where we're going to be placing our CSS for our application. You have app.js and bootstrap.js. Let's go ahead and delete the bootstrap file. We don't need it. And for the app.js, let's erase this. Now, if you guys realize that these CSS and JavaScript files are located inside your resources folder, CSS and JavaScript need to be accessible for all your users inside the public folder. So what we do is we need to use these files in here and generate them inside the public folder so they can become accessible. So let's go back to our Webpack mix file. And in here, the first thing we want to do is compile our CSS. So we write mix.styles. And in here, you have two parameters. This is JavaScript, by the way. So the first parameter is an array. And in here, you can specify all your CSS files. For example, resources, CSS, and I want to add the app.css file right here. App.css. And this is an array. You can add as many files as you like. So this is an example. Let's say if I have another one called common, etc. You get the point. Now, the second parameter is going to be the file name that you want and the location inside the public folder. So I want the file, all the files inside this array to be combined into one file, and I want to store it inside public, CSS, and let's call it app.css. Or you can call it even dashboard.css, any name you like. Let's just keep it app. And the last thing I want to do is add a function called version. So what this version does is every time we make changes to our app CSS files and we recompile, it will create a version tag for the style. Now for the JavaScript, we're going to do the same thing. So we write mix.js and let's add the version here as well. And we have two parameters. The first one is we're going to list all our files. So I'm going to say resources, JS, app.js. This is our app.js file right here. And we want to call them and store them inside the public folder, JS, and let's call it app.js. Now, once you have these down inside the terminal, let's go ahead and run npm run dev. If you see this error, and here it's saying missing script development, it's telling us that we forgot to add our development script, and that's really easy to fix. Let's go back to our package.json file, and in here we have added dev, but we have not added development in production. We're gonna write here development, and for development, the actual command is mix. For the prod, it's the same thing. So let's go ahead and add production. And in here, the command for production would be mix with the flag production. All right, let's go ahead and close this. Once that's done, let's try doing this. npm run dev. Once that's done, you should be able to see this success page. Let's go ahead and check what happened inside our public folder. Go to CSS. You should see the app.css file right here that's generated. And you should be able to see the app.js file For now, they're empty. There's nothing there. This shows us that Webpack is correctly configured. Now let's go ahead and add Bootstrap and jQuery to our app.js file. So we're gonna go to Resources, JS, app.js. And in here, let's add Bootstrap first. So I'm gonna write window.bootstrap. So I'm gonna create a new variable under window, and I'm gonna call it Bootstrap, and it's going to be require Bootstrap. All right, now Bootstrap needs jQuery. So on the top, before you do the Bootstrap, you need to import jQuery. So I'm gonna write window, $. So I'm gonna create a new variable called $. And I'm going to also create a new variable, and I'm gonna call it jQuery. And I'm gonna set all of these two variables to the jQuery framework. Let's give this a try. So we wanna write npm run dev. Looks like we hit an error. And if we scroll up, you should see it saying cannot resolve popper.js core. Bootstrap requires another library called popper.js. To install that, it's really easy, but I want to show you guys how you can find out how to install these. So you want to go to Google Chrome or your browser, and you want to write, for example, npm install, let's say, popper.js. And you should be able to see in the first result from the npm website. If you click on it, it literally gives you the command here. So npm I is short for install, and this is the library name, popper.js/core. Let's copy this, and let's go back to our terminal. So the command would be npm I or install, it's the same thing, popper.js/core. Let's give that a try. Once that's done, we want to copy the name here, and let's go ahead and import it as well. So in here, I'm going to import popper.js. All right, let's try npm run dev. All right, it looks like it worked. Let's check what happened in here. So let's go to our public folder. Let's go to JS. Let's go to app.js, and you can see there's a bunch of code in here. And this code, all of it, includes Bootstrap, it includes jQuery, it includes poppers, and eventually all the other stuff you want to add. Now, see how this file is very long? This is about, right now, 19,000 lines of code, 20,000 almost. This is what I mean by white space. There's a lot of spaces in here. This makes this file very big. So for production, you want to write npm run production. And what this will do is it will remove all the white spaces from here. So let's close this. Once it finishes running, let's go back to public. Let's go to JS and app.js. And you can see all the code is compiled into literally just one line of code. So see, one line, two lines actually. But obviously this is not readable for us locally. That's why we use locally npm run dev. Now our last step is we want to add our JS file and CSS file inside our home page. So inside the head file, I'm going to add a link, and it's going to be a style sheet. This is for CSS. So I'm going to include my CSS file in here. For the href, it's going to be under asset. This is a helper Laravel function. And what this function does is pretty much point you inside the public folder. So whatever you write in here is pointing in here. So I'll show you what I mean. So we want to point to this file. So we write in here CSS. This is the folder name CSS /app.css. That's the file name. And this should be pretty much it. Let's go ahead and include our JavaScript file. I'm going to add it right in the bottom of body. So in here, I'm going to add script, and I'm going to close the script tag. All right. For the script tag, the source is going to be the same thing, similar to what we did for the href on the link for style sheet. We're going to call the asset helper function. And in here, we're going to reference our JS file. So it's inside the JS folder. It's called app.js. So js/app.js. Once that's done, let's go ahead and go back to our website and right click and go view page source. Refresh. You should see these are your CSS and JavaScript files. Go ahead and open them in a new tab and make sure you can see them. So CSS was empty, but we're not seeing any errors, so we know the file loads. All right, and this is the JavaScript, so it looks good. It's loaded. Now we're going to be building our website template. The final result will look something like this. I will quickly go through all the components that we will be building. On the top, we have a navigation bar. This is where we're going to be placing all our links. Under it, we have an image, and under that, we have a title and some description text. Under that, this part here has two sections. The section on the left will include all our blog posts. So once you click this, it will direct you to the actual blog post. And this is a table. So once you have more than 10 results, then you can click next or previous. On the right here, we have a section for what's trending and recently written articles and some tags. Now I'm going to show you the mobile view. So it's going to look something like this. You can see our blog layout. All the cards are coming first. And then you have the what's trending section. Or you can rearrange it, have this first, that second. Let's go ahead and get started. In our code editor, you want to open our home page. So under resources, views, we made this home.blade.php file. The first thing I want to do here is I want to add a background. So I'm going to use the bootstrap class for that. So I'm going to write class and BG for background colors, and I'm going to go with light. Bootstrap 5 provides us with multiple built-in color schemes. So for background colors, for example, the CSS class would be BG dash, and primary would be this blue color. You have secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light. This is the one that we're using. Then there's dark and all these other colors. You can find this information on their documentation page under background. For font colors, you can go to here and it's the same thing. Instead of writing BG dash color, you write text dash primary for blue, and it's literally the same colors. Before we can build our website template, it's very important to know how Bootstrap 5 grid system works. All the components in here are wrapped in boxes. So let me show you. The navigation bar, for example, you can see this is a box. This one is also a box. Here, in this section, we have another box you can see. Inside this box, there is multiple boxes. This one right here, there's one right here, and this one is hidden. And then there's this one here as well. So how Bootstrap 5 grid system works is very similar to an Excel sheet. So previously you've seen all the components in our website are in boxes. Think about each box as a row. In Bootstrap 5, each row can have up to 12 columns. Of course, you can have one row with, let's just say, one column. So you can merge all these 12 columns together. Or you can also have, let's say, for example, another row can have two columns. So let's say each one has 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then the other one is also 6. It's up to you how you would play around with this. But the idea is you have rows. Each row can have up to 12 columns. So with that rows and columns in mind, let's go ahead and create our navigation bar. So the first thing I want to do is create a new row. Now each row you create, it will have some default padding. I want to remove that. In Bootstrap, you can use G and 0 to remove all the padding. Now for our navigation bar, I'm only going to have one column, and that will be for the navigation bar. So we're going to create a new div. Let's give it a class. Col, C-O-L, that's the column, and the size is going to be 12. Now I'm going to add our nav bar. So we're going to use the nav tag. the class, we're going to give it the bootstrap nav bar and nav bar light for the color. And we're going to give it a margin on the top of 2. And we're going to give it a margin on the bottom of 2. And I'm going to set the padding to 0. Now, inside our nav bar, I'm going to add another div tag. And it's going to be container fluid. That's the class name. And what this will do is, whatever I write inside this div now is going to span all the width of the column 12 for the nav bar. So in here, I'm going to add 2 anchor tags. So A, the class, is going to be navbar brand. And for the first one, it's going to have a href of backslash. So it's going to take us to our home page. Let's call it in bold blog. And I'm going to also add another anchor tag to direct us to the login. So the class, I'm going to keep it empty. href is going to take us to our login page. And for the text here, let's say in bold, login in cap locks. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like. So I'm going to refresh my web page. And you can see we have blog and we have login. Just one thing worth mentioning is that our bootstrap CSS is not loaded. That's why we don't really see the bootstrap styling in here. To add it, we're going to go back to our code editor and we're going to go to webpackmix.js. Inside here, we need to add the bootstrap 5 CSS code. To find the CSS file for that, we're going to go inside our node modules. In here, there should be bootstrap. So if we scroll down, you should find bootstrap right here. And in here, inside this folder called destination, we should have the CSS for it in here. So bootstrap.css. Let's go back to our Webpack file. And we're going to pretty much reference that file and add it to our app.css. So it was inside node modules, bootstrap, dist, CSS, bootstrap, and I'm going to use the min.css. Let's go ahead and run npm run dev. Once that's done, let's go back to our website and let's refresh. And you can see that our bootstrap CSS is compiled. So if we go to page source, in here we click on the CSS, you should see all the bootstrap CSS. Alright, there is one more problem with this. For some reason, my background color is not showing. So I'm going to investigate quickly. So let's go back to our code. And in here, I'm not sure how, but for some reason, my background class got erased. So I'm going to just add it quickly. Now let's go back to our browser and let's refresh. Let's go ahead and compare this to our design. So far we have the nav bar, but we need to add some padding. If you take a close look, you'll see how the blog is going inside. So there's padding. So let's go ahead and add that. Back to our code editor. And in here, I'm going to add my padding inside the column definition. So in here, I'm going to set the padding to 2. And I'm going to also set the padding for the start. So the side on the left to 4. I'm going to set the padding on the end to also 4. And I'm going to be setting the margin to 0. And let's also set the padding on the container fluid because this class by default will have some padding. So let's set that to 0. Now let's go back to our browser. Let's compare it and you can see they're the same now. Let's go ahead and add this image to our template. You can find this image at my website. So it's going to be at ahtcloud.com/laravel-blog-background-image.png. Now we're going to save this image inside our project public folder directory. You can see here in my code editor, I have already placed the file inside my public folder. Let's go back to our home page and I'm going to add it right under my nav bar. So let's create a new column and let's give it a size of 12 so it can span the full row. And in here, I want to add a new image. So for the URL or the source, it's going to be slash and this file, the image that we saved. And it's also good for SEO to give your images titles. So I'm going to give mine a title and I'm going to say my blog main image. You want to add something more descriptive. Let's go back to our website and let's see what happened. Let's refresh. And you can see this is the image. If we compare it to the other design, you can see here we need to have this in the center, in the middle. And we need to add a white background. And also the border, the black borders. Let's go back to our code editor. And here, to center this image inside this column, I'm going to use the text center class. And I'm going to also remove all the default spacing. Now, for the border, I'm going to use inline styling. And for that, I'm going to say, first, I'm going to set the background to white. The border bottom, I'm going to set it to 1 pixel, solid black. And the border for the top, I'm going to set it to 1 pixel, solid black as well. And for the image, I'm going to limit the height. So I'm going to set the max height for that. So I'm going to use style, max height. I'm going to set it to 420 pixels. Let's go back to our website and let's refresh. Let's see, let's compare it and looks the same. Now let's go ahead and build this section here. We're going to add it right under the row. So in here, let's create a new div and let's give it a class of container and let's give the padding on the start to 5 and the padding on the end to 5. And let's go ahead and create a new row. And let's go ahead and create a column. So this one's going to be of 12 to take full size. And let's also give it a padding of 2. Let's center the text. I'm going to set the margin on the top to 4 and the margin on the bottom to also 4. And I'm also going to create a new style for it. We're going to add the border on the bottom. And it's going to be literally the same as we did here. So let's go ahead and copy the same border styling. All right, let's close the tag. And for the title, it's going to be an h1 tag. And let's just say, welcome to my blog. And for the description, I'm just going to copy what's in here. Let's go back to our browser and see how that looks like. So let's refresh our page. And you can see we have our title part. Just one thing that's missing is our border. Let's go back to our code editor and see why our border isn't working. So in here, I can see I made a typo in the word style. Let's give this a try. And we have our border. Let's fix the font. So this one is more bold. Let's go to our code editor. And for the h1 tag, I want to give my title the following styles. I'm going to set the font weight to bolder. That's boldest in Bootstrap. And I'm also going to set the font size to 1. This is a Bootstrap class. Let's go back to our browser and refresh. All right, looks like we got it. Before we go ahead and build these parts here, let's do some cleanups. I want to make my code reusable. So the first thing I want to do is the navigation bar. It's going to be used in almost every single page we make. So I'm going to create inside views a new folder. Let's call it layout. And let's create 2 new files, one called head navbar.blade.php, and another one, let's call it navbar.blade.php. For the navbar.blade.php, let's go to our home. I'm going to copy this entire row for our navbar. Let's erase it and let's put it inside our navbar.blade.php. Now, to use this file inside the home.blade, we're going to use Laravel Blade syntax. And we're going to add include, and in the brackets, we're going to reference our layout file. So it's under layout.navbar. Layout was the folder name, and navbar is the file name. Let's go back to our browser and make sure everything still works. Looks good to me. Let's go back to our code editor and let's do the same thing for the title. So I'm going to copy all this and I'm going to add include. It's going to come from our layout folder and the file name was head. Let's go ahead and paste that code there. And let's make sure our web page is still working. So yeah, we can still see everything. Now there's just two more things we need to do before we can go ahead and build the other parts. The first thing I want to do is I want to create classes and reuse those for styling rather than hard code it like this. So I'm going to copy this border bottom CSS style and I'm going to replace it with a new class. And let's just say it's going to be border bottom black. And let's go to our CSS folder inside app.css in here. Let's add it. So it was called border bottom black. And let's add the CSS class here. And let's create another one for the border on the top. So it's going to be border top black. And now let's also create another one, but for background color. So I'm going to say background white. And I'm going to set the CSS style for white. Now let's go back to our navbar and let's replace these with the style classes. So we added one, border bottom black, border top black, background white. And let's erase this CSS class. Let's go back to our browser and make sure everything still works. Now it's not going to work because we haven't really compiled our CSS file. Every time you make changes to your CSS file, you will need to run npm run dev. Once that's done, let's go back to our homepage and refresh, and you should see that the styling works. Now, the last thing I want to do is let's go to our homepage. Inside our layout head, we have a title in here, my blog. Now, I want to have these titles coming from my backend, not the front end. And eventually, I'm going to be adding more information from my backend, and we're going to be building our API endpoints. But just for now, let's just erase this, and let's use a variable. And to do that, you will have to use the double curly brackets, and the variable coming from our backend is going to be title. Now, if you don't set this variable, you will be seeing this error. Undefined variable title. To fix this, we're going to go to our routes folder, to our web.php file. In here, for our home view, we're going to add a new array. And in here, we can give these variables like this, values. So title is going to be my blog. Let's go back and refresh. And you should see the title on the top here, my blog. Now, let's go ahead and build the blog part right here. So I'm going to first start by building the layout. Let's go back to our home.play.php file. And inside container, we're going to create a new row. Then I'm going to create 3 columns. So the first column is going to have the size of 8 on large screen. So in Bootstrap 5, there is multiple sizes. LG means large. There is small, SM, MD is for medium. So for the large screen sizes, I want it to have length of 8. Now let's go ahead and copy this and paste it 3 times or 2 times. For the second column, I want it to have a length of 1 on the large screen And the last one, I wanted to have 3 on the large screen. Now, you don't have to do this part, but I'm just going to do it for demo purposes. I'm just going to give these background colors. So let's make this one red. And I'm actually just going to copy this and paste it in here. I'm going to give one yellow and one blue. And let's just add some random text in here. And let's just see how these would look like in our browser. Let's refresh. And you can see this is our column sizes. This one has the length of 8. This one 2, that is 9. And then this one 3, that's 12. Now for all the other screen sizes, medium and small, I want them all to have a length of 12. So this one 12. The second one, let's just keep it 0. And this one, let's also do it 12. And let's go ahead and erase these. Now we're going to be building these cards. I just want to show you quickly all the different information that's involved here. So all this data is going to be coming from our backend. So here we have an image for all of them. We also have the dates here. We have tags. We also have a title, a description, author name, and an author image. And that's for all of them. Back to our code editor. Let's go ahead and go to our route file. And in here, we want to go to web.php. So for the blogs, we have more than one blog. We have a list of blogs. So we're going to pass in an array. And just for now, let's just add some manual values for it here. Then we will be on the next chapters grabbing this from our DB. So for the blog, it's going to be an array of arrays. Each object in here is going to have a URL. And this is going to be the URL for our blog. Is trending. And we're going to set that to Boolean true or false. The author name and the author image URL. And we need the image for the blog. And we need 2 different types of image, one for portrait and one for landscape. All right, now we need our blog title. And for this one, let's just call it whatever. For the date, I'm going to just set any date for now. For the description, you want to go ahead and just add some random description in here. And for the tags, it's going to be a string separated by comma for each tag. So for example, let's say tag 1, tag 2, and tag 3. And let's fix the typo here, title. For the images, if you don't have images, you can just go to your browser and go to this website. Pick some.photos, and in here you can specify in pixels the size of a random photo that you want, and it will just generate a random photo for you to use. So let's go ahead and copy this URL. And for the first image, I want to have a size of 300 by 350. Let's go back to our code editor and let's add that for portrait. And let's also add it for landscape, but we want to change the dimensions here. Let's set it to 360 by 160. For the author URL, you can just literally use the same image, but make sure it's like 20 by 20 pixels. I'm just going to use my own image, and that's in my GitHub account. All right, looks like we have everything we need. Now we're going to be building our blog card layout. So let's go back to our home page, and for our first column in our rows, let's go ahead and add a for loop. So this is going to be Laravel Blade, and this is a for loop. For each, we called our variable blogs as blog. So this is Blade, and it's going to do a for loop for us. And to end it, we're going to write end for each. So what this does is, for every blog inside our blogs array, so for example, this would be the first value, we will be able to use the variable blog to use these variables, to reference these variables. Now let's go ahead and create a new row. So I'm going to give this class row. I want to add a margin to the top. Let's give it 4. A margin on the bottom, 4 to separate the cards. I'm going to also create a new CSS class so we could make the hover effect. Let's call it blog-card. And I want to also use Bootstrap 5 to add a border to our cards. And I want to make sure that the border are rounded on the edges. Now we have an image and then we have text on the right. So I want to create 2 columns to separate that. I'm going to create a new div. For the image, I want to make sure that the column length is 4 on the large screens. On the small screens, it's going to be 12. Let's copy and paste this again. And let's adjust the sizes here. For the text in the description and all the other information, I want to have a size of 8. 4 plus 8 is 12. Now let's go ahead and add our image in here. For the image class, I want to make sure it also has rounded borders. I want to make sure that it has the full height and width of the container. And for the source, we want to use it coming from this variable blog, which is image URL portrait. We're going to use 2 curly brackets. And in here, we're going to reference the variable blog. And this is an array. So we're going to index it by the variable name image URL portrait. Back to our website. Let's refresh and let's see. So this is the image. Now notice here we have some borders. Let's go ahead and remove that. Back to our code editor. And in here, I want to add padding 0 and the margin 0. And let's save, let's refresh. And you can see we have our image all the way to the left. Now let's go ahead and do the hover effect. And let's go ahead and copy this class name, blog card. And let's go to our CSS folder, to our app CSS, and let's add it in here. This is going to be hover. And we want to change the cursor to pointer. The background, I'm just going to set it to light, kind of white, I guess. So it's going to be 220, 220, and 220. And I want to also add box shadow. For this, let's set it to 0, 4 pixels, 8 pixels, 0. Let's give it a color, RGB. And I'm going to use the RGBA so we can add opacity and make it a little bit not visible. So we're going to set it to 0, 0, 0, 0.2. And let's copy this, paste it again. And let's adjust this part here. So we want to set it to 6 pixels by 20 pixels. Let's just go ahead and run npm run dev. And once that's done, let's go to our web page, refresh, and let's see if that worked. So you can see now we have this hover effect. Now let's go ahead and build this part. Back to our code editor. And let's go ahead and create a new row. For this row where we're going to store all the blog content, we want to set it to have a height of 100. We want to give it a padding of 4. And we want to align the items center. Now let's go ahead and create a new column. And for this one, we want to set the size to 12. We want to set the MX auto so we can align the item in the middle. That should be pretty much it. Now, for the first thing is we want to display the date. So I'm going to use the small HTML tag. And for the text, I want to use muted. It's going to give it a grayed out color. And for the font size, I'm going to use 8. And we have that variable inside our blog. We called it date. So let's go ahead and copy this chunk of code. And let's paste it in here. And change this to date. Let's add a line break. For the tags, let's go ahead and use a for loop. So I'm going to use for each. If you guys remember, our tags are separated by comma. So I want to make this, convert this to an array. So I'm going to use the PHP explode method. And we're going to split it by commas. So we're going to use the explode method. The separator is going to be comma. And we want to reference the variable blog tags. And we want to set this as a variable called tag. Now for each tag, I'm going to display a span. Let's give it class text primary. That's going to give it a bluish color. And let's also make it bold. Let's set the font size to 6. And let's set the padding at the end to 1. So we could separate each tag from a tag. And for the text here, let's display the tag. Let's see how that looks. So let's refresh. And we have this error. It's saying the blog variable is expecting a bracket. So let's see what happened in our code. So in here, we forgot to add a comma between the first parameter for the explode method and the second parameter. Let's go back and refresh our page, and we should see the tags here. Tag 1, tag 2, and tag 3. Now, let's go ahead and go back to our code editor, and we're going to add the dot separator between the tags. So let's go ahead and copy this line and duplicate it. And for the dot operator, I'm going to use the HTML entity. So the Unicode for that would be the &, sharp x2022, and a semicolon. Let's go back to our browser and see how that looks. Let's refresh. And we have the dot operator in here. Now, we want to remove the last one. To do that, we're going to use an if statement in here. So inside the for each, we're going to say if the count of this set, which is the one that we're going through in the for loop. So if the current iteration is less than the count, we want to display it. Otherwise, we don't want to display it. To get the current iteration count in Laravel, you can use the variable called loop. And this is available for all for each statements. And with that variable, there is another variable called iteration. And this one will give you the count for the current iteration. And let's go ahead and add the end if. And let's go ahead and close our brackets. Let's give this a try. Let's refresh. And you can see we no longer have it in the last element. Now let's go ahead and add the padding in here. So if you look at this design, you can see there is padding. For the padding, I'm going to only apply it for large screens. So inside the column for our card, let's go ahead and add here padding for large screens. So that's going to be LG. MD is for medium, SM for small. There's also X small, XS, and I think there's X large, XL as well. For this one, let's set the padding to 4, and let's just see how that quickly looks. Let's refresh. And we have our padding. I'm going to actually increase it one more. Let's make it 5, and let's see how that looks. All right, I think 5 is more reasonable. Now let's go ahead and add our title and description part. In here, right under the for each, I'm going to add a new h2 tag for the blog title. Let's give it a class of font weight. So we're going to set the font weight to lighter. That's going to be light. The font size to 2. And let's go ahead and reference our title variable. Let's go ahead and copy paste this 2 times, and let's create a new tag under it, but let's just change it to P. And for the class, I'm just going to make it text muted, and let's change this to description. Let's quickly refresh our page and see how that looks like. Let's go ahead and see how that looks in the responsive view. So you can see it takes the full width here. Looks good. Let's go ahead and add the author image and name in here. Let's add it right under description. So in here, let's create a new P tag. And for this P tag, we're going to have the image. And let's give the image class rounded circle. This is a bootstrap 5 class. It will make the image rounded. And let's add an alternate text in here. And let's just call it author image. So what this alternate text does, if the image wasn't loading or didn't load, it will display that text instead. Let's set the height to 35, and let us set the width to 35. And let's not forget to add these in quotations. Now let's go ahead and set our source. So we're going to reference our variable blog. We called it author image URL. Let's go ahead and close the image tag. And right under the image, I'm going to also add another span class. Let's give it a padding at the start of 1, so we can separate the name from the image. And we're going to use the variable author. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like. Let's refresh. And you can see we have the author image in here. And let's go ahead and try creating a few more of these. So back to our code editor. Let's go to the web.php file. And in here, just for now, let's just copy and paste this 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. Let's just take a quick look. And we can see we have our cards in here. Let's try the other layout. and looks good. Let's go ahead and work on this part now. For the what's trending and recently written sections, it's very similar to what we did for the other blog cards. Let's go back to our code editor, and you want to go to the web.php file where we created our route. Let's go ahead and copy the blogs, and let's add a comma in here, paste the block 2 times, and let's call the first block trending and the other one recent. And let's add a comma here as well. And let's go back to our home page. Let's go ahead and minimize this column here for the block cards. And for this one, the one with the 1 column and 0 length on small screens, let's just keep it empty. And under this column here, let's go ahead and add a new row. Inside the row, you want to add a new column. And let's give it size 12. For the padding on the bottom, it's going to be 4. And let's set all the gutters to 0. And let's also give it the border bottom black class. And let's go ahead and add a new text here. So a p tag, we're going to give it a class of text muted. And we're going to set the font size to 5. And in here, in this tag, we're going to say what's trending. Now, we're going to also have a for each loop here, and we're going to loop through all the trending items. So we're going to reference our trending variable, and this is coming from our web.php, this one. So for each trending as, let's call the variable trend. Inside the for each, you want to create a new div here, and let's give it class card. Let's set the padding to 0 because in Bootstrap 5, the card class comes with some padding. Let's set the margin on the top to 4 so we can space out our cards. And for now, let's just leave that like that. And let's go ahead and add our image for the background. So we're going to set the image source, and it's going to come from the trend variable. And if you guys remember, we call the image URL landscape. For the class, let's set the width to 100 and the height to 100. And let's also add a class card image. We will be creating this class. And let's set the style. Let's set the opacity to 0.5. Let's close the image tag, and right under it, let's add an overlay so that we can write on top of the image. So we're going to use the CSS. So we're going to use the Bootstrap 5 CSS class, card, image, overlay. In here, we're going to add our title. So we're going to use the h5 HTML tag. And for the class, let's use the card title. That's the Bootstrap default class for card titles. And let's set the value here. That's coming from the trend variable called title. And let's close the h5 tag here. And right under it, let's add the date. So I'm going to use the class card text. And the value is going to be trend date. Go ahead and close our p tag here. Let's give this a try and see how it looks in our web page. Just one more thing. Let's go ahead and update the padding on these. So you can see here how it's all sized. Let's go back to our code editor. And for this column, the one that we have both the what's trending and what's recently written, let's go ahead and add a margin to the top of 5. And let's set the padding for the start to large 4. Let's give this a try. All right, now we can see that kind of looks a little bit better. Let's go back to our code and let's adjust our recently written column in here. So we have column 12, change this to padding to the top to 3. And let's also add padding in the bottom to 4. Let's give this a try. All right, looks like now it's more evenly spaced out. Now let's go ahead and add the tags. For those, I'm going to add them right under the recently written. Let's just collapse these. All right, so right here, let's create a new class. It's going to be column 12. Let's set the margin to the top of 4. And in here, we're going to add a title. Let's give it class text muted. Font size, set it to 5. And the name is going to be tags. Let's close it here. And let's add a for each. And let's go back to our web.php file. And let's go ahead and add our tags variable in here. So tags is going to be an array of objects. So we're going to have a list of objects in here. And the first one is going to all have a URL. This would be the URL to where users are redirected once they click on a tag. And let's just say it will have a name. And let's just create a few fake ones. So the first one is going to have a name of Laravel. The second one, I'm just going to say AWS, or I'm going to just say Amazon. And here I'm going to say course. Now inside the for each, we're going to create a new anchor tag. For the href, let's go ahead and grab that from our tag variable. We called it URL. And let's add a span inside this anchor tag. For the text, it's going to be the tag name. For the span, let's go ahead and add a class. And we're going to give it the badge. So the badge class is going to give it a background. And BG secondary, background secondary. Those two are Bootstrap 5 classes. This one will give it the secondary color. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like. Let's refresh our page. And you can see our tags are displayed like this. You can change this color. If you say BG, for example, primary, it will be bluish in color. But for now, let's just keep it secondary. Now, our last part is to do this pagination in here. But before we do that, let us go back to our web page and see right now, if you click these, nothing really happens. Let's go ahead and add the redirect functionality for these cards. So let's start with the blogs. You want to go ahead and find your for each statement for the blogs. And in here on the row, let's go ahead and collapse this. And before we actually do the redirect, let's go ahead and go down all the way to app.js. Let us add a script. So we're going to add some JavaScript code in here. Close the script tag. All right. So in here, we want to add a new JavaScript function. Let's call it redirect to URL. And it's just going to set the window.location.href to the given URL. Now let's go back to our for each statement for the blogs. And in here, you want to add a new span element. So the span class, on click, you want to call that method redirect to, and we want to provide the blog URL, and we can grab that data from our blog variable. And let's close the span right after that row ends. So it's going to be the last statement in this row. And let's give this a try. Let's refresh our page. And we have an undefined constant error blog here. Let's see what happened. So we just forgot to add the $sign. All right, let's refresh now and let's try clicking this. We should see we are redirecting back to our homepage. Let's do the same thing for the what's trending section. I'm just going to copy this span code here and let's go to the what's trending and let's do it exactly the same thing that we did here. Let's move this code a step further and let's go ahead and close the span here. Instead of using the blog, we're going to use the trend variable. Let's go ahead and copy this and let's go to the recent one as well. So in here, we're going to create a span and let's move these a step further and let's close the span here. And instead of using trend here, we're going to use the recent. Let's give this a try. Okay, so looks like they're all working now. Now, before we go ahead and build our pagination in the bottom, let's just do some quick cleanups. Let's go back to our code file. And if you take a look here, this is becoming hard to read. So the first thing I want to do is I'm just going to format my file and I'm going to split these sections to their own files. So there's one section going to be for blogs, one for what's trending, and the other one for recent. Inside views, let's go ahead and create a new folder. Let's call it home. Let's go ahead and create a new file and let's call it blog.blade.php. Now let's go back to our home.blade.php file. Let's go ahead and copy all this. And we're going to replace it with an include home.blog. Home is the folder name and blog is the file name. And inside the blog.blade.php file, we're going to paste it in here. Let's go ahead and create another file and let's call it recent.blade.php and one more for trending.blade.php. And let's go ahead and split these files there. So I'm going to copy the what's trending section here and replace it with an include home.trending. And let's paste it in here and do the same thing for the recently written. And let's go back to our recent.blade.php file, paste our code here. Actually, let's also do one for the tags. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it tags.blade.php. And let's go back to our home file and let's copy this. Now, one more thing, we're going to copy this function here inside the script. Let's erase it and let's add it to our JavaScript file inside JS app.js. And you want to make sure you run npm run dev. Once that's done, let's go back to our website and make sure that everything is still working. Let's refresh and yeah, looks like everything is still working. Now, there is just one more issue in here. So if you refresh the page, you'll see how the image sizes here all shrink. And the reason for this is that those cards in here don't have a fixed height. So when you refresh the page, the height adjusts once the image loads. To fix this, we just need to set a min height on all these cards. Back to the code editor, let's go ahead and go to your recent.blade.php and let's fix that for the recent section. Under card here, style, min height, and set that to 140 pixels. And you want to copy this as well and add it to the image. Now we want to do the same thing that we did for the recent, but for the trending section. So let's go ahead and copy the style here. Let's go to the trending.blade.php file. In here, where there's the card, let's paste in our style and let's do the same thing for the image. So right here. Now let's give this a try in our browser. Let's refresh our page and see. So now you can see that the sizes are fixed. Let's see if it works on mobile. Yeah, looks good. Now for the last part, we have to build the pagination system. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, we're going to be building this. This one is going to be a little bit different than the rest of the cards that we did here. For this one, when you select a page number, we want to generate it in a URL parameter. So for example, right now, if you want to go to page 2, then it should take you to this link. So we're going to give a variable page and it's going to equal, let's say 1. This is page 1, this would be page 2, and this would be page 3. And we also need to know the number of blog items we have and the length. So let's go back to our code editor. Let's go to web.php. And in here, we need to know the page length. And just for now, let's just give it a value of 10 and the page number. And again, just for now, we're just going to set it to page 1. And we also need to know the total number of blogs. So let's add it right under length, total underscore blogs. And just for now, let's just write 11. Now let's go to the home.blade.php file. And on this row here, we want to add our pagination. So let's create a new div, class row. Let's create a new column. Let's give it length of 12. And let's set the gutters to 0 to remove all the paddings and unnecessary margins. And let's set the margin top to 2. And let's create a new nav. So let's call a nav tag here. And in this navigation bar, we're going to have a list. So we're going to use UL. And for this list, let's give it a class. And we're going to use the pagination class. This is coming from Bootstrap. Justify content center. And inside this list, I want to have a previous button. So I'm going to add a li element. And for the li tag, let's give it a class that's going to equal page item. This is coming from Bootstrap. Now, I want to add another class to disable the previous if you're on the current page. I don't want people to click previous on the first page because it's going to take you to page 0 and that doesn't exist. So we're going to use Blade syntax, and inside the class, we're going to write an if statement. If the page number is equal to 1, then we want to add the disabled class, and we're going to end the end if. And inside here, we're going to add an anchor tag. We're going to give it a class of page link, and we want to set the href to the next page that we're going to take the users to. And we're going to set the value of page to be the page number, the current page number, -1. Because previous takes you back one step. And let's go ahead and close this tag. And then here, let's give it text previous. Let's copy the same thing that we did here for the previous and do it for the next. So let's change this to next. And instead of doing page number -1, we're going to do it +1. Obviously, we don't want to have next available at the last page. To find the number of pages that we have, we're going to divide the number of total blogs by the length. And then we're going to round up and see if this number is greater or less than the one that the user currently is at. So the page number is going to be greater or equal than a ceil. And this is a PHP function, ceiling, and it's going to round up. And it's going to be total blogs divided by page length. Just one more thing. Let's go ahead and adjust this. So the URL, the page is a variable. It's a query parameter. It is not the keyword page. So let's add the question mark sign here. And let's go ahead and give this a try in our browser. Let's refresh our homepage. And here we can see we have previous and next. For the page numbers, we're going to use a for loop. So let's go ahead and add for. And this is blade syntax. And we're going to create a variable I equals 0. And I is going to be less than the ceiling. So the total number of pages we have. So let's copy paste this here. And let's increment the I. And let's add the N4. In here, we want to add a new li item for each page. And inside here, let's go ahead and add an anchor tag. Let's give it a class of page link. And the href is going to be page. And that's going to equal to I plus 1. Let's go ahead and copy this. And let's set that as the page number in the text for the anchor tag. Now, one more thing we need to do is set the active class for the current page. So to do that, we're going to add a class on the li element. And here we're going to give it page item. And we're going to use an if statement. If the page number is equal to I plus 1, then we want to give it class active. Otherwise, we want to end the if. So the reason why we do I plus 1 is that this for loop here starts incrementing at 0. So let's say we have 11 blog items. So total blogs 11 and each page length, let's say, is 10. So 11 divided by 10 is going to be 1 point something. Since we're rounding up, it's going to be 2. So we have 2 pages and I starts at 0 and it's going to be less than 2. That's why we add plus 1 here to get the actual page number. Let's go back to our browser and refresh our page and let's see how that looks like. So you can see here we have 2 pages. For our database design, we're going to have 4 tables. The first table will be for users and it's going to have a name, email, password, and email verified at columns. The column definition for all these 4 fields is going to be strings. We're also going to have an images table and it's going to have 2 columns, one for name and one for location. And they're both going to be strings. We're going to have another table for blogs and this is going to store all our blogs content. So we're going to have a URL field, is trending, author image URL portrait, the image URL for landscape, title, date, description, content, and created at, updated at, and deleted at fields. These are the same information that we use in our home.blade.php file. Also for blogs, we have another table called blog tags and it is referencing blogs by ID. So we have blog ID and we also have tag field. So each tag for a blog is going to live in here. So one blog is going to be a 1 to n relationship. For this part of the course, you will need to be able to connect to your own local database. I am using HeidiSQL as my database client. If you're on Mac, I highly recommend you download and install SQL Ace. If you're on Windows, then HeidiSQL is a very good client. And you can see here, I have my database. It is called Laravel, and it currently has those default Laravel tables. In Laravel, all your migrations are stored inside your database folder, migrations, and here you can see all the migration files. Migration files allow you to create tables or run scripts once for your project. If you go back to your database client, you should have the table migrations. And if you see the data there, you will see that it contains all the files that were migrated. So for example, we have a create user table, we have a create password reset table, we have the failed jobs, we have the personal access token. If we create new migration files, we will need to run PHP artisan migrate. Once we run that, then our file should be shown here if the file was migrated. To create a new migration file in our terminal, you'll need to run PHP artisan make migration. And let's call our migration create blogs table. Now let's do the same thing. So we're going to run PHP artisan make migration, and we're going to create a new migration for our blog tags table. We're going to name it create blog underscore tags table. And let's go ahead and do this one more time, but we're going to create a new migration for our images table. So we're going to write create images table. Now let's go ahead and go to our migrations folder. It's under database, and you should find all the 3 new migrations files that we created. So we have the blogs, the blog tags, and the images. Let's start with the blogs. So in here, we have 2 methods, up and down. If you run PHP artisan migrate, it will run the up method, which will create whatever you have in here. Usually this is used for create operations. Now, the down method would be when you want to do a rollback, then it will revert or do the opposite of what you're trying to do inside the up method. So in this case, we're creating a table here, then we're dropping it here. Now, by default, we already have the table IDs and the table timestamp set for us in variables. We can adjust this, but let's go ahead and add our other fields. Now we're going to add a new column. So let's call table, and the column is going to be of type string, and let's call it URL. We also have another column, which is going to be Boolean, which is going to be for is trending. Now let's go ahead and copy this line, the string URL, and let's paste it in 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So we're going to create our other columns here. We have author, we have author image URL, and this one is going to be image URL portrait. And this one's going to be image URL landscape. Then we need title. We're going to also need date and description. And let's go ahead and copy this one more time and create one for content. Now, content and descriptions, they are strings, but strings are small and limited to number characters. Let's go ahead and set those as text. And that should be pretty much it for our blogs table. Let's go ahead and create our blog tags table. So for the blog tags, we only have 2 columns. The first one is going to be an unsigned big integer, and it's going to be called blog underscore ID. The other one is going to be just a string, and let's call it tag. Now for the blog ID, we need to give this, actually let's call it blogs ID. We need to give this a foreign relationship because this belongs to the blogs table. So right under timestamp, I'm going to add a new definition. So it's going to be table foreign, and in here we're going to define the column. So we're setting the blogs ID column to be foreign, and it's going to be foreign key on the blogs table, and it's going to reference the ID. So what this does is say that this blogs ID column in here belongs to the blogs table, and it's an ID. So right here, it references this ID column. Our last table here is very simple. We only have 2 columns. They're both strings, one for name and another one for location. It's also a string. That should be it. Let's go ahead and run our migrations. Now to run your migration, you're gonna run PHP artisan migrate. And you can see now we have ran our 3 migrations successfully. Let's go back to our database client. Let's refresh, and we should be able to see them here. Blogs, blog tags, and images. Now, if you made a mistake here and you want to rerun your migrations from scratch, so you're gonna delete everything and rerun all of them again, you write PHP artisan migrate, but with a colon and then fresh. And now you can see we reran our entire migrations again, and this will delete all your data. If you're completely new to Laravel, I recommend you write PHP artisan, and you should be able to see all the artisan commands available. So these are the artisan commands relating to migrate. You have rollback, you have status. Let's try that out. PHP artisan migrate status. So now it's telling me that all these migrations ran. Now, one last migration I want to add is one to seed our master account. So let's go ahead and write PHP artisan make migration add master seed. And what this will do is it will allow us to add a user and seed this by just one user. And that's going to be our core user. All right, now let's go ahead and go to that file. Now what I want to do here is I want to just insert one user that I could use by default to log in to my application. So let's use DB, and you want to make sure that you select the support facade. That's the namespace. And let's go ahead and reference table. We want the table users, and we want to insert an array or an object. So this is where we're going to add our columns for user. Our email, you can set it to your email. I'm going to use mine. For the name, I'm going to set it to my name. And for the password, you want to use the Laravel helper function bcrypt. And let's set the password to password. Again, the idea of this user is once you run your migrations, you have a user so you could log into your application immediately without having to manually go to your database and create it. Now, one important note to make, the password, once you run this migration and you have a user, and this is, let's say, on staging or production, you should immediately log in and change your password. But for now, let's just leave it here. And let's go ahead and do the opposite thing that we did here. So we're going to run DB, table, users, and I'm going to say where. So we're running an SQL query where email is equal to the same email I have set there, ahdcloud.com, and I want to delete this. So let's go ahead and run php artisan migrate. Let's go to our database client and let's refresh. Let's go to our users table, data, and you should be able to see you have your record in here. Now that we ran our migration, we know that our up method works. So here we inserted a new user. In our down method, we are deleting that user. Let's give this a test. Let's try it. So let's write php artisan migrate, add a colon, and then say rollback. Then add 2 dashes, step equal 1. So what this part does is that it will roll back only the last migration file, 1. 2 would make it the last 2 migration files. Let's give this a try. And let's go back to our database client and let's refresh. So now you can see this record is no longer here. Let's go back to our code editor and let's write php artisan migrate in our terminal. And you can see now we have migrated this again. Laravel Eloquent ORM is an active record implementation for working with your database. Each database table has a corresponding model. For our project, we will need 4 models. 1 for the users table, 1 for images, 1 for blogs, and 1 for blog tags. Each model will represent a value for the corresponding database table. In your Laravel project, all your models will be stored inside your app, models, and in here, you should have all your models. By default, Laravel provides you a user model, and looking here, you can see this is how you would be defining all the columns that are fillable. These columns are hidden. So for example, if you are logging the user object, the password field will not be logged. This is something you should keep in mind. And you can see here, you can cast. So what this does will convert the result that comes from your database. And here, this column, email verified at, to date time. Let's go ahead and create our models. To create a Laravel model in the terminal, you want to run php artisan make model, and you want to write the model name. So we want one for images. And you can see here inside the models folder, you will have a new file for images. Let's go ahead and create another one for blogs. So we write php artisan make model blogs. And let's go ahead and create another one for blog tags. So we write php artisan make model blog tags. Let's start by building our images model. Let's go ahead and go to our database migrations, and I'm going to pull up the create image migration. Now let's go ahead and open the model. So I'm going to go to app, models, images, and I'm going to place them side by side. So we have those columns for reference. In here, let's go ahead and erase use factory. And let's erase the namespace from here as well. Now we want to override the Laravel model constants. So we want to override the protected table and we want to set it to our table name. And here we call the images. We also want to define all our fillable columns. And in here we have ID, name, location, created at, updated at. The name, location, and IDs. The created at and updated at is defined inside the timestamps. Let's do the same thing for blogs. Let's go ahead and open the blogs migration. And let's go ahead and define the table. So protected table equal blogs. Let's erase the has factory. And let's add the fillable columns. So we write protected, fillable, and that's an array of columns. So we have ID, URL, and let's just copy this few times. And I'm just going to copy those columns in here. And the final result should look something like this. Now let's go ahead and build the blog tags model. So I'm going to erase the has factory. And in here, we're going to add the protected table variable. And we called it blog tags. That's our table name. Let's pull up the migration. For the fillable columns, we have ID, blogs ID, tag, and the timestamps. So created at and updated at. So far, we have built all the models for these tables, but we are still missing our relationship here. So one blog can have many tags. Before we do that, let's go to our code editor and let's go to our routes file. Let's go to web. Let's go ahead and add few lines in here. And let's just for now write a DD. So what DD does will terminate the request and print whatever is inside here. Let's just say hi. Let us go to our homepage and let's refresh. And we can see our messages in here. We will use this to test out our models. Back to our code editor. You don't have to do this part. This is just to demonstrate how you could use your model. And then once we insert some records inside our blogs table, we will work on defining the relationship between blog table and the blog tags. The first thing I want to do now is let's go ahead and pull all our blogs and see what we have in our database. So I'm going to write DD, and in here, I'm going to use my blog. So I'm going to write blogs. That's the model, and see here how I reference the namespace. And I'm just going to say all. And I'm also going to say to array. Let's go ahead and go back to our browser and let's refresh. And you can see right now, we don't have any blogs in our database. Let's go back to our code editor and let's go ahead and insert this blog here. So we're going to write blogs, insert, and I'm going to set all my column values by using an array and defining them here as key value pairs. So I'm going to pull my migration here and I'm going to put it on the left so I could reference the column names. So let's go down here and copy our blog from here and let's insert it. And let's go ahead and remove this array and let's format this line. Now I'm just going to double check if the column definitions match. So we have URL, we have is trending, we have author image URL portrait, image URL landscape, title, date, description, and let's go ahead and remove tags. And for the content, let's just copy paste the description and put this as the content as well. And now let's go ahead and refresh our web page. So you can see now we have one result. That's because we created this record here. Let's go ahead and refresh the page again, and we should have two records now. Now, let's say you want to grab this record here, want this blog by ID 1. So inside here, let's erase this for now. You would do blogs where ID, for example, is 1. Then you'll have to say get, and I'm going to say to array. And let's erase this, and let's refresh our page. And you should see we only have one record here. Now, if you guys remember, blogs should be returning blog tags. So let's go ahead and define the relationship for blog tags. Inside our code editor, you want to go to the apps folder, models, and you want to open your blogs model. Under the fillable, let's go ahead and add a new function. So we want to write public function, and we're going to call it tags to reference the blog tags table. Tags. And in here, let's go ahead and do return. This has many blog tags, and we want to reference the class name. So in here we write class. So what the has many does is say that this table blogs, it has many blog tags, and blog tags are here, and you can see they have this blog tag ID field. So Laravel will pretty much do a left join here on the blog's ID. So let's give this a try. So let's go to web.php. To include our tags in our model result, we will write with right before the where, and we will add it in an array. So we're gonna say we want the tags. Let's go back to our browser and refresh. And we should see here that we don't have any tags. Let's go ahead and insert some tags. So back in here, I'm gonna say blog tags. That's the model name. Insert. And let's just insert one where the blog ID, let's set it to 1. That's our first blog. And for the tag, let's just say for now, tag 1. And let's go ahead and run this request. All right, if you get an error like this that's saying unknown column blog ID, then we just have to double check the column name in our blogs ID model. So in here, it's called blogs ID, not blog. Let's go back here and change it. And let's refresh. And we should see we have one tag. And this is the tag columns. Now let's go back here and let's just erase all this. This is an important topic that I want to briefly just introduce. Here we have created an API endpoint for our homepage. Notice here we are returning a view. All the data passed into the view is loaded on the server side before the web page is served to the user. This is good for performance, but you don't want to abuse it too much because the more operations you do in here, it will cost more time on your server side. So the user will pretty much see a white loading page. Another approach would be to serve the data on a separate API and then use JavaScript to pull that data and update your web page. The downside to that approach is SEO, for search engine optimization. It really depends on your project. For blogs, you typically want to stay away from client-side rendering and have everything rendered on the server side. That's for the public pages, so the home page and the actual blog page. For admin pages, the ones that requires authentication, it doesn't matter much because these are not public pages. Only authenticated users can access them. And we don't want these to be on Google either way. When the Google bot scans your website, it pretty much looks at your view page source. So in here, for example, if you right click and do view page source, you will find all this text, all this content visible here. Now I am on the demo project, so I'm gonna show you the login. In here, I am logged in and this is the blog's admin dashboard. Let's go ahead and copy this text here and let's do view page source. And let's do Control F and you can see that this data isn't in here. Let's go ahead and search for the HTML table tag. And here you can see that our table is empty. So none of this is visible pretty much to the Google search engine bot. So if you're chasing SEO for blogs, then you should have the blog pages provide all this data on the server side and have it ready for the Google bot. Recently, the Google bot starts to index JavaScript, but still you would have the upper edge if your website loads with all the text visible. Middlewares are pretty much code injections that are applied to all HTTP requests sent to your server before the request is processed. This is used to do things like validation, verifying CSRF tokens, encrypting cookies, checking authentication, and so on. Don't worry if you don't understand this yet, it will be clear in the next course chapters. For now, let's go ahead and open our app folder and let's go to HTTP. Let's go to middleware. In here, you find that we have by default some Laravel provided middlewares. This one, for example, verifies CSRF tokens. It checks the request headers for the CSRF token, and if it does not match, it will prevent the request from being processed. There's one for validating signature, trust proxies, trim strings. This one is applied to if you have like post fields, for example, it will trim all the strings from the beginning and the end of all the parameters that are being sent to your server. There's one for redirect if authenticated. Let's just say, for example, the login page. So if the user is authenticated, I want them to automatically redirect to the dashboard when they hit the login page. If you go to kernel.php, in here, you find where we apply the middleware. So these middlewares are already applied on every request to your application. If you scroll down here, you find that we have middleware groups. There is web and there is API. You can see that the web has encrypt cookies, add queued cookies to response, start session. It verifies CSRF tokens. It substitutes binding. So all this is useful when you are returning a view. If you have an API endpoint, for example, let's just say the API endpoint to perform a login, then we don't need, for example, to encrypt cookies because there wouldn't be any. It's going to be a direct API call using JavaScript. And we don't want to start a session either. This is where we're going to be using the API middleware. For now, don't worry too much about this. We're going to be using the web middleware. Let's go back to web.php and let's make sure that we add the middleware here. In here, I'm going to write route middleware. And this is an array. You can add as many middlewares as you like. For now, I'm only going to add web. And I want to make a group of API calls under this. So I'm going to write group. In here, I'm going to use the function. And we're going to add our route in here instead. So let's copy this. And let's paste it in here. And let's go ahead and minimize it. And now this middleware group is applied to all the requests on my homepage. And make sure we don't forget to add a semicolon here. Otherwise, our web page is going to fail. Now let's go ahead and go to our homepage and let's refresh and let's make sure everything is working. So far, we have created our homepage. Now we're going to build the backend part for our homepage in our code editor inside our web.php file. So right now we have did some of our logic in here inside our web.php file. Instead of doing this, we will handle all our logic inside our controller file. To create and use controller files, you want to go to app folder, http controllers. Let's go ahead and create a new controller for our homepage. So we're going to create a new file. Let's call it homepage controller.php. Actually, let's just call it home controller.php. So let's start our PHP tag. And the first thing I want to do is add a declare strict type equal 1 for my PHP file. Then we want to add the namespace. So our namespace is going to be app http. And we're inside the controllers folder. In here, let's go ahead and create a PHP class. Let's call it home controller. And we want to extend the Laravel controller file. In here, let's go ahead and create a method. So let's call it public function home. And just for now, let's just do a DD here and say a random string. So good. Let's go ahead to our web.php file. And in here, on top of this route, let's actually comment this out. All right. And on top here, I'm going to call my route method get. And in here, we want to set our route and we want to add an array. So here we're going to have two values. The first one is going to be the class name. So we said the home controller class and the method. So here we defined home. So that will be the method that will route this API endpoint to. Let's give this a try. Let's go back to our homepage and refresh, and you can see our message is in here. Now let's go back here, and for now, let's copy this entire return statement. And let's go ahead and go to our controller, and in here, let's just return this for now. And let's go ahead and uncomment this. And let's refresh our homepage. Everything should still work. In our homepage, previously we have made this functionality where we could go to page 1, page 2, and depending on how many pages. On the top here, we are setting this in a variable. Let's go ahead and validate this page number. In our controller here, we are returning a view in our home method. So let's go ahead and add that for our function type hinting. So I'm going to add here, the return is going to be view. And that's going to be inside this namespace. Now, before we can start validating our query parameter, let's go ahead and create a new folder inside app and let's call it modules. In here, let's go ahead and create another folder. Let's call it home. This is going to be our home module. In here, let's go ahead and create another file. Let's call it home service.php. Let's go ahead and create our PHP file. So we're going to add the PHP starting tag. Declare. We're going to set the strict types to 1. We're going to also add the namespace. And that's going to be inside app modules home. Let's go ahead and create our class and we called it home service. Now let's go to our home controller file. In here where we have the return view, let's go ahead and copy this array, the whole data block. And for now, let's just erase it and add an empty array here. And let's go to our home service and let's create a new method. So public function, let's also call it home. And we want to return an array and let's go ahead and return this array. Now let's go to our home controller file. In here, let's go ahead and add our home service. We're going to use dependency injection to inject our home service class. So we're going to write public and we're going to use the construct method. And in here, let's go ahead and create some new variables for our PHP class. So we're going to write public read only. It's going to be of type home service and let's call it home service. In here, let's go ahead and call our home service method. So we're going to write this home service and we're going to call home method. So that will return our data. Let's go back to our web page and let's give it a quick try. Let's go ahead and refresh. And looks like everything's still working. Now for the query parameter, in order for us to access it inside our controller file, we will have to use the Laravel request class. So inside this method home here, let's go ahead and write request. And you want to make sure that you're selecting the illuminate HTTP request namespace. And let's call this variable request. And let's go ahead inside our view. Let's go ahead and pass our request variable to our home service home method. So I'm going to add it here. And let's go to our home service file and add the same thing that we did here. Request. Remember, it has to be the illuminate HTTP namespace. All right, now we have our request here. Let's go ahead and validate it. The page number is going to equal request query. And we want to reference the variable page in our query parameter. And we want to set a default value. If this variable is not provided, we want to set it to 1. So that would be our page number. To validate this, we're going to use the Laravel request validate method. So that's going to look like this. We write request, validate, and in here, we have 2 parameters. The first one will be our validation rules, and the second one will be our data set. For the data set, we only have page, and I'm going to set the value for that to page number. Actually, let's rename this variable to page, just to be consistent. Okay. And in here, for the validation rules, for page, we want it to be numeric, and we want it to be min 1. It cannot be smaller than 1. All right, let's do some cleanup here. Let's go ahead and toggle our return. Let's close it. And under it here, let's create a private function. Private function. Let's call it get page number. And let's go ahead and pass request for it. And this function is going to return an integer for the page number. Now let's go ahead and copy this here. And let's do it inside here. And then let's go ahead and return our page number. But let's do it as an integer, because in all query parameters are always strings. All right. And in here, let's say page number is equal to this get page number. And let's pass in the request. Now inside our private method here, let's go ahead and wrap our request in a try and catch statement. So we're going to write try, catch, and we want to catch all validation exceptions. And that's going to be inside the illuminate validation namespace. And let's not forget to add our validation exception error. So every time we hit a validation error inside this try and catch block, what I want to do is I want to log, and we have to use the illuminate support facade namespace. I want to log an error, and we're going to log the error message. All right. And let's go ahead and abort 404 so we can terminate the request and return a 404 error. Let's copy this. And let's add it inside our try and catch block. And let's go ahead and just clean this page a little bit. Let's go to our browser and let's try to go to page ABC. And you can see we have a 404 not found page. Let's try to go to page -1. All right, let's try page 1. Okay, looks like page 1 is working. Now let's go back to our home service file and let's just rename this variable to page instead of page number. And in the return, let's go ahead and expand this. And for the page number here, let's go ahead and return our page variable. And let's go back to our web browser and let's go ahead and go to page 2. So this should be working now. You can see we're at page 2. Let's go to page 1. We still need to validate pages greater than what we have in our database. For example, page 100, we don't have that page. We should not be able to do this. We should get a 404 error. Let's go back to our code editor. For page length, let's go ahead and define a constant for that. So I'm going to say const page length, and let's go ahead and set it to 10. In here, let's go ahead and reference that. So we're going to reference self page length. Now we need to grab the total number of blogs from our database. That's going to be coming from the blogs model. So let's go ahead inside modules, create a new module for blogs. And let's go ahead and create 2 files, one called blogsservice.php, and the other one, we're going to call it blogsrepository.php. And let's go ahead and add the PHP starting tag. And we're going to declare strict types equal 1. And we're going to add the namespace. And that's going to be inside app, modules, blogs. And let's add the terminator. Let's go ahead and copy this and paste it inside the blog service. And let's go ahead and create the classes. So here we're going to create a class called blogs service. And let's go ahead and do the same thing we did inside the blogs repository. And also let's add the semicolon here as well. And let's add it here as well. And let's create the class here, blogs repository. All right, now inside the blog service, let's go ahead and inject our blogs repository file. So we're gonna do that inside our construct method. So we write public function construct, and in here, we're going to inject our blogs repository as a private variable. So we write private read only blogs repository, and let's call it repository. Now let's go ahead and create a new method in here, and let's call it public function get total count. And this will give us the total count of blogs, and it's going to return an integer. To do that, we're going to also make the same method inside the repository, and we're going to get that information from our database. So our service will only call our repository, but it will not call our database directly. So let's go ahead and add a return this repository, and we're gonna return the get total count method. Now let's just go ahead and copy this and go to our blogs repository file. In here, let's go ahead and paste that method. And for now, let's remove this and just return 10. Actually, let's return 22 just for now. Let's go to our home service, and in here, we want to pull this number from our service file. So we're gonna first have to inject our service file in the constructor here. So we write public function construct, and we're gonna create a new private variable that's going to be read only, and that's going to be for blogs service, and let's call it service. For the blog service, let's make sure we add the namespace. It's right here. And for the total blogs, let's go ahead and return it here as a variable. So let's do it on top of the pages, and let's call it total count is equal to this service get total count. And let's just give this a quick try. Let's add it to our total blogs in here. And since we returned 22 number, then we should have 3 pages. Let's go to our browser and let's check that. So let's refresh. And yes, we do have 1, 2, and 3 pages. Now let's go back to our home service and update our validation so that the page number is in between 1 and the total number of pages we have. So let's pass this total count to this function here. And let's go to this method in here and add that new parameter. So it's going to be an integer, total count. Okay. So for the validation rule here, we're going to add a new max. So the max number of pages is going to be the total count divided by the page length. So that's going to be from our constant. So we write self and we point to that page length. And we want to round this number up. So I'm going to use the PHP method called seal. So this would give us the max number of pages. So in here, I'm going to add a new rule and I'm going to say max, and I'm going to reference this variable here. Let's give this a try. And back to our website. Right now, I am in the query parameter asking for page 100. So we should get an error now, 404. And you can see we have a 404. Let's try page 3. So that's the last page. Let's try page 4. Page 4 shouldn't work. And you can see we have 404. Now let's go ahead and go back to our blogs repository file. That's under modules, blogs repository. And in here, let's go ahead and return this number from our database. So we're going to use the blog model. In here, we're going to say we want to grab all blogs and we want to get the count. So in our database, we only have 3 records. Let's give this a try. Let's refresh. And let's see, the page number is 1. Now let's go ahead and work on getting these from our database. Before we do that, let's go ahead and go to our blogs database. This is my blogs table. And if you guys remember, we inserted this in our API route. I'm just going to duplicate this few times. You don't need to do it, but it's just going to help us. So I'm going to add it 11 times. So in our home page, we should have now 2 pages. All right, let's go back to our code editor. And in here, inside our home method for our home service, let's go ahead and create a new variable. And let's call it blogs. And we want this blogs to come from our service file. We're going to create a new method. Let's call it UI list. And in here, we want to provide the current page number that we're asking for. And we want to also reference our page length. Let's go ahead and create this method. So I'm just going to copy this and let's go to our blog service. And in here, let's create a new public function. And let's call it UI list. We want an integer for the page number. And we want also the page length as an integer. So int page length. And this is going to return an array, which is going to be a list of blogs. Let's go ahead and copy this method here. And let's go to our repository and let's paste it. So for our repository, we're actually going to return an array of a collection of blogs. So the return value is actually going to be blogs list. And to do that, it's very simple. We're going to return blogs with, and let's add that tags. So we want to grab all the blogs where, let's say, ID is greater than 0. So all the IDs minimum start with 1. So this will guarantee all results. We want to limit the results by the page length. And we want to offset by the page number times the page length. Now we want to also call that get method. Let's go ahead and return that. For the offset, we have to subtract 1 from the page. For example, let's say right now we are at page 1. If we are at page 1, then we want to start at offset at 0. 1 minus 1 is going to be 0 for page, and 0 times page length is going to be 0. Let's say we are at page 2, then we want to skip 10 results. So page 2 minus 1 is 1. 1 times 10 in here is going to be 10. So we're going to skip 10 results. So in here for the page, let's go ahead and subtract 1. Okay, now in our blog service, just for now, let's add a DD and let's grab the results from our repository. So I'm going to say blogs is equal to this repository, UI list, page, and I'm going to pass the page length as well. And inside the DD, let's add that variable blogs and let's go to our browser and refresh our page. Okay, so we have this error here that's saying that our repository return value must be of type array. It should be this instead. Let's go ahead and correct this. Let's go back to our repository file. Let's just go ahead and add the toArray method. And let's just remove this type hinting here. And let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. And you can see we have our 9 results. So we only limit by 10. Just one note, the tags, we need to update that because we have here a different format than what we did in our front end. Let's go back to our blog service file and just return this result. And in our service file, let's go ahead and use it inside here. So if you guys see, the tags used to be a string separated by comma. Now we are returning a list. So we will correct that. Let's go ahead and erase all this. And let's reference our blogs value here. Actually, let's just copy this and let's add it here directly. Let's erase this. And let's go ahead and refresh our web page. And you should see this error. Argument 2 must be a string. And this is coming from our home.blade.php file. That's where we did the explode on the comma. Let's go ahead and fix this. So let's go to our resources folder, views, home.blade. In here, let's scroll up. We want to adjust the home.blog file. So let's go there. That's inside views, home, blogs.blade. And let's go find the tags right here. So instead of doing the explode, tags is already being returned as an array. Let's go ahead and replace this explode method with the blog tags variable. And in here, let's do the same thing. So we want to count our blog tag variable. And for the tag, it's going to be the variable tag. Let's go back here. Let's refresh. And now you can see we have all our results, 10 results. Let's go to the second page. We should have 1 result. So we have this part working. Now let's go ahead and add the what's trending and what's recently sections. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's go to our home service. And for the trending and recently written, they're going to be literally the same thing as this method. So let's go ahead and update our UI list method to include a filter section for that. So here's what we're going to do. Let's go here and let's add a new parameter. It's going to be an array filters, and we're going to set it to an empty array by default. And let's pass that variable to our repository file. Now let's go to our repository definition for the UI list method. And in here, we're going to have an if statement. So first, let's add our parameter here, array filters. And we're going to say if the filters are not empty, then we're going to return the same result, but we're going to apply the filters to it. So we do that by saying blogs with, let's just indent this. And in here, we're going to add where with our filters parameter. And now let's go back to our home service file. And in here, let's go ahead and copy this. And let's replace our trending section with this. So the first parameter was page. The second parameter was the length. And now we're going to add the filters. So we're going to add a third parameter here. And let's fix the indentation. So for this filter, we just want to know if the is trending is true. Then we're going to grab that result. Let's actually clean this up a little bit. We can make this one line. Now for the recently written section, it's actually a little bit different. Let's go ahead and copy this. And let's replace our recently written section with the same method. Let's just say UI list recent. And let's go to our blog service file. Let's copy our UI list and let's add the recent to it. Let's go ahead and remove the filters. And let's go to our repository file and define this method. So we're going to use the UI list recent. And in here, let's go ahead and copy this. And let's call it UI list recent. Let's remove the filters. And let's remove this if statement. So what we're going to do here is we're going to return all our blogs with tags where the ID is bigger than 0, but we're going to order our result by the created at dates. And we're going to do it in descending order. And let's go ahead and remove the limit. And let's go ahead and remove the offset. We don't need them. And let's clean this up. And let's actually remove these parameters. We don't need them. Let's go to our service. Let's clean up these parameters. And let's go here and let's remove these parameters. Let's go ahead and go to our browser and let's refresh. All right, it looks like we have here all our results. Let's test out the what's trending section. So I'm gonna go to my database and let's set, let's just keep 2 of them is trending. Let's set the rest to 0. Let's refresh. And the recently written, this is going to go out of control if we're going to return all our results. And I don't want to limit it by the same number of the items in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to only limit my recently written to the last 5. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's go to our blogs repository. And in here, let's apply the limit. So it's going to be limit, and let's limit it by 5. And it's good practice to always never use hard-coded values like this and declare constants. So in here, I'm going to declare a const, and I'm going to call it recent blogs limit, and I'm going to set it to 5. Let's go ahead and reference it here. Self recent blogs limit, and let's give this a try. So we should see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that looks like pretty much it for our front end for our homepage. Now we're going to be building our authentication system. We have a login on the top right, and we have a login page here. You have email and you have password. Let's go ahead and sign in. And for now, we're not going to be implementing this yet. We're just going to be doing the logout. So we're going to have login and logout. Let's go ahead and build our login page. In our code editor, let's go to resources, views, and let's go ahead and copy the home.blade.php file and create a new one. Let's call it login.blade.php. Now let's go ahead and create our controller. Let's go to app, HTTP, controllers. Let's go ahead and copy the home controller and let's rename it to auth controller. Let's go ahead and rename the class name to auth controller. And let's go ahead and remove the construct method. And in here, let's go ahead and define our login method. Let's go ahead and remove the request parameter. And for the view, let's go ahead and return our login page. Let's clean this file up. And actually, let's rename it from login to login view. And in here, let's go ahead and add our title variable. And let's just say login. Now we want to define our API endpoint for this route. So we'll go to our routes folder, web.php. Let's go ahead and copy what we did for the home controller. Let's change the route name to login. For the controller here, we're going to reference the auth controller. And the method is going to be the login view. Now let's go to our login.blade.php file. Let's go ahead and remove this row. And actually this row as well. We're going to only keep this part. Let's give this a try. So in our browser, let's go ahead and go to our login. We can see that our login page is defined. Just for now, let's go ahead and copy our login.blade.php file and create another one. And let's call it dashboard.blade.php. And let's rename here the title just for now to dashboard. We need to define this dashboard page so that once we implement our login page, we can also implement the authorization part to redirect us to this page if we're logged in, or to redirect us to our login page if we're not logged in. Let's go to our web.php file, and in here, let's create this route. So it's going to be get. Let's make it /dashboard. And let's go ahead and return the function callback. And in here, we're just going to return the view directly. So we're going to do return view. We're going to return the dashboard. And for the variable, let's just go ahead and pass in title. And let's set it to dashboard. Let's try this route out quickly. So we're going to go to our browser. And in here, we're just going to change this to dashboard. And you can see we have our dashboard route. Only authorized users will be directed here. Now let's go ahead and build our login page. Inside our login.blade.php file, let's go ahead and go to this column where we defined our title and just change it to col12. This way, this column will always have full length Let's change the text to welcome back. And let's go ahead and remove this description text here. And let's go ahead and create another column under this. So we're going to make it on small screens is going to be half sized. On medium screens, let's make it 8. And on large screens, let's make it 5. Let's also have all the text inside this column centered. And let's go ahead and create our form. So we're going to use the HTML form tag. Let's give it a name. Let's call it login. And for the class, let's give it a margin on the top of 2. Let's go ahead and clean up our old HTML code. In here, for the container, let's remove the paddings. For the row, let's go ahead and add justify content center. And let's give it a padding of 3. This way we can center our content. And for the h1 tag, let's go ahead and remove this and just set the text to dark. And let's set the text to center. Actually, let's go ahead and change the column SM6 to 12. Now that I think about it, on small screens, the screen is already small enough. There's no reason to lose all that space. Let's go back to our browser and let's just see what we have so far. So we have our welcome back right here. Now let's go ahead and build our form elements. Back to our code editor. Inside the form tag, let's go ahead and add the CSRF token. And let's go ahead and create a new row. So we're going to use the div tag class row. Let's set the margin to the top to 2. And in here, let's go ahead and add a column. And we're going to use this. So let's give it size 12. We're going to use this to display our errors. Let's go ahead and create a new div. Let's give it an ID. Let's call it form errors. And let's go ahead and give it class alert, alert danger. And let's set the text to start. Let's set the role to alert. And in here, let's go ahead and add a UL element for a list. Let's set the margin to 0. And just for now, let's just go ahead and add an error here. Let's see how that looks in our front end. And you can see we have our error messages in here. Now let's go ahead and erase this error. And let's set the display on this form errors to none. So we're going to use style, display, none. Let's go ahead and copy this form group that we did for email. And let's use it for password. So we want to change the email here to password, the ID to password, and the type to password. And now for the last element here, we're going to add a button to submit. Let's go ahead and add a new column. Let's give it size 12. And actually, let's add the margin to 4. And let's go ahead and add the button here. So we're going to set the ID to sign in button. Let's set the type to button. For the class, let's go ahead and give it the bootstrap 5 button class. So BTN, we're going to set the BTN dark. Let's set the font weight to bolder, and let's set the width to 100. And let's add the button text here. Let's say sign in. Let's see how that looks in our browser. We're going to refresh our page and we can see that we have our email and password. Let's go ahead and fix the column sizing here for email and password. So we're going to set the column on large screens to 6, the column on medium screens to also 6, and we're going to set all the other sizes to 12. Let's go ahead and copy these and do the same thing that we did for the password. Now let's refresh and you should see now we have them side by side. Now let's go ahead and implement the submit functionality. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's scroll all the way down. Under script here, let's go ahead and add a new script. All right, in here, let's go ahead and declare a new variable. And let's say login submitted. Now under here, let's go ahead and add our click handler. So we're going to use the jQuery document ready so that this code gets executed once the document finished loading. In here, let's go ahead and add our click functionality. So we're going to reference our sign in button. On click, we're going to add a callback function here. And the first thing we want to do is I'm going to prevent default, and once the user clicks submit, we want to lock the submit button. We don't want them to click it multiple times. So we're gonna set the login submitted to true. And actually, before we do that, let's add an if statement. So if the login button is submitted does not equal true, then we want to submit our request. So let's go ahead and move it in here. And now we're going to make a post request. So we're gonna use jQuery for this. We're gonna use post, and for the URL, we haven't built the endpoint, but let's just add it anyway. So we're going to use the API login. For the data, we need to pass in the CSRF token, and we can use blade syntax for this. So we're going to write 2 curly brackets and the CSRF underscore token function. Under this, let's go ahead and add email, and let's grab this value from our input. So we're going to reference it by ID, and let's go ahead and grab the value for it here. And let's do the same thing for password. And let's grab the value for the input here. Now, inside this post request handler, there's two cases we need to handle, the success and the error case. So if our request was successful, let's go ahead and add the callback function here. If our request was submitted successfully, we want to set the login submitted to false. And let's direct the user. Let's change the href. So we're going to redirect the user to our dashboard. Now let's add our error handler. So we're going to use the same callback function. We have response. And before we add our error handler here, let's go ahead and add a helper function. So I'm going to add a function right here. Let's call it clear errors. And what this function will do is clear all our errors from our HTML tag. And we're going to reference the form errors UL tag. And we're going to empty that. We're going to also hide the form errors. So we're going to set it to hidden. And let's go ahead and add another helper function. And let's call it add errors. And let's give it an error array. So it's going to be a list of errors. And in here, we're going to check if this parameter is an array. So we're going to use JavaScript for this. If array dot is array, that's a JavaScript helper method. Let's pass in the errors array. So if this is an array and it has a length greater than 0, then we want to insert all those elements inside the error array. So let's do a for loop. For I equals 0, I is less than the error array dot length. And let's increment the I. So to add the error to our list, we're going to also use jQuery for this. So we're going to reference the form errors by ID. And that's going to be the UL. And we're going to append a new Lee tag. So we're going to add Lee. Let's go ahead and add our error. Reference it by I. And let's add the closing Lee tag here. And once this is done, we want to go ahead and show our errors. So I'm going to copy this. Instead of hide, we're going to do show. Let's go ahead and use these in our click handler. So when a user clicks submit, we want to clear all errors. And for the error handler, let's go ahead and set the login submitted to false. And in here, we're going to add an if statement. So if the response has a status of 422, 422 means unprocessable content. This status code is thrown once we use the Laravel validation in our endpoint. So if the error is coming from a validation error from our backend endpoint, we're going to add our errors. So we're going to add response and we're going to pull the response JSON and we're going to add the errors in here. Otherwise, if it is some other status code, we're just going to add a generic error and let's just say unable to process your request. Now, for this function here, in Laravel, when we throw errors, errors usually have a key value. Let's just say, for example, email is going to look like this, invalid email. So it is all going to have key values. We don't want that here. We just want the values. So let's go ahead and add another function to format those errors. So we're going to create another function called format errors. And let's add that parameter there. And let's go ahead and format our errors right here. So we're going to add a new function, format errors, and it's going to return an array of errors as string values. All right, in here, let's add a new variable. Let's call it errors list, and let's set it to an empty array. And let's go ahead and use the for key in error array. And we're going to check if this key exists. So if error array has own property, and let's give it the key. So if this key exists inside our errors object, we want to push that errors inside our errors list. So we're gonna add errors list dot push, and let's go ahead and add that error. So it's gonna be under error array with the given key. In the end right here, we're going to return our errors list. Let's go ahead and give this a try. Let's go to our front end. Let's refresh and let's submit. Now, if you take a look here, nothing is happening. I cannot submit. Let's go ahead and open our developer tools, F12 if you're on Windows. And you can see here we have an error and it's saying uncaught syntax error, unexpected identifier success. Let's go and see what's happening there. So let's see where success is defined right here. So we're missing a comma. Let's add that here. And let's go ahead and refresh our web page and let's try again. Sign in. And now I'm getting this error, 404 not found. This is a good error because we haven't implemented that API endpoint. But let's go ahead and check if our values are passed in. So we can see our token is passed, our email and password. Let's change those values and see if they work. And I submitted this so we can see it here. Our email and password are working. Now let's go ahead and implement this API endpoint. Let's go ahead and go to our routes folder and let's go to web.php. In here, we want to have our dashboard route only accessible to authorized users. In here, we have our routes middleware set to web. So that means anyone can access them. On top here, let's go ahead and create a new route middleware. And let's set the middleware to auth. And let's go ahead and create a new route group for this. Let's go ahead and move this route from here to the authorized one. We're going to also declare 2 new API routes, but those we're going to have them inside our routes folder, api.php. We're going to define those here. So all the routes declared inside here are prefixed with /API. Let's go ahead and erase all this. And let's create a new route. And it's going to be post. And one is going to be for login. We're going to use the auth controller. And we don't have this method yet, but let's go ahead and call it login. We will implement this later. Let's set the middleware for this route to be guest, so it can be accessible by anyone. Let's go ahead and copy paste this. And let's create a new post route for logout. We're going to use the auth controller. Let's set the method to logout. And for the middleware, only authorized users can log out. And actually, let's change this from post to get. And let's clean this file up. Now let's go ahead and implement those two methods, the login and the logout. We're going to go to our auth controller. That's going to be inside app, HTTP, controllers, and auth controller. In here, let's go ahead and declare a new function. So one is going to be for login. We're going to return JSON response. And that one is going to be coming from HTTP JSON response namespace. And let's just return for now, response JSON. So this is going to return a status of 200. Now to access our form variables, we're going to create a custom request class. To do that, let's go to our HTTP folder. And in here, let's create a new folder. Let's call it requests. In here, let's create a new file. Let's call it login request.php. Let's add the PHP starting tag. Let's declare strict types to 1. And let's set the namespace to app HTTP, and our folder name was requests. So we're going to create a new class. We called it login request, and it's going to extend the Laravel form request class. In here, in the form request class, we have two methods that we're going to implement: public function rules and public function data. The rules class will execute a set of validation rules on this login request. Once we add it inside our controller in here, actually, let's do that right now. Let's add our login request. Before our request executes this method in here, it will run those validation rules first. So let's go back to our login request file in here. This will run first. So to set our validation rule, we're going to write return, and in an array, we're going to set the validation rules for email, and it's going to be required, and it's going to be a string. It's also going to be an email, and the email must exist inside our users table in the email field. So this is a Laravel custom validation rule. It will check your database users table for this column. If it exists, it will pass the validation. Let's add a new validation rule for password, and password is required, and it must be a string. Now for data, it's the same idea. We're going to return an array of our data. So we're going to have email, and the email is going to be coming from our post request parameters. So in here, we're going to set input, and we're going to specify the key. It's email, and we don't need a default, but if you want to set a default, you can add a comma here and set a default, but we don't want to do that in this scenario. And let's do the same thing for password. Let's copy this line and change this to password. Back to our auth controller, and in here, we can grab our data like this. So we can say, for example, credentials is equal to request data, and this will call this method, the one that we just declared, is going to return the email and password array. So to validate in Laravel our user authentication, we're going to do an if statement, if auth, and we're going to write attempt. So this is the Laravel class. We can specify the email and password here, but that's already coming from our credentials. So let's just copy this, add it here. Let's erase this, and let's add the if statement brackets in here. For the auth, let's go ahead and pull the namespace. It's going to be under the support facade right here. Now inside this if statement, if the authorization attempt was successful, then we're going to generate our session. So we're going to write request session regenerate, and let's go ahead and return our JSON response. Otherwise, if this if statement fails, we're going to return back, and that's going to redirect the user back with errors. And let's go ahead and add a generic error here. Let's say email, the provided credentials do not match our records. And in here, let's go ahead, add only input email. So this will redirect the user back to their previous. So this will redirect back to the previous request. For the logout, let's go ahead and add a new function, public function logout. And we're going to use the Laravel request class. So in here, we're going to use the request coming from the Illuminate HTTP request. And we're going to also return JSON response. In here, we want to use the Laravel helper class. So we have auth, logout, and this will do the logout for us. And the request, let's go ahead and delete our session. So we're going to call the session invalidate method. And we're also going to regenerate the token. So we're going to call session regenerate token. And we want to flush our session now. This will delete our session. And let's go ahead and return response JSON. This will send back status 200. Let's call the namespace here for session. It's going to be coming from the support facade. And let's just fix one more issue here. So for the login, we're returning JSON response here, and we're returning a redirect here. Let's go ahead and fix that type hinting in the return here. So we're going to add or redirect response, and that's going to be coming from the Illuminate HTTP class. Now let's go ahead and give this a try. Let's go to our browser. Let's refresh our page, and let's go ahead and try to log in. Now, for some reason, I'm pressing sign in and nothing's happening. I can see the request is failing, but I'm not seeing the error message in here. So let's go ahead and go to our login.blade.php file. Let's scroll all the way down to our post request, and looks like there was a typo here. So if the response status is equal to 422, we had the equal, so this was an assignment operator. So let's set it to equal. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh, and let's try to log in again. Now we can see our error message in here. And we are getting an error 500, and it's saying session store not set on request. This is a very common error that you will see in Laravel. To fix this, you want to go back to your code editor, and you want to go to app http, and you want to go to kernel.php. In this file, you want to scroll down, and under API right here, you want to uncomment this line. Once you have this line uncommented, let's go back to our browser, and let's submit our request again. And you can see we are signed in. We are in our dashboard now. We have not implemented our toolbar for our dashboard where we're going to have our logout button, but we did make it into an API request. So we can access the route directly here. So it's going to be /API/logout. Let's give this a try. Now you're getting this error, route login not defined. This is coming from your Authenticate middleware, and I'll show you why this is happening. Back to our code editor, you want to go to app, http, middleware, authenticate.php. You can see here, we are returning a redirect to the route called login. Now, this way of calling a route, so here you have the word route. This is a Laravel helper method. It's going to check our routes file for a route named login. Let's go to our web.php file. In here, our login route doesn't have a name. You can add the name to routes like this, name, and let's call it login. And once you do this, then you can access that route in your backend code by just calling the name like that. Let's go back to our browser. Let's give this a try. Let's refresh. And let's check if that actually worked. So we're going to try to go to our dashboard route. And here you can see we still access our dashboard route. That's because the login will destroy the sessions, but it will not work because the cookies are not removed. So if we go to our DevTools and let's go to cookies, you can still see the session in here. To make this actually work, it has to be done through Ajax. Back to our code editor. Let's go ahead and go to our dashboard.blade.php file. That's inside our resources views folder, dashboard.blade.php. In here, just for now, let's add our logout functionality in here. I'm just going to temporarily add a new A tag. Let's give it ID, logout button, and let's just add the text here, logout. Under scripts, let's go ahead and add our script. And it's going to be similar to what we did for the logout. So we're going to use jQuery. We're going to reference our logout button by ID. And for this anchor tag on click, we want to define the callback function. In here, what we want to do is make a GET request to our Logout API endpoint. So the URL is going to be /API/logout. And we're going to have two cases. The success case, we're going to just redirect the user back to our home page. For the error case, we're not going to do anything. Let's give this a quick try. Let's refresh our home page and we have our logo anchor tag here. Let's click it. Now let's try to go to our dashboard. And you can see we're taking back to our login page. There is just one more thing I want to do. Let's go ahead and log in. And once you're logged in, let's go ahead and go to our login page. Now, what I want to do is if you're logged in and you try to go to the login page, I want to redirect the user back to the dashboard. To do that, we're going to go back to our code editor and we're going to go inside our auth controller and modify our login view. So let's do that. Inside our auth controller for the login view method, let's go ahead and add an if statement here. So if, and we're going to say auth check. So what this method will do is it will check if we're authorized. It's going to return true if it's authorized. So in here, if we're authorized, we're just going to return redirect, and let's go ahead and redirect our users back to our dashboard. And since we're returning a redirect in here, let's set the function type hinting to include the redirect response. So let's add that here. Now there's just one more thing that I want to do. Let's go back to our dashboard.blade.php file. And for this anchor tag, the HTML default, when you click on any anchor tag, it will redirect you to the href link defined in here. But since we don't have that, we're just going to add onClick event.prevent default. This will override the HTML default result for anchor tags. Let's give this a try. Let's go back to our login controller. Let's refresh our page. And since we're already logged in, we're taken back to our dashboard. Let's log out and let's go to our login. And let's try this one more time. Let's log in. And let's try to go to our login page. We should be redirected to our dashboard, and we are redirected back to our dashboard. And let's try to log out. And looks like it's working. So far, we have built our home page, and we also built our login functionality, and we also built our logout functionality. For this chapter, we're going to be building our admin blade template. So it's going to look something like this for all the pages. We're going to have on the top our navigation. In here, we're going to have our navigation items. We're going to move the logout in here. We're going to have a drop down. We're going to have our image. And in here, we will have the page title. This one will be users. We will have the create button in here. And then we will have a data table. And this data table will have all those records for us and all the action items. So edit or delete. We will also build an indexing API, and you can do things like search, you can do order operations, and in here you can select the number of results you can display in this table. Back to our code editor, let's go ahead and go to our resource folder. Inside views, let's create a new folder and let's call it dashboard. We're going to add all our dashboard pages inside this folder. Let's go ahead and copy the layouts folder from here and let's add it inside our dashboard folder. So we're going to add the same head and the navbar. Let's go to our dashboard.blade.php file. In here, you want to make sure that we change this includes. For the head, we're going to use the dashboard.layout.head. And we're going to do the same thing for the navbar. It's going to be dashboard.layout.navbar. And this is these two files that we just copied. Now let's go ahead and go to our dashboard layout head.blade.php file. And in here, let's adjust the title. Let's go ahead and add the keyword admin in here. And let's go ahead and go to our navbar.blade.php file. And let's add our navigation items in here. Now let's go ahead and delete the login item. And in here, let's add a list of items. So we're going to use UL. The class is going to be the nav items. That's a bootstrap 5 class. And let's go ahead and add all our navigation items. Now let's go ahead and add our items in here. So we're going to create a lead tag. The class is going to be nav item. Inside this lead tag, we're going to add an anchor tag. For the class, let's set it to nav link. And for the href, just for now, let's leave it empty. And for the text name, let's make it blogs. Let's copy paste this 3 times. All right, now we're going to have one for blogs, one for images, and one for users. Let's quickly see how that looks in our browser. I'm going to refresh my page and you can see we have our items in here. Now let's go ahead and fix this list. Back to our code editor. For the UL tag we have, instead of nav items, it should be navbar dash nav. And for the nav item tag here, we need to add right beside the navbar, the class navbar expand LG. And let's go ahead and add our drop down item. Inside the UL tag, right on the last element, let's go ahead and add a new div. The class, let's set it to nav dash item. and it's going to be a dropdown. So we need to use the bootstrap 5 dropdown class. And in here, add a new anchor tag. For the class, let's set it to nav-link dropdown toggle. For the href, let's leave it empty. For the ID, let's set it to navbar dropdown just for now. For the role, let's set it to button. And for the data BS toggle, that's a custom attribute. For bootstrap 5, we're gonna leave that to dropdown. And might as well add the area expanded. So let's set that to false. And for this anchor tag text, let's go ahead and display the username. So we could use the Laravel blade helper method, auth user, and let's go ahead and grab the username. Under this tag, let's go ahead and add our drop-down items. So we're going to have a UL. The class is going to be drop-down menu. That's a bootstrap 5 class. And for the area labeled by, let's set it to navbar drop-down. Now in here, let's go ahead and go to our dashboard.blade.php file, and let's copy this anchor tag here. And let's go ahead and add it under a new li element. So let's add a new li tag, and we're going to add our logout button here. Let's just change the class on that. So we're going to add a class, drop down item, and we're going to center the text. Let's set the text to dark, and let's give this a try. Let's go to our browser. Let's refresh, and we should see we have our logout button here. Let's see if it works. And it looks like it's working. Let's log back in. Let's go back to our dashboard.blade.php file. Let's remove the logout button from here. And for the script, let's go ahead and create a file for that. So we're going to go to resources, JavaScript. And here we're going to add a new file. Let's call it dashboard.js. Let's go back to our dashboard.blade.php file. Let's copy this. Let's remove the script. And let's add it inside our dashboard.blade.js. Back to our dashboard.blade.php file. We're going to reference a new file here. Instead of using app.js, we're going to use dashboard.js. Let's go to our Webpack file. In here, let's go ahead and copy what we did for the app.js. And let's go ahead and include our new dashboard.js file. This way, we don't add our dashboard JavaScript inside our front-end JavaScript for the public-facing pages. And we're going to name the new file that we generate to dashboard.js. Let's go ahead and run npm run dev. Looks like it worked. You want to go now and double check that. So let's go to public.js. You should see the dashboard.js right here. Let's go to our browser and just make sure it's working. We're going to refresh our page. Right click, go to view page source. In here, on the bottom, you should see the dashboard.js. If you click on it, you should see the content in here. Now, our last step is going to be building this part here. Let's go to our dashboard.blade.php file. In here, let's go ahead and change the text center to text left. Let's set the text color to dark. And let's remove the border bottom black. And might as well remove the margin bottom 4. Now for our h1 tag, let's go ahead and remove our class. And actually, let's add class and let's give it padding of 2. Under it here, let's create a new div. Let's give it class padding of 2. And let's set the margin on the top to 4, the margin on the bottom to 4. This is where we're going to add our action buttons. And actually, let's go ahead and set the border top and border bottom to black. So we're going to use our CSS, border bottom black and border top black. In here, let's add a new button. Let's set the type to button. The class, let's set it to btn, btn small, btn dark. And on click for now, let's just leave it empty. And for the text, let's just say new action. This is just a template. Let's refresh our page and you can see our new action button in here. In the next chapters, we're going to be building our users page. So this would be our dashboard template for now. Our last step here is going to be adding the active class for the navigation items here on the top once we select them. For example, in the design here, I am inside the users page and you can see how users is more darker than the other navigation items. To do this, let's go ahead and go to our resources file, views, dashboard, and we're going to go to our layouts folder and to the nav bar. In here, you can see we have our navigation items. Let's go ahead and just for now, add our dashboard. So I'm going to copy paste the first item and I'm going to add dashboard. And in here, let's set the href to dashboard Now to add the active class to our links, we simply write active here. Let's go back to our browser and let's refresh. And you should see we are inside the dashboard item. It's active. Now we need to automate this because this value can change once you click blogs, images, and users. To do this, we're going to use jQuery. Back to our code editor. Let's go ahead and remove the active class from here. Let's go to our resources folder, JS, and let's go to dashboard.js. What we want to do here is using jQuery, we want to grab our anchor tags that have the active class. And we're going to use the jQuery remove class method. And in here, we're going to remove the active class. Under this, we're going to grab our anchor tags, the ones that have an href of our location.href variable. This is coming from JavaScript. Let's go ahead and close the bracket. So here we're grabbing all the anchor tags that have the location href as we set it, and we're going to add class active to them. Now you're going to run npm run dev. Now it looks like it's not working. Whenever you have JavaScript errors, I recommend you open your developer tools. That's F12 on Windows. And here you should see we have an error and it's saying unrecognized expression, ahref, and it looks like it's pointing to our dashboard row. Let's go back to our code editor. And in here, if you take a look, we're adding href directly into this URL. But the problem is this should be in a string. So we're missing quotations. So let's add one quotation here and let's add one quotation here to wrap the URL. Make sure you run npm run dev. Once that's done, let's go back to our navbar.blade.php file and let's make sure we have everything correct. So our anchor tag right here looks like we have a space. Make sure you have no spaces here. Now you want to go back to your dashboard and let's refresh our page. You should see now that dashboard here has the active class. If you don't see this working, what you want to do is you want to go to view page source. In here for your dashboard route, you need to make sure that this route here is exactly the same as what you have in here. If your base URL is different, then you'll need to go back to your code editor, go to your env file and make sure you set the app URL here. For this chapter, we're going to create our Datatables and users web page. This part would be the Datatables. We're also going to be building an API for that. To install Datatables, you want to go to datatables.net. In here, on the top, you want to click on download. Then here, you want to select Bootstrap 5. And let's go ahead, scroll all the way down. And you want to also select the responsive. In here, there's multiple ways we can install this. The fastest would be to use a CDN. So let's go ahead and copy both of these URLs. In our code editor, let's go to Resources, Views, Dashboard, Layout, and let's go to the head.blade.php and let's add both CDNs in here. Now we're going to create our web page for our users. So let's go and copy our dashboard.blade.php file. And inside views dashboard, let's create a new folder. Let's call it users. And let's paste the dashboard.blade.php file inside users. Let's go ahead and rename this file to main.blade.php. In here, let's change the title to users and the new action to new user. Let's go ahead and go to our routes folder, our web.php, and let's copy what we have here for the dashboard. And let's create a new one for our users endpoint. So in here, instead of dashboard, we're going to do dashboard/users. And let's remove the name from here. And let's change the view in here to dashboard.users.main. Let's go ahead and update our navigation bar to redirect to our users route. So we're going to go to resources, views, dashboard, layout, navbar.blade.php. And in here for users, let's go ahead and add our href here. So we're going to have URL and we're going to add our URL here. Let's give this a try. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh our web page and go to users. And you can see now we are in our users page. Now let's go back to our code editor. Let's go to web.php. And in here, let's go ahead and update our title to users. And let's go to our dashboard.blade.php file and let's change the dashboard title here to use our variable title. Let's do the same thing for our users main.blade.php. Let's add our title here from the variable. Let's clean this file up. And under this row, let's go ahead and create another row. And in here, let's create a new table for our data tables. So we're going to use the HTML table tag. Let's give it an ID. Let's call it data table. The class, let's go ahead and select our bootstrap 5 table, table striped, table bordered, responsive, and text dark. And let's also set the width to 100. And inside our table tag, let's go ahead and add our t head. And in here, we're going to have 3 columns. So we're going to add the tr tag. And in here, we're going to add th. For our first column, we're going to call it name. That's going to display the user's name. The second one is going to be email. And the third one will be actions. Under the t head here, let's go ahead and add t body. And let's leave it empty. Let's go back to our web page. Let's refresh and make sure our table is correctly displayed here. And let's actually create a column for this. So let's remove all the table and let's put it inside a column. So we're going to do div class call 12 and let's add it inside the column here. Let's scroll down here under script. Let's add a new script tag. Now in here, we want to use jQuery and say if the document is ready, then we will create our data tables. Now to create our data table, we're going to create a helper function in here. So let's create a function. Let's call it create data table. And let's pass in 3 parameters. Our HTML table ID, the URL where we're going to be pulling all our data from, and the list of columns definition. In this function, we're going to return our new initialized data table. So we're going to reference the table by ID, and we're going to call the data tables class. So it's going to be called data table. And in here, you want to pass in an object. Our first parameter is going to be Ajax. And this is where we're going to do all the server-side rendering for our data tables. For the URL, let's set it to the URL we have in here. The request type will be get. And for now, let's add our complete and error functions in here. We will handle these in a bit. So this would be our callback for complete. Let's add one for error. It's going to be the same thing. We're going to have function. And let's add the jQuery variable, text status, error thrown. Under the Ajax method, let's go ahead and add our page length. Let's set the processing to true, server side to also true. Let's set the responsive flag to true. And let's set the defer renderer to true. And let's set our columns in here to equal the columns that we're passing in from the parameter here. The reason why we're creating a function is because we're going to be using this to create all our data tables for all other pages. Now, inside the document ready, let's create our data table variable. So we're going to say let data table equal. We're going to reference our function, create data table, and we're going to pass in our parameters. For our API route, we haven't declared it yet, but eventually we're going to build it. Let's go ahead and add our URL /API/dashboard/users/index. Actually, let's go ahead and copy this API route. And on the top here, let's create a variable for it. So let's say let table URL equal, and let's set it to our table value. Also, our table ID was data table. So let's add that. Let's go back here and let's set our parameters. Our first parameter was our table ID, and that was data table. Our second parameter was our data table URL. Let's add our table URL here. And the last parameter was a list of columns. So we're going to add an array, and in here is going to be an array of objects. Our first column is going to have 3 values. We're going to set the data. Our first column was name. We're going to set the orderable, which let's set it to true, and searchable true. Let's go ahead and copy this and paste it in 2 times. Let's change the second one to email and the third one for actions. And for actions, we're going to add a custom class to it. So we're going to write class name and let's set it to text end. Now, before we try this out, let's go ahead and add our complete and error cases. For the error cases, let's go all the way up to our table where we have column 12, and let's create a new column on top of this one. And it's going to have size 12, and this is going to be used for our errors. In here, let's add a new div. Let's set the ID to data table error container. And in here, let's add a UL. For the class, let's set it to text danger. And for the ID, let's set it to data table errors UL. And let's close our tag in here. Let's scroll all the way down. And inside our create data table function for the complete section, let's go ahead and write an if statement. So if our jQuery variable, that's going to represent our response. If the response status code is equal to 200, then we're going to hide our errors. and empty them. We're going to use jQuery for that. We're going to reference our data table errors UL by ID, and let's empty it. And let's go ahead and hide our error container. Now for the error case, let's go ahead and copy this and add it in here. So we're going to empty our errors list. And in here, let's go ahead and add a generic error. So we're going to append our error to our UL. Let's copy that ID here. And we're going to append a new tag. It's going to be a lead tag. And our error is going to say an error has occurred. Please try again at a later time. If the problem persists, contact us for support. And let's go ahead and close our lead tag in here. Let's clean this up and let's go ahead and display our errors. So let's copy the container ID here. Instead of hide, we want to show. Let's go back to our browser and let's refresh our web page. It looks like it didn't work. Let's go ahead and pull our dev tools in here and let's see why. So here we're getting two errors. The first one is saying jQuery is not defined. And the second one, the data table is not a function. The reason why this happens is because we included our data table CDN before we included our jQuery. So let's go back to our code editor and let's scroll up. If you see here, we have this script for dashboard. This is where we have our jQuery. Let's go to our head.blade.php file and let's copy the script here. Let's erase it and let's add it right under our dashboard. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. And you should see our data tables is working. We have our error here. Now here we have this loader. This is coming from our data tables library. To remove this, we're going to open our dev tools in here and I'm going to press Ctrl+Shift+C and then I'm going to select this loader. You should see that the loader has this ID, data table underscore processing. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's go to head.blade.php file and in here, let's add a style and let's set this class to display none. And let's use the important class to override any rules for this. Actually, this one is not a class, it's an ID. So we need to use the sharp instead of dot. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh and you should see that it's gone now. Let's go ahead and build our API endpoint. Back to our code editor. Let's go ahead and declare our API route. Let's go to our routes folder, api.php. In here, let's go ahead and create a new middleware group. We're going to write route middleware. And for the middleware, this is going to be under authorized users only. Let's go ahead and add the group function callback. And in here, let's go ahead and move our logout to in here and remove this middleware. And let's go ahead and create our new route. It's going to be get. And let's paste our endpoint in here. Notice here we have the API. Let's remove that. You don't need it because all the routes inside the api.php are already prefixed. Let's go ahead and add the controller mapping. Before we can do the controller mapping, let's go ahead and create our controller. We're going to go to app, http, controllers, and let's go ahead and copy our auth controller. Let's call it users controller.php. Let's go ahead and erase all the methods in here. And let's erase all this as well. Let's rename our class to users controller. And let's go ahead and create a new method, public function. Let's call it index. And for now, let's just do a DD here, index. Let's go back to our api.php file and let's map this request to that method. So we're going to do users controller. Don't forget the namespace. And we're going to get the class name. And we're going to reference the method called index. Now let's go ahead and give this a try. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh our page. And let's go and open developer tools. In here, you want to go to network and you want to find our latest index request in here. And let's go ahead and go to preview. And you can see this is our DD right here. So we know that our API route is working. We're going to be using this preview here to debug our endpoint. So every time we make a change, we're going to reply the request and we will see our changes in here. Now let's go back to our code editor and let's go back to our users controller. The first thing we want to do is we want to create a request file so we could parse our parameters. Let's go to our requests folder and let's create a new file, datatables request.php. Now, since we already have the login request, let's just copy this here and let's paste it in here. Let's erase this. Let's also erase this and let's rename our class to database request. Now, if we go back to our DevTools inside our request, you go to payload, you should be able to see all the parameters that are being sent by our data table. Here we have, for example, a parameter called draw, which is 1. We don't care too much about this, but then here you have an array of columns. Since we have 3 columns, you can see all of them here. This is the name block. This is the name column. This is the searchable that we set to true, orderable to true. And here we have the search value. Right now there is nothing. And this is for our email, and this is for our actions. We also have another array here for order, and we have the start, the length, and the generic search. Let's go ahead and add our validation rules for these. For the columns, it's going to be an array. And let's also make it required. For the start, it's also required and it's an integer. And to be more correct, let's make it min 0 and let's change this from integer to numeric, because sometimes if you're passing these as URL parameters, they're always going to be strings. Let's copy the start and let's change this to length. We're going to have the same validation rules here. Now for the order, it's also going to be required and it's going to be an array. Now order, since it's an array, we're going to validate the columns inside here. So we have order, then we have a column and a direction. So dir, dir is going to be ascending or descending. So we're going to do order dot star to represent all the array elements. And we're going to also add another dot and we're going to validate the dir rule. And here, instead of writing a string, we're going to use an array of rules. We're going to add the required rule and we're going to use the Laravel rule. And the namespace for this will be the illuminate / validation in here. And we're going to say that the dir variable must be in either ascending, so ASC, or descending, DESC. So this is the only 2 acceptable values for the order dir field. And let's go ahead and add the validation for the search. And for this one is going to be required. And for the search dot value, let's set it to nullable and string. So the search value, this is right here. It's an object and the 2 possible keys are value and regex. In here, we only added the validation rules for the columns that we actually care about. Like I don't care about this one. That's why we're not validating for these. For the data, let's go ahead and return columns. We're going to point this from the input. We're going to say columns. We're also going to have start. And this is going to be also an input field. And it's going to be called start. Let's set the default to 0 if it's not provided. Let's also add length. And this is coming from our URL parameters. Let's set length and add a default to 0. Let's add the order. And for this one, so it's going to be this input order. Let's leave it without a default. And let's add the search. And let's set the default to null. Let's go ahead and go back to our users controller. Let's add our request in here. So we're going to reference Datatables, request, and let's do a DD on the request data field. So in here, let's do data equal request data. Let's do a DD on this variable. Let's go back to our DevTools. Let's go to our response. Let's go to preview and let's replay the XHR. And in here, we can see our data. Notice here for our values, for example, searchable. Do you see how it's set to true? And true is a string. So this is not Boolean. This is the keyword string, true. Same thing here, regex. It's the keyword string, false. Let's scroll down. And you can see here, for example, column is set to a string of 0. We will need to reformat all these. Let's go back to our Datatables request file. And in here, let's go ahead and format all these columns. So for columns, you can see here, we have nested objects. So we have columns, then we have search. Let's go ahead and create a helper function. So it's going to be a private function. Let's call it format request. And we're going to take in an array and let's call that object. And we're also going to return an array. In here, let's create a new variable. Let's call it result. And it's going to be an empty array. Then we're going to loop through objects. So we're going to do for each object as key value. Our first check is going to check if the value is an array. If one of these keys, see this one, for example, it's an array. So we're going to check if is array the value. Then we're going to set result at key. We're going to set this to equal this format request. So we're going to call our function recursively and we're going to pass in the value. Now else we know that the value here, the key value here is not an array. So it could be, for example, a string. It could be null. It could be 0. It could be a lot of values. So let's have an if statement here. If the value is either true or false. So we're going to do in array, the value, and it's going to be either the string true or the string false keywords. Then we're going to add it to our result object at the given key. We're going to cast it to bool. So this will convert the string true or false to a Boolean value. Else if, let's check if it is a numeric string. So if it is a string and value is also numeric, then we're going to set the result at key to equal int value. So we're going to convert the value to an integer. Otherwise, let's just set the result at key to equal the value. So we're not making any changes to it. And finally, in here in the bottom, let's return result. And let's apply this for columns. So we're going to do this format request, and we're going to pass in columns. Let's also do it for order and search. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go ahead and paste it 2 times. And let's copy the order here. Let's change the search here as well. Let's go ahead and erase this. And let's go back to our browser and let's replay our request. So now you can see searchable is Boolean true here. Same thing for orderable. And it looks like all our values are correctly converted. See here, column is 0. Let's go back to our code editor and let's go ahead and fix the type hinting for rules and data on the return. So rules is going to return an array. Data is also going to return an array. And actually, let's copy this. Let's go to the login request and let's do the same thing here. Let's go back to our users controller. And in here, for now, let's just fix our return type hinting for this method. So we're going to return a JSON response, and that's going to be under the HTTP Illuminate namespace. So let's go ahead and return response JSON. This is going to give back a status of 200. Now we will need to create our service files. So let's go to app, modules. Let's create a new module and let's call it users. Let's also create another one for Datatables. So we're going to create a generic repository file for Datatables. We will pretty much extend that class. This will allow us to create a repository class that will automatically handle all the logic for us. It's going to save us a lot of time. Inside users, let's go ahead and create a new file and let's call it users service.php. And let's create another file. Let's call it users repository.php. For the user service, let's go ahead and create this class. So we're going to add our PHP tag. We're going to declare strict types. Let's set that to 1. And for the namespace, it's going to be under app, HTTP, modules, users. And the class was user service. And for now, it's an empty class. Let's copy this. Let's go to the repository and let's do the same thing, except we want to rename the class to users repository. Now inside our user service, let's quickly create a new method. So we're going to create public function index. We're going to take in an array and let's call it data. And we're going to also return an array. For now, let's just return an empty array. Let's go back to our users controller and let's inject our class here through dependency injection. So we're going to write public function construct. And in here, we're going to create a new private variable. It's going to be read only and it's going to be for the user's service. Let's call it service. And don't forget to add the namespace for user service. Now let's go ahead and add a try and catch block. So we're going to write try, catch, exception, E. Let's add the namespace for exception. And in here, we want to return, let's actually copy this, move it up here. And we want to return a generic error for our users. So the first parameter here is going to be our data. We're going to add exception. Let's go ahead and get the exception class. We're going to do get class error. And for the errors, let's go ahead and do error get message. This is for the exception. So we're going to grab the error exception here. And actually, let's rename E to error. Under here, let's set the status code to 400. So we're going to do response. And that's going to be inside the Illuminate HTTP namespace. And we're going to point to the HTTP bad request. And that's going to give us a status of 400. Inside the try block, we're going to return our response. So it's going to be a JSON response. And we're going to return our response from the service. So we're going to do service. And the parameter is going to be our data. So we're going to do request data. And let's go ahead and add a semicolon here. Let's clean this up. And let's go back to our DevTools. And let's replay this request. And looks like here we have an error. It's saying target class app HTTP modules users user service does not exist. Let's see why that is. Let's go to our user service.php. Let's double check the namespace. This should not be under HTTP. So it should be under modules. If you take a look here, we have it inside the app folder and it's right under modules. So we don't have HTTP. Let's remove it from here and let's also remove it from the repository. Now let's go to our users controller and let's fix this name here. So we're going to remove the HTTP. Let's go back to our browser and let's replay our request. And now we're getting this error. It's saying the method service does not exist. Let's go back to our user's controller and let's see why that is. All right, this is my bad. So in here, we use this service and we're pointing to this variable, but we forgot to add our method. So it was supposed to be called index. Now let's go back to our browser and let's give this a try. Let's replay our request. And we can see here, we are getting status 200. And this is our empty array. Now let's go ahead and go to our users service file. And let's go ahead and rename our users repository to users data table repository. And let's rename the class. The reason why we're going to rename this is because once we implement the other endpoints for creating, editing, and deleting users, we will do that in the users repository. So we don't want to mix those two up. Inside our users data table repository class, let's go ahead and create a new method. So we're going to call it public function index. And this method will return an array. For now, let's just return an empty array. For the parameters, let's go ahead and take in array columns, integer for the start, and an integer for the length, and an array for order, and an array for search. Let's go back to our user service file, and let's go ahead and inject our repository file in here. So we're going to use the construct method, public function construct, and we're going to add it as a private variable. So we're going to write private read only users data table repository, and let's call the variable data table repository. Inside our index method, let's go ahead and return the result of the index call from the repository. So we're going to pass in the parameters here. Let's go ahead and open this on the side here. So these are our parameters. So that's going to be data columns. Let's copy paste this a few times. And let's add our other columns. So we have one for start, length, order, and search. And if you guys remember, this data is coming from our request input field. That's going to be inside our requests folder. And you can see these are the names here. And in here, let's actually call our index method. All right, let's remove this return and let's go back to our index method. Now inside our users data table repository, let's go ahead and create a variable protected. It's going to be of type string. Let's call it table, and it's going to hold our database table name. The reason why we're using protected is so that once we finish implementing this, we will be moving this code to our datatables repository file, and we will extend that file and we will override these variables. Now let's create another protected variable. It's going to be of type array, and let's call it order columns. And in here, we're going to define all the columns that we can order. So we're going to have users.id. You can order the ID, users.name, and users.email. Let's go ahead and create another protected variable. It's going to be of type array, and let's call it search columns. Same thing as we did for the order. We want to define all the columns that we can search. So you can search the email and name. It's going to be of type array, and let's call it select columns. And in here, we want to define all our SQL select columns. So we're going to select our user ID, username, and user email. Under here, let's define another protected method. All right, now let's create another protected variable. And let's call it join query. For this one, we don't have any value. Let's keep it empty. And let's add one more protected string. And this one is going to hold our work condition for our query. Let's call it where, and let's set the value to users.id greater than 0. All right, now let's go down here and let's go ahead and create another function. I'm going to create a private function here. Let's call it build SQL. And for the parameters, I'm just going to literally copy what we have here for the index, and let's paste it in here. And this function is going to return an array. So the return for this method is going to be our SQL query and the bindings with it. So we're going to do return, and we're going to return two values, the SQL and the bindings. And the bindings are a list of array. Don't worry too much about this yet. We will cover it in a bit. Let's go ahead and add one more change. First, let's just erase these users dot. We don't need to reference the table name. And under here, let's create a new protected array, and let's call it exception columns. And for the values, we're going to set key value pairs. So the keys are going to be the column names, for example, ID, and we're going to map it to the database table. So we're going to have users.id. Let's copy this and paste it a few times. And let's do the same thing for name. and email. All right. Actually, for the select columns, let's go ahead and add users back. And let's go ahead and scroll all the way down to our build SQL method. In here, we're going to create a new variable. Let's call it select columns. And for this variable, we're going to set it to what we have in here, the select columns, but we're going to combine them into a single line string separated by comma. So select columns is going to equal implode. We're going to separate by comma, and we're going to grab all the select columns we have. For the SQL, just for now, let's keep it simple. We're going to write select our select columns from this table, and this is going to give us our table name users. This is a simple select statement. And under here, we're going to add limit by length and offset by start. Let's scroll up inside our index method. Let's use our SQL. In here, let's create a new variable. Let's call it query. And this is going to equal the result of our build SQL method. We're going to give it columns, start, length, order, and search. Let's clean this file up. All right, in here, we're going to run this query. So we're going to create a new variable called result, and this is going to equal db. Let's add the namespace, which is going to be under the support facades db. And we're going to run a raw SQL query. So we're going to do select. We're going to reference our query in here, SQL. If you guys remember, this would be this value here. And the next parameter will be our bindings. So we're going to add query bindings. Now, if we run this result, it's going to return back a collection. Instead of the collection, we want an array. So we're going to run JSON decode, then JSON encode our database query. For the JSON decode, let's add the second parameter, true, and this will return an associative array. And for the return here, we're going to return 3 variables. Records filtered. For this one, just for now, set it to 10. Records total. Just for now, set it to 10. And data. And this will be the result. Let's go back to our developer tools and let's replay our request. In here, we're getting an error and it's saying inside the user's data table repository index, argument 2 must be of type int string given. So this is going to be inside our user service. This is coming from our data variable in here, start and length. And this was coming from our controller, which was pulling this off from our request, Datatables request file. In here, let's scroll down. For the start and the length, let's convert them to integers. Now let's go back to our browser and let's reply this request. We can see our results. Before we can see a working version of this, we will still need to add our action column. So here we have email, we have name, but we don't have actions. Let's just temporarily add this quickly. Let's go to our user service. In here, let's set the return to a variable called result, and let's return result here. Let's go ahead and do a DD on results to see how this variable looks like. And you can see results will have this array data. We want to add actions to every element in here. To do this, we're going to use the array callback method. So we're going to do result data is equal to array map. Let's add the function callback. Let's call the variable row. And for the values here, we're going to go through the results data. For the row, let's add our new action column. And let's set actions to just an empty string for now. We will build this in the next steps. And let's go ahead and return our row. Let's go back to our developer tools and let's replay our request. And we should see we have actions in here. Let's go back to our browser and let's refresh our page. And you can see we have our indexing API in here. Now we're going to implement the search, the order, and the pagination. Before we do that, let's go ahead and go to our database. Let's go to our users table and let's go to data. You should have your default user in here. Let's go ahead and duplicate this user a few times. Let's change the email and let's go ahead and change the name. This is going to help us out once we start testing our search functionality. Let's go back to our users data table repository. Let's scroll up and let's go ahead and implement these two methods, one for records total and one for records filtered. To show you guys what these do, I'm just going to do this as an example. You don't have to do this. I'm going to change the records total to 55. And the records filtered, let's change it to 15. Let's go back to our browser and let's refresh. In here, on the bottom, this is what you will see, showing 1 to 10 of 15 entries. The 15 is pretty much the records filtered value. This is how much records are filtered with respect to the search that's performed on the query. And in here, you will see filtered from 55 total entries. This is pretty much the records total. So for this value, we don't care about the search or any other query that might affect the number of results. This is the total number of users in our database. And the pagination here is built on the records filtered value. So here we have 15, so 2 pages. Let's go back to our code editor. For the records total, it's really easy. We're going to use Eloquent. So we're going to call our user model. Let's make sure you add the namespace. And we're going to call the function called count. And this will return the total number of records in our database. For the records filtered, we're going to do the same thing that we did for the SQL here. Let's go ahead and copy this and let's paste it right under. Let's format the file. And in here, let's call this count SQL. Let's change the select statement here. Instead of selecting our columns, we're going to select count star as total. Let's go up here and let's copy this query and let's paste it inside the records filtered. And in here, we want to use the count SQL instead. We want to change the select to select one because we don't want more than one record. And in here, let's index our variable total. This is going to be our result. Let's go to our web browser. Let's refresh. And you should see that our display here is working. Now we're almost done. We have to build our order query in here. So you can see you can order columns. And we also need to build the search functionality. Let's go back to our code editor and you want to go ahead and go to your users data table repository file. You want to scroll down and go to our build SQL method. Under here, let's go ahead and create a new private function. Let's call it private function build order by query. And we're going to give it 2 arguments, array columns list and another array for our order list. And this function will return a string, which is going to be our query. Let's go ahead and call it in here. So let's go to our build SQL method. Let's create a new variable. Let's call it order query. And this is going to equal the value that comes out of the build order by query function. Let's give it the parameters. So we have columns and we have order. Both are arrays. And let's scroll down here. Now, before we build anything, I'm going to do a quick DD on columns list and order list to give you an idea of what they look like. I'm going to write DD. And in here, I'm going to add columns list. Under it, I'm going to add order list. In our browser, I'm going to replay our request. And let's go ahead and preview that. So here we have our columns array and here we have our order array. So the columns array will give you all our columns list. What we care about is these 2 parameters, the orderable and searchable. Now the second list here, this is our order columns. And you can see this is an array. It has a list of objects where you have 2 parameters, the column number and the direction. Here it's descending. If you guys remember from our validation, we have only 2 values, descending and ascending. So what this tells us here right now is that column 1 needs to be ordered in descending order. And column 1 would be this one right here. It is the email. We will create a for loop and we will check if a column is orderable and it is also being ordered here. In our code, we will create our check. So we're going to for loop through our order columns here. We will check before we add our order query if column 1 here, for example, is orderable. So this has to be true. Back to our code editor. In here, let's go ahead and create a new array. Let's call it order by query list. And let's set it to empty for now. And let's do a for each statement. So for each order list as to order element. Then in here, we want to grab our order direction. So I'm going to do a new variable order by, and I'm going to set it to our to order element, their value. Now we're going to check if the column 1, which is this one, is orderable. So we're going to write an if statement. If columns list, and we're going to index it by to order element, and the value was column. And we want to check if this is orderable. So we're going to write here orderable. We're going to check if this is equal to true. Then what we want to do is we want to grab the column name and make sure that the column name is listed inside our order columns. So what these do here, the order columns, and the search columns will create a back-end way of enforcing what can be ordered and what cannot be ordered. We don't want our users or anyone to pretty much call that API manually and start selecting random columns. So we want to enforce what columns the users can order. So scroll down in here. Let's go ahead and grab the column name. So the column name is going to be coming from our array here, the first one, the columns list, and we're going to index it by the number that's coming from our second list. So in here, we're going to pretty much copy all this. Let's paste it in here and let's change orderable to column. Now let's do our check. So if in array, our column name and this order columns, then we want to append our query for order. So it's going to be order by query list. We're going to add a new element. It's going to equal. Now for the value here, you want to make sure that we are actually selecting the columns from our exception list. So here you can see name is equal to users.name. The reasons why we need to do this is, let's say you have a join query. And let's say you have, for example, column ID, and it exists on both your table and the join table, then it will cause an error. That's why we need to make sure that all our columns are in here and we're using the fully qualified name for the column. So let's scroll down, and this value here would be pretty much what we have in our exception list. So this exception columns, let's add the column name. Let's close this. And we're going to also add our order direction. So that's going to be our order by here. And you don't need to worry about SQL injections for this value as well, because we have validations that prevents any other value than ascending and descending strings. Let's close this. And under our for loop, let's add an if statement. So we're going to say if the count of our order by query list is greater than 0, then we want to return our query. So that's going to be order by, and we want to combine all our columns into a single line string. So we're going to do implode. We're going to separate it by comma, and we're going to add all our order by queries. Otherwise, if we don't have any order by query, we're going to just return the empty string. Let's scroll up in here. Let's grab this order by and let's add it to our SQL method in here, right under this table. You don't need to add it to the count SQL because we don't care about the order there. Let's save this. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh our page. And looks like we have an error. Let me go ahead and pull the DevTools. And it's saying here, trying to access array offset on value of type int. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's scroll down. So there's two mistakes here. The first one in here where I have column list, we're supposed to close this array index. This one has to be closed. And in here, we need to do the same thing. Let's remove this. Let's add it right here. And this column, we need to change it from column to data. This is my mistake. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. And you should see we have our order here working. Now let's go ahead and build our search. Back to our code editor. In here, under the order query inside our build SQL method, let's add a new variable. Let's say search query object. And this is going to equal a new function. Let's call it build search query. And let's pass in columns and our search list. Let's scroll down all the way under our build order by query. Let's create that function. So it's going to be private function build search query. And we have two parameters, our columns list and our search list. And this one is going to actually return an array. Let's create two new variables in here. The first one is going to be our bindings list. Let's set it to an empty array. And another one, let's call it query list. Let's also set it to an empty array. Under here, let's go ahead and return an associative array. In here, we're going to have two parameters, SQL. For the value for the SQL, we're going to do similar to what we did for the order by. We're going to implode our query list and we're going to append them by OR statements. So we're going to do implode or, make sure you add the two spaces before and after, and our query list. And under here, we're going to also return our bindings. All right, now let's scroll up and let's go back to our build SQL method. So here's what we're going to do. First, let's grab our where query. If you guys remember on the top here, we had a string where we added our where query. Let's scroll down back to our build SQL method. And in here, let's create our where query. If you guys remember, let's scroll up in here, we created this variable. We called it where, and this includes our where query. So what we want to do here is first check if that is empty. So let's create a new variable. Let's call it where query. And let's set that to equal. We're going to use the ternary operator to do a conditional assignment in here. So we're going to say if this where does not equal empty, then in here, we want to set the value of the where query to where, and we want to add our where query in here. Else, we want to leave it to the empty string. Now we have our where query. We need to set our search list inside here as well. So we're going to add another if statement. Let's say if, and if you guys remember, in our search query object, we return two variables, SQL and bindings. So we're going to check if the SQL is not empty, then we're going to add our search query from here inside our where case. So it's going to be if our search query object SQL variable is not an empty string, then we want to add to our where query equal to inside the strings. Let's add our where query again. And in here, we want to add our search query by appending it with and. And inside these brackets in here, let's go ahead and add our search query. It's going to be inside our object. So we're going to use the curly brackets. We're going to reference our search query object, and we will reference the SQL variable. And let's clean this up. Now in here for the bindings, let's attach ours. That's coming from our search query object, and we called it bindings. And for the SQL and the count SQL, we will add our where query in here. Let's copy paste this right under the from part. Now we haven't implemented our search query yet, but out of the box, this code should still work as it normally does. Let's double check that. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. And you can see here, our table still works. Let's go back to our code editor. You want to scroll down all the way. And in here, let's go ahead and build our search query. So we're going to create a new variable. Let's call it search value. And that's going to be coming from our search list inside the variable called value. And it's pretty much similar to what we did for order by. Let's do a for each statement. And in here, we want to loop through our columns list. So we're going to apply the search to all the searchable columns in here. We're going to do columns list as column. Let's go ahead and grab the column name. And that's going to be coming from our column variable. It's going to be called data. Now we want to do the same thing that we did here. We want to check if it is inside our search list. So here we have search columns. We want to make sure we only return the ones that we specify there. Let's scroll down all the way. Add an if statement. If in array, our column, and if it exists inside our search columns, then we want to do the same thing that we did here. Let's go ahead and copy this part, the exceptional columns, and let's set it inside our query. So our query list is going to equal. Let's paste it in here. And right here, let's add like and a question mark. Let's add our bindings list. So we're going to add a new variable. And for this one as well, make sure you append it to the list. We need to have those brackets in here in the end. Same thing for the bindings list. And this is going to equal our search value. Make sure you add the 2% sign here. And let's add our search value. So what the search signs do is, let's say, for example, you're searching for a keyword inside value. And let's say you're searching for the letters L and U. Once you have these number signs, then what this means is that we don't care about the values on the right and on the left as long as the keywords, let's say LU, exist. So it's not a strict search. Let's go back to our browser and let's try it out. So let's try to search. Here we have a name Joe. Let's try J, and you can see that we're searching for specifically this row, Joe. Let's add a space. Let's add another letter, and you can see we don't have any values in here. Now our last step, we want to clean this up and we want to create a base class that we can extend. Let's go inside app, modules, and we need to create a new folder called Datatables. If you already have it, go ahead and create a new file. Call it datatable repository.php. And let's go ahead and copy what we have in here inside our users repository. Let's paste it in here. And let's scroll up all the way. And in here, let's clear out these values, but we want to leave the variables. So table is going to be an empty string. All of them are going to be emptied. And make sure that we also rename our class name. It should be Datatables repository. And this is very important, the namespace. So it's going to be under app, modules, datatable. That's our folder name. Now what we want to do here, let's go to our users datatable repository file and let's erase all our index method in here. And in here, we want to extend our datatable repository. So for all the future API endpoints, all you need to do is just set these values and you should have a complete indexing API ready for you. Let's do one more check and make sure everything works. Let's refresh our web page. Let's do some quick search. And yeah, everything looks like it's working. All right, guys, for this part of the course, I highly recommend you all download and install Postman. Postman will make it very easy for us to send and manage API requests locally. To install Postman, it's really easy. You want to go to your browser and you want to search for Postman. And it should be literally the first link. Go to download Postman and you want to go ahead and download it from here. Once you have it installed, you want to go ahead and on the top here, click new. And here you want to select collection. And then you want to right click on the new collection here and you want to rename it. Let's call it Laravel blog. In here, you want to go ahead and add a new request. This request will be used to run our authorization endpoint for login. And this will let us run all our other backend endpoints that need authorization. Right here on the new request, you want to right click and you want to rename it. Let's call it login. Now you want to go back to your collection and click here, click right on it. You want to go to variables and you want to add a new variable. Let's call it base URL. And the value, you want to set it to your local host. I am using HTTP localhost on port 8000. And in here, you want to go ahead and create a new variable, call it token. Now you want to click on authorization. In here in type, you want to select barrier token. And in here, you want to add and reference your token variables. To do that, you're going to use the curly brackets. Then you should be able to see your variable here, token. You want to click on that. And this will now reference our variable for the authorization token. Now, whatever changes you make, guys, inside the environment variables, in here on the top, you should see this orange dot. You want to make sure you save your files. Otherwise, this changes here will not reflect. So you're going to press Control S or click on right here, save. Let's go to our login row. For the URL, let's go ahead and reference our base URL. And let's go ahead and use our endpoint. So that was API login. Now, inside here, you want to change the get to post. And let's go ahead and go to body. In here, you want to select raw, then click on the text here and select JSON. In here, we're going to add our request parameters. So we're going to add a JSON object. Now let's go ahead and test if our validation works. So we're going to send an empty body. Now, if you see this page, which is basically your home page, and you're getting status 200, so we're not hitting our endpoint, then what you want to do is you want to go to headers. And this is the case whenever you make an API request. You want to go here and you want to add accept. And in the value, you want to say application/JSON right here. Now let's give it another try. Let's click send. So you see right now we're getting status code 422, and this is our validation errors. So the email field is required. Let's go ahead and add our email field. All right, for the password, I made mine to be password, if you guys remember, in our migration file for the base seed. Now let's go ahead and click send. If you see this error, session store not set on request, this is a very common error. Let's go back to our code editor. And in here, you want to go to your routes api.php file. In here, for our login, we gave it a middleware of guest. The middleware does not have session start. You need to use the same middleware here, web or auth middlewares. So let's go ahead and write here, route middleware, and let's add web. And let's go ahead and create a group here. We're gonna add function and a callback. And in here, let's go ahead and move this post route to here. And we don't really need the guest. It's already covered in the web. We can remove this. Let's go back to Postman. And now let's send our request. If you see this error, CSRF token mismatch, this is also a common error you will face whenever you start a new Laravel project. You want to go back to your code editor, and let's go ahead and go to our app folder, HTTP, and we're going to go to our kernel file. In here, if you scroll down, you want to go to the web section. This is the middleware that we're using. And then this is the one that is giving us errors right now, the verify CSRF token. You want to go inside your HTTP folder to middleware, and you want to go to the verify CSRF token here. And what this middleware will do is it will verify the CSRF token that's inside your web pages. The problem with this is that for API requests, we don't have this. So we want to exclude our API that's under our API.php file. So in here, let's go ahead and add a new value. It's going to be /API/star. Now let's go back to Postman and let's go ahead and send our request. Now we get a status of 200. We are authorized. But this is not going to help us because this output here does not provide us our authorization token. In order for us to authorize any client, including Postman, we will need to authorize the user by generating API tokens. We will cover this topic in the next chapter. Alright guys, for this part, I highly recommend you read the documentation for the Laravel Sanctum. You can find it under their homepage. If you scroll down, inside packages, there should be a part for Sanctum. So what Sanctum does is provide us an authentication system that we could use for SPAs, mobile applications, and pretty much simple token-based APIs. It's very easy and quick to get set up with this. Let's go ahead and scroll down. For the installations, we need to run these 3 commands. Let's go ahead and copy the composer require Laravel Sanctum. And in our terminal, let's go ahead and run the composer require Laravel/Sanctum command. Once that's done, let's go back to the Laravel documentation page and we want to copy this command. Let's add this here. And the last command would be the PHP artisan migrate. Once that's done, we want to update our authorization endpoint. Let's go ahead and go to our app folder, to our HTTP, controllers, and auth controller. Inside here, you want to scroll down and you should see we have a login method. In here, once we have an authorization attempt that succeeds, let's go ahead and update our request so we could return our user and token. Let's create a new variable called user, and this is going to equal auth user. This will give us our authorized user model. In the return here, let's go ahead and add a response. So we're going to add the brackets in here and let's return user. Let's also return token, and that's going to be under user, a function called create token. Let's give it a name, my token, and you want to go ahead and do plain text token. This is coming from Laravel Sanctum. Let's go back to our Postman, and you want to go ahead and click send, and you should now be able to see your token in here. Let's go ahead and copy this token. Go to Laravel blog, under token, you want to go ahead and set this value here. Also at the current value as well. And make sure to save this, Control S. Now let's add a quick request just to test if the token is actually working. Right click on the login and go ahead and duplicate it. Let's rename this and let's call it index. And actually go ahead and create a new folder. So you want to right click on your collection name here and click on add folder, call it users. And let's put our index method in here and let's go to our request here. Let's change it to get. And let's change the API to dashboard /users/index. Let's click send. And you should see we have an unauthenticated error. Let's go back to our code editor. And you want to go to your routes API.php. We want to change the auth middleware to auth::sanctum. Let's also move the logout from here. And let's place it inside the web. And let's add the middleware here for auth. We will need to do this because the logout will require web. Now let's go back to Postman and let's give this a try. And you should see now that it works. We are getting our validation errors. So we connected to the API. There is just one more change you need to be careful with. Let's go back to our web browser and let's go to our web page. Mine was at localhost 8000. And right now, if you go to login and log in, it should be broken. Let's go ahead and sign in, and you can see we're redirected back to our sign in page. So the login is broken after we installed that. The reason for this is when you install Sanctum, you need to exclude it from your front end. So you want to go to config, and you should find a sanctum.php configuration file in here. In here where it says stateful, you need to add your local host. For me, it is localhost 8000. Let's give this a try. Let's go back to our browser and let's try to log in. And I managed to log in. Now let's go ahead and try to log out. So I'm going to click here and press log out. Now let's log back in. And let's take a look at our logout. For some reason, it's going to the right. That's because in Bootstrap 5, when you have a dropdown, you can specify if you want the dropdown to be on the right or the left. Let's go back to our code editor and let's quickly adjust that. Let's go inside our resources folder, views, dashboard, layout, navbar. And in here, let's find our drop-down element. And it's right here, the drop-down menu. And what you want to add is the drop-down menu and the class. And this will realign it at the right instead of the left. Let's refresh. Let's try again. And you can see that's fixed now. Just a final note. Now, when we installed Sanctum, we ran a migration. And in here, if you go to your database, you should have a new table. It should be called personal access tokens. If you go to data, you should see this is your access tokens that was issued. Now in here for name, we set it to my token, but to be honest, that's not really that descriptive. Let's go to our auth controller. And in here where we said my token, let's actually change this to user email. Let's grab the user email instead. So all the tokens are stored in here. You guys can always see. Also, if we go back to our sanctum.php file and scroll down in here, you will find this expiration field. Right now it is set to null, but you should definitely not have it null. What this does is it will make your token expire. Once it expires, you will have to log in again. This is very important for security purposes, but locally it's fine if it's null. Alright guys, for this part of the course, we're going to build 3 API endpoints. One will be for creating a new user, one to get a user by ID, and the last one to delete a user by ID. Those are your standard CRUID APIs. Inside our code editor, let's go ahead and create our routes. We're gonna go to the route folder, api.php. Inside the authenticated Sanctum middleware, let's go ahead and add our 3 routes. So I'm going to create the get endpoint first. So it's going to be route get. Let's set the URL to be /dashboard/user and we want to add an ID here. It's a query parameter. And this route, we're going to map it to our user's controller. And let's go ahead and reference a method. Let's call it get. We haven't created it, but we will create it in a bit. Now notice here where I specify ID. This is a query parameter. ID can be anything right now, but we only want to accept integers. So let's go ahead and add a validation rule in here. And we want to say where ID, and this is going to be a similar expression to regex. So we're going to add, it can be anything from 0 to 9 characters. So you can have as many digits as you want. Let's go ahead and copy this route. Let's paste it and let's change the get to delete. This will be used for our delete endpoint. Let's change the method here to delete. And let's go ahead and create this one more time, copy paste. Let's change the type to post. And this will be used to create and update our users. Let's remove the ID field and let's remove the ID validation from here as well. And let's rename the method to update. Now let's go to our users controller. That's inside app, HTTP, controllers, users controller. And in here, let's go ahead and create our 3 methods. So we're going to have public function, get, int, and this is going to be our ID. And this method will return a JSON response. Let's go ahead and copy what we have inside the index method in here. Let's paste it. And let's change this, the service, from using the index method to get. And we're going to pass in ID. And let's erase this extra closing bracket. And let's actually copy this method and let's do our delete as well. Let's call the method delete. And let's change the service method to delete as well. We will do the update last. Let's go to our service that's inside our modules, users folder under users service. Inside our user service, let's create a new public function. Let's call it get, and this will be for our get route. And we're passing in an integer ID. And for now, let's ignore the return. Let's copy paste this again, and let's do the same thing for delete. Now in here, in our users folder, let's create a new file and let's call it users repository.php. Let's go ahead and create our new PHP file. We're going to declare strict types equal 1. Let's set the namespace to app, modules, and under users. Let's create our new class. Let's call it users repository. And in here, let's define a new function for get. So we're going to write public function get. We're going to give an integer ID, and we're going to return a user model. To fetch our user from our database, we're going to use Eloquent. So we're going to write user, 2 colons, and we're going to use the method called find or fail, and we're going to pass in ID. For the delete, let's go ahead and copy our get method. Let's paste it, and it's going to be the same thing, find or fail, but we're going to add here delete. And let's go ahead, remove the return from here. Let's rename this function to delete, And let's change the return to void because we're not really returning anything in here. All right, now let's go back to our user service. And in here, let's go ahead and inject our user repository file. So we're going to create a new variable. It's going to be private, read only, users repository. Let's call it repository. And let's add the comma in here. Let's go ahead and reference our functions in here. So for the delete, it's simple. We're just calling our repository delete method, and we're passing in the ID. For the get method, we want to transform our model to an array. So we're going to use something called resources. To create a resource file, we're going to go to our app folder, HTTP. In here, let's create a new folder. Let's call it resources. And in here, let's create a new file. Let's call it user resource. Let's not forget to add the .php extension. Let's go ahead and create our new file here. So we're going to add the PHP starting tag. Let's declare strict types, set it to 1. Let's add our namespace. So that's going to be under app HTTP resources. Let's create our class. Let's call it user resource. And we're going to extend JSON resources. That's going to be inside the Illuminate HTTP resources JSON resources folder. And in here, we're going to define a new method. So it's going to be public function to array. Now in here, we're going to override the function called to array. We're going to write public function to array. We're going to pass in our request parameter. Now in here, we're going to return our array. Now for our users database table, we have ID. We want to return that. So let's reference ID. We want to also return name. So let's set our name, and we want to also return email. So let's set that. Now let's go back to our user service file. And in here, let's go ahead and grab our user from our repository. So we're going to grab it from our get method. And we're going to pass in ID. And now we're going to return a new user resource. And for the constructor, let's go ahead and pass in our user variable. Let's go ahead and copy this and set our return here to be user resource. And let's go ahead and go to our controller file. And let's double check our work here. So we have our get method. We're returning our user resource here. And this will be automatically converted to an array. Let's jump down to our delete method. And in here, we're actually not returning anything. So let's remove this. And let's add null. But let's change the response code to say HTTP, no content. So this is going to give a 204. Let's go ahead and give these a try. Let's open Postman. Inside our users folder for our index method, let's go ahead and duplicate this. Let's rename it and let's call it get. In here, let's go ahead and change this, and we're gonna grab our user ID 1. So that's our first user. Let's go ahead and remove the body. We're gonna set it to none, and let's give this a try. Let's send. All right, now looks like we have an error and it's saying not found HTTP exception. Let's double check our routes file and make sure that our route is declared. We're going to go to api.php. And in here, if you realize I made a mistake, so we could leave it as user, but I want to set it to users just to be consistent with our index implementation. So we're going to add users here and users here as well. Let's go back to Postman. Let's give this a try. Let's submit. And you can see our get method is working. I'm just going to open my database quickly. And in here, I'm going to go to users and I'll just delete user 3 here. So the ID is 3. If you don't have a second user, you could just duplicate one. So if you right click here and you could say duplicate without row keys and save, we will have to change the email because emails are unique. So let's set this to 1 and you could go ahead and delete that. So let's give this a try. Let's delete 3 and 5. Let's duplicate our get request. Let's rename it. Let's call it delete. And let's change the method type to delete. And let's change the ID to 3. Let's try this. And you can see here we got 204, no content. Let's try to delete the ID 5. And we got 204, no content. Let's go back to our database and let's make sure this is working. I'm going to refresh. Now it looks like it's not working. Let's go ahead and see why that is. So inside our controller, if you guys remember, previously we removed this method. Let's go ahead and add it on top of our response in here. So we still have to call it, but we're not returning any value. Let's save this and let's give it a try. Let's go ahead and delete user 5. And we got a 204. Let's try doing it again. We should get an error. No query result found for model user 5. That's because we deleted it. Let's do the same thing to user ID 3. And we can see we deleted it. Let's go to our database. Let's refresh. And you can see we deleted our users. Now let's go ahead and do our create endpoint. Let's go back to our user controller file. And in here, we're going to create a new method. I'm going to make it under the get. Let's call it public function update. And for now, let's leave it empty. And let's go ahead and create our request. So here we're going to have parameters that we're going to need to validate. So we're going to go under HTTP controllers, our requests file. Let's go ahead and copy our login. Let's paste it and let's rename it. Let's call it user update request.php. And let's rename the class name here. Now let's go ahead and erase all this here and let's leave it empty. Now to create our user, we're going to first grab our parameters. We have ID and our ID can be nullable and it must be numeric. So you can't have ID, for example, that's a letter A. And we have name that's going to be required. It's going to be a string and it must have at least 3 characters. Let's create another one for email. And email is required and it must be of type email. And the last one would be password. For password, it's going to be nullable because when you edit a user, we don't want to resubmit the password. And we're going to also require confirmation for the user. So we're going to be confirmed. So once the password is provided, we're going to have another field for the password. Let's call it password underscore confirmation. And both those password fields must be equal to pass this validation rule. And the passwords must be admin 6 characters. And I'm going to add a required field and I'm going to say password is required without ID. So what this says is if ID is set to null or it does not exist, then password is required. The reason for this is that if ID is not set, that means the operation is going to be create. So we're going to need to have password. Now for the data in here, let's go ahead and add ID. We're going to return that and it's going to come from our input. And if ID is not provided, we're going to set the default to null. Let's grab our name. And for name, we don't need the default because it is required. Same thing for email. Let's copy paste this and let's change it to email. And the last one, let's go ahead and copy the ID and paste it here is going to be the password. And password is going to have a null default. Now let's go back to our user's controller file and let's use our new request. So we're going to add here user update request. Let's call it request. We're going to be returning a JSON response. And in here, let's go ahead and copy what we did for the get. Let's change our service method to update and let's pass in request instead of ID. Now let's go ahead and go to our service file. Under the get, let's build our create and update method. So we're going to write public function update. The parameter here was user update request. Let's call it request. And for the return, we're going to be returning a user resource file, the same thing that we did for get. And let's actually copy what we did here for the get. Let's paste it. Instead of doing get, we're going to do update. And instead of passing ID, we're going to pass in our request. Now let's go to our repository file and let's go ahead and build this method. Let's do it right under the get. I'm going to add a new public function. Let's call it update. We're going to pass in the user request and let's call it request. And in here, we're going to return a user model. All right, let's grab our data from our request. So we're going to create a new variable and we're going to grab this data from here by referencing our data method. Let's create a new variable. Let's call it new user, which is going to equal. Let's add a ternary operator here and we're going to add a condition. We're going to say if data ID is equal to null, then we're going to create a new user. Otherwise, if it is not null, then we're going to find the user. So we're going to call our get method. So we're going to do this get and let's go ahead and pass in our ID. Now we're going to set our name and email fields. So for our new user, we're going to set our name property to equal the name coming from our data. And let's go ahead and do the same thing. We're going to set our email now. That's going to be coming from our data email field. Now for the last one, the password. So we're going to say if the password that was provided to us does not equal null. So if the password is not empty, then we're going to set the user password. So we're going to reference our password field here. And that's going to equal bcrypt. And let's add in the password. This will encrypt our password. All right, our last step here is to actually save that. So we're going to call our new user save method. And let's go ahead and return our new user. Let's give this a try. Let's open Postman. Let's duplicate our get method in here. Let's rename it to create/update. And let's go ahead and change the method to post. And let's remove the ID from here. Let's go to body. And let's make sure we select raw. And let's just submit this. Let's see our validation errors. All right, here we can see that the name field is required. The email, the password. Let's try creating a new user. Let's set the name. And you want to go ahead and add an email. I'm going to set mine to support2@ahdcloud.com. And let's go ahead and add a password. For the password, I'm just going to call it password. Let's see if this works. All right, we need the password confirmation here. So let's go ahead and add that. and it has to be also password. Let's send. And you can see we created our new user. I clicked send again and I got this error because it's saying duplicate entry for this. Remember, email has to be unique. Let's go ahead and update our validation rules to add that. So we're going to go back to our user update request file. For email, let's go ahead and add a new rule. Let's say unique. The table name is going to be users and the column name is email. Let's try this out. Let's go back to our Postman. Let's submit the same request again. And you can see we have this validation error. The email has already been taken. Now let's try to update our user. So let's refresh our database here. And I want to update user with ID 6. I want to change the name. Let's try that. I'm going to reference here the ID. It is ID 6. Let's go ahead and remove the password because I don't want to change it. And let's try it if this works. So I'm going to change emad to emad2. Let's submit this. Now it looks like we have some validation errors, but this time it's because we have here a comma. So we need to remove it. We can't have an ending comma in your object for JSON. Let's send this again. All right, now this is going to be a problem. It's saying that the email is already taken, but this time we're not updating our email. We are just updating our user. So let's go ahead and go back to our validation rules here. And for our email field, let's go ahead and grab our ID. So we're going to add ID and we're going to set this to equal this input. And we're going to grab this ID from our request. Let's set the default to an empty string. And in here, what we want to do is we want to copy our ID and let's add it in here. So we're going to add a comma and we're going to add ID. Let's give this a try. Let's submit our request now. And you can see that we can update our user. Let's try removing the ID and let's see what happens. Right, we need to add our password. All right, and let's go ahead and change our email because we're creating a new user. So I'm going to say support 3. Let's submit. And you can see now it works. We have created our get, create, delete, and index APIs. So far, we have all our endpoints created. We just need to add our users form. So when you click new user, you could create a user. And we need to add our action buttons here for edit and delete for every single row we have. Let's go back to our code editor and let's go ahead and go to our resources folder, views, dashboard, and users. In here, let's go ahead and create a new form. Let's call it form.blade.php. In here, we're going to create a new bootstrap 5 model. So we're going to create a new div. Let's give it a class, model, fade, and let's set the ID to users model. Now in here, let's go ahead and create another div. Let's give it a class, model, dialog, model full screen, and let's set the text to dark. And in here, we're going to create 2 more divs, one for the model body and one for the model footer. So the first one's going to be model-content. And right under it, we're going to create a new div. Let's give it a class, model-footer. And in here, in our main class, for the model dialog, let's go ahead and add the container class, just so we could wrap everything under a container. For the footer, we're going to add 2 buttons, one to close our form and one to submit our changes. So we're going to add a button. We're going to set the type to button. And for the class, let's go ahead and give it btn SM for small buttons. And let's set the color to secondary. And to close a model in Bootstrap 5, you're going to have to use the data BS as in Bootstrap dismiss. And you want to set the value here to model. And let's go ahead and add the text close. And let's close the button tag. Let's go ahead and duplicate this row. And for the second button, let's change the color to primary. The text, let's call it save changes. And let's go ahead and give it an ID. And let's call it submit users form. Now for our model content, let's go ahead and add a new row class. We're going to do div class row. And in here, let's go ahead and create a new column. Let's give it class call 12. So it's going to be the full width. And let's set the text to end. So we can align the text last. And for this row, we're going to add a span. And this one is going to be a button. So let's give it a type button. And what will this do is it's going to have like an X icon where you can click and close the form as well. So the class is going to be btn-close. And we need to do the same thing here and set this data dismiss attribute. Let's go ahead and close the span. Now, right under the model, we're going to add a new script tag. And in here, we're going to create a new function and let's call it clear form. For now, let's just leave it empty. Let's go back to our views, users, main.blade.php. In here, we need to include our form. We have to do that right under the script where we include our Datatables and JavaScript. So right here, I'm going to add an include and our form was located inside our dashboard folder, under users folder and we called it form. Now, once someone clicks the new user button, we want to trigger that form and open it. In here, right under where we declared our table URL, let's go ahead and create a new variable. So let's say let, and let's use a $sign and call it users model. The reason why I use a $sign is just to make it that we can easily distinguish this variable and know that it's for form. Let's set the value to equal new bootstrap.model. And here we need to provide our model JavaScript element. So we're going to use jQuery to do that. And we will reference it by ID. And we called it, let's go back in here in the form.blade. We called it users model. Let's copy this and let's add it here. Now for the second parameters, it's going to be an object where you have a bunch of flags that you can turn on and off. I highly recommend that you guys go through the Bootstrap 5 documentation, but just to give you an idea of some things that we can turn on and off, I'm going to add the keyboard. Let's set it to false. Focus, so let's set it to true. Backdrop to true. I'm not going to cover these specific options. I highly recommend you guys find those in the Bootstrap 5 documentation because there's a lot more than these options that you guys might find useful. Now that we have created our variable, let's go ahead and copy the name and let's scroll up. So every time we click on the new users button, we want to do two things. First, we want to clear our form. If you guys remember, we made this function right here. Then we want to show our model. So we're going to use our model variable name. We're going to add dot show. Let's test this out quickly. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh and let's click new. And you guys can see we have our model form right here. Now we need to fix this up a little bit because you can see here, this is not right, how you have spaces in here. Let's go back to our code editor and let's go to our form.blade.php file. So in here, you guys can see we have our container class on here on the model dialog. Let's go ahead and erase this. And right under, we're going to create a new div. Let's give it class model-content. And let's go ahead and copy our both the footer and the content and let's put it up inside there. And let's give the container class to the model content and let's also give it to the footer. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Let's click new users. And you can see we have our model in here. You can close it from here and you can close it from here as well. Now let's go back to our code editor and let's create our form. So right under this column where we have our dismiss button, let's go ahead and create a new column. Let's give it size 12. And in here, let's go ahead and add a container for our errors. So we're going to use div class alert danger. And let's give it a custom class. Let's call it error container. And let's set the style to display none. Now for this one, we can do the same thing that we did for the data tables. Let's add an h5 tag. Let's give it class, font, weight, bolder. Let's set the text to error. And let's close our h5 tag. Under here, we're going to add the UL. And this is where we're going to place all our errors. Now, right under our error container, let's go ahead and add our form. So what I'm going to do is add a new column, div class. Let's set it to size 12. And in here, let's add two HR HTML elements just for design. And let's set the h5 title. We're going to give it class, model title. And let's actually also give it font, weight, bolder. And let's set the text to new user. Let's go ahead and close our tag. Under the last HR tag, let's go ahead and add our form. Let's give it ID. Let's call it users form. In here, let's create a new row. And inside this row, we're going to place our inputs side by side. So we're going to divide the screen into two. So we're going to have a div. Let's give it class, call LG6. This will set the column to size 6 on large screens. Let's do the same thing for medium screens. And for small screens, let's actually give it size 12. And in here, let's add our first input. It's going to be for name. So let's add a label. Let's give it a class, form-label. Let's also set the font, weight to bolder. And let's give it a text name. Let's close our label tag. And under it, let's add our input. So the type is going to be text. The class is going to be form-control. And let's set the ID to user name. Let's close our tag. Actually, let's also copy this input. And on the form right here, under it, let's add it. And we're going to add a hidden input. So the type is going to be hidden. The class is going to be form control. And for the ID, let's set it to item ID. And what this will do is once we edit a user, we're going to set this value here. If this value is set, then we know it's an edit operation. This is the user ID. If this value is null, then we know that we're creating a new user. Now let's go ahead and copy paste this. And let's add a new column. And let's do one for email. So the text is, we're going to change it to email. The input type, let's leave it text. The ID, let's change it to user email. Let's go ahead and copy paste this again. And we're going to do one for password and another one for password confirmation. So this will be password. The type, change it to password. And the ID, let's use password. Also, HTML by default, when you have a password type here, your browser will sometimes autofill this based on what the user saved in his passwords list in his browser. So to prevent the autofill functionality, we're going to set the HTML autocomplete tag to new-password, and this will prevent the autocomplete functionality. Let's copy paste this again one last time, and this will be for password confirmation. So the type is going to be password. Let's just change the ID to password confirmation. Now let's give this a quick try. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Let's click new users, and you can see our form elements are in here. Now let's scroll down. Under here, let's create a new function. Let's call it clear errors. Now for the clear form, we're going to call our clear errors. Now to clear our form, we're just going to use jQuery. We're going to reference our inputs by ID. So we have one for item ID. Let's set the value to null. Let's copy paste this a few times. And let's set our username to null. Let's do the same thing for our user email, password, and our password confirmation. Now for our clear errors, we're going to use jQuery as well. We're going to reference our users model. And in here, we're going to reference our error container by class name, and we're going to select our UL element. And we're going to empty its content. Let's copy paste this. And in here, let's remove the UL. And we want to make sure that we hide our error container. Now we're going to implement our submit functionality. So in here, we want to make sure before we do that, that our document is fully loaded. So we're going to use the ready class function, and let's add our callback in here. And let's go ahead and reference our button here. We gave it ID submit users form, and we're gonna do on click. Let's add a callback function. The first thing we want to do is override the default JavaScript behavior for buttons. So we're gonna set the event prevent default. Under here, we're going to clear our errors, and we're going to make a post request. All right, so the first parameter here is going to be our API endpoint. Let's actually create a variable in here. So I'm gonna say let users endpoint equal, it's going to be /API/dashboard/users. Now for our post request, we're going to use our users endpoint. And now let's go ahead and set our post fields. So we're going to have ID, and that's coming from our item ID. Let's just copy this. And to grab the ID, we call the val function, but we remove the value from here. So this will give us the value from our input. Let's copy paste this a few times. Let's create one for name. And here we're going to reference username. We're going to have one for email. We're going to reference user email. We need one for password. We're going to reference our password field. And the last one is the password confirmation. So it's going to be password underscore confirmation. And let's go ahead and add our password confirmation. Now, when you're using the post method like this, you have a third parameter, and this will be the success case of the API call. If your API call succeeds, this is where you handle it. If our post is successful, then what we want to do is hide our model. So we're going to use users model.hide, and then we want to refresh our data table. So we're going to use jQuery for that. We're going to reference our data table, and this is the ID. If you guys remember, if you go back here in the table, we set the ID here. We're going to call the data table library, and let's call the Ajax variable, and let's call the reload method. And this will reload our data tables. Now under here, let's go ahead and handle the fail case. So this is the error. Let's add our function callback. Let's go back to Postman quickly, and let's just submit a request and make sure you don't have any elements in here. Looks like I am unauthenticated, so let me go ahead and log in quickly. Here's my token ID. I'm going to go ahead and place that inside my variable. Let's go back to our create update, and let's submit a request. And you should see now, this is our validation errors. This is how they look like. So it's an object. We have a variable called message, and then we have another variable called errors. This one is an object. So you can see here we have name, email, errors, password. So you could have X number of values in here. And the status code is 422. Let's keep all this in mind, and let's go back to our code editor. So here's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to say if my response status code is equal to 422, then we know that this is going to be from our Laravel validation, and this is how it's going to look. Else, it can be any error. We don't know what it is really. So we need to provide a generic error. Let's scroll up on here under clear forms. Let's create a new function, and let's call it show errors. And let's actually go ahead and add a parameter here. Let's call it errors list. And let's set this to be an empty array by default. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab all these keys from JavaScript. So to do that, you're going to write object.keys and you want to provide your variable name, errors list. Now, when we use this function, we're going to provide the errors. So all our keys are going to be name, email, and password. For these variables, we want to for loop through them. So we're going to add dot for each key, and let's add a callback function. So for every key, we want to add our error. We're going to append it to our UL element here. Let's actually copy this. Let's paste it in here, and let's change the empty to append. And in here, we're going to create a new lead tag and push it. And let's add a B tag, and this will make our text bold. And we're going to go ahead and add our key in here. So this key will be, for example, name, email, password. Let's go ahead and close our tags in here. So we have our B tag, and we also have our lead tag. And actually, before we close it, I'm just going to add a colon in here and space. Beside this, I'm going to add my errors from my errors list. So I'm going to do errors list and we're indexing it by key. So remember, our error list looks like this. We have name, email, password. When we give it key, you're basically indexing these variables. Here, you'll have an array of strings. So errors list, key, and let's do a plus here and close our lead tag. And actually, I made a mistake here. You don't need those two B tags here. Let's just close this. All right. Now, once we load all our errors, we want to display our errors container. So in here, we're going to literally just copy this, the hide part. Let's paste it and let's change hide to show. Now let's go ahead and scroll down. Inside our fill method, we're going to add our errors here. So we're going to write show errors. And let's reference the response JSON, the variable errors. Now for the else case, we're going to do the same thing. So let's go ahead and add show errors. But this time, we're going to add an object, and in here, let's add a key error, and let's set the value to a generic error. So let's say, could not process your request. Please try again later. Let's give this a try. Now let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh our web page. Let's click new user. Let's click submit. And oops, looks like we made a mistake. It's not supposed to close the form. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's scroll up. And in here for our button, when we copied it, we forgot to remove this part. So let's go ahead and remove it. Now let's go back here. Let's refresh. Let's click new user and let's submit our changes. Looks like it's not working. So let's investigate why. Whenever you have something in JavaScript that's not working, you want to go to your DevTools, press F12 on Windows. And here you want to go to console. And you can see our request is being submitted, but we're getting a 422 error, which is good. This is our validations, but for some reason they're not displayed. Let's go and see why. Let's scroll down. And looks like I made a typo in here. So it's not supposed to be users model. It's actually users model with an A. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do Control F. And it looks like I used it here 5 times. So we want to replace all these with users model with an A. It's kind of confusing because Bootstrap uses an A and Laravel Models uses an E. Once you have all those references fixed, let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Let's click new user. Let's submit. And you can see our validations error in here. Now, let's test the other generic error. So let's go back to our code editor. You don't need to do this, but just to demonstrate. I'm going to add here on the if statement, false. And this will always force this to be false, and we will see what this looks like. So let's refresh, let's click new, let's submit, and here's our generic error. Let's go back, let's remove the and false part, and let's go back to our browser. Let's actually test if this works. So I'm going to try this. I'm going to write my name, the email. I'm going to set it to support2@ahtcloud.com. I'm going to set the password to password. And let's submit this. And you can see our new record is loaded in here. We refreshed our table. Now, I guess what's left is doing the action buttons here, edit and delete. Let's go back to our code editor and let's go to our main.blade.php file. Let's go ahead and scroll all the way down. And under the user model, let's just remove this space here. Let's create 2 functions. The first one is going to be edit item. Let's give it a parameter. Let's call it item ID. And let's create another function. And let's call it delete item. And let's give it item ID. For now, I'm going to add an alert. I'm going to say delete. You don't need to do this. And I'm going to do the same thing, alert, and I'm going to say edit. Now we're going to create our action buttons. Let's collapse all our file explorer in here. Let's scroll up. Let's go to app. Let's go to modules. Let's go to Datatables. And let's create a new file here. Let's call it buttons.php. And let's add our PHP starting tag. Under here, let's declare strict types. Let's set that to 1. And let's add our namespace. That's going to be under app modules/datatable. And let's go ahead and create a new abstract class. Let's call it buttons. And this class is going to be static. We don't need to really create an object for this class every single time. So static is fine. Let's do public static function. Let's call it action buttons. And let's give it 3 parameters. The first one is going to be string, and let's call it event name. Now let's create another parameter, and let's call it text. This is going to be our buttons text. And the last one, string, let's call it color, and let's go ahead and add those here. So we're going to return an anchor tag. The class, let's set it to btn, and let's use also our color class in here. And let's also use the btn-sm to make a small buttons. Let's give it a margin to the start of 1 and a margin on the end of 1 as well. Since this is an anchor tag, every time you click on it, by default, the browser will redirect you. To prevent that, we're going to override the href functionality. So let's set the value here to JavaScript void 0. And this will prevent the redirects. The last one, on click, let's go ahead and call our event name. And make sure that you surround these with single quotations. Then our last step is to add our text in here, and let's go ahead and close it. Now, let's go back to our app, modules, users, user service.php. Let's scroll down a little bit, and in here, we had our callback function, if you guys remember, where we set our actions to nothing. Let's go ahead and add it here. So we're going to reference our buttons class that's inside app modules Datatables, and we're going to reference our action button function. In here, let's go ahead and add an event. For our event name, we're going to call our function. We call the edit item. And in here, we're going to provide a parameter for our event ID. So let's grab that from our row. Let's create a new variable, call it event ID, and that's going to equal the ID coming from row. Now let's copy this and use it in here. That's our first parameter. Our second parameter is the text, and let's set the text to edit. And for the color, let's set it to btn-dark. Let's copy paste this and add our delete button. Now here, you want to make sure you concatenate the second value to that one. You need to add a dot here. Otherwise, it's going to replace the value for actions. So in here, instead of doing edit item, we're going to do delete item. Instead of displaying the text edit, we're going to display delete. And for the color, let's use danger. That's going to be red. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. And you can see we have our actions button in here. Let's give it a try. You can see now it's working. We're calling our JavaScript function here. Let's try delete. And you can see again, we're calling our JavaScript function. Let's go back to our code editor and let's implement those functionalities. Let's do the delete one first because that's really easy. Here, we're going to make an AJAX request. So that's going to be get. Let's use the AJAX function and let's add our parameters in here. For the URL, it's going to be /API/dashboard/users. And we need to add our item ID here. For the type, it has to be delete. And we're going to have to handle both cases, the success and the error. So let's add our callback function here. And let's add our error. All right. So if an error happened, let's just display an alert and let's say error could not delete item. For the success case, we just want to reload our data table. So we're going to reference our data table ID. We're going to call our data table variable and let's call Ajax reload. And that should be it for the delete. Let's give it a quick try. Let's refresh and I'm going to delete this one here. And you can see it worked. So for the edit, let's actually copy paste this. It's kind of the same, except the type is going to be get, and we're going to fetch our records for our user by ID. For the error, let's go ahead and say could not get item. For the success case, we want to set our form input fields to the values that are coming from our API endpoint. Let's scroll down and let's actually just copy this whole section in here. Let's go back to our main.blade.php file. Let's paste it in here. Let's remove both the password fields. And for the ID, this is coming from our response. So we're going to use response and we're going to reference ID here. For the username, again, response, we're going to grab this from our API response. And the same thing here for email, response, email. Then we want to show our model after all this. So let's grab our model name from here and let's add model.show. Let's give this a try. Let's refresh our page and I'm going to edit this username. Here, I'm going to change my name to ZA. Let's save. We're getting an error. Could not process your request. Please try again later. Let's open F12 and let's see why. So let's press submit. In here, I have my request and it's saying the user repository get method argument 1 ID must be an integer string given. Let's see what's happening in here. So let's go back to our code editor and let's go to our user update request file where we had our validation. And here's the problem. ID, once we set it inside the input field, it's being returned as a string, a numeric string. And here we are accepting numeric strings indeed. So you want to be careful when you're using the keyword numeric because the string 5 is not the same as the number 5. So in here, let's go ahead and copy this here and let's convert this to an integer. So I'm going to create a new variable, call it ID. And in here, we're going to use the ternary operator. So we're going to say if ID is null, then we're going to return null. Otherwise, we want to convert it to an integer. Let's go back to our browser and let's submit this again. And you can see that it worked. We changed our username. This should wrap it all for our user section. Alright guys, so far we have created our homepage. We also created here pagination for our homepage. And we also created an authentication system where you can log in and log out. And in here we created our dashboard. We have users. And this one we created an index, API, we created pagination, we created edits, deletes, and new users. And we also have search in here. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing we did for users, but we're going to do it for blogs. Let's go ahead and go to our code editor and let's go ahead and create our routes. So we're going to go to routes and let's start with our backend first. I'm going to go to api.php and let's actually copy all these endpoints that we did for users. And let's do the same thing, but for blogs. So here for the endpoint, we're going to change users to blogs. Let's do the same thing for all of them. And let's actually create our controller. So let's go to app, HTTP, controllers, users controllers. Let's copy paste this. Let's rename it. And let's call it blogs controller. Let's copy the name here. And let's change it in the class name here. Now let's go back to our api.php file and let's use our blogs controller instead. And let's copy paste this for all the other endpoints. And let's go back to our blogs controller. We will need to create a blogs service. Let's go ahead and go to our modules folder and let's go ahead and open blogs. Here we have a service and a repository. Let's open our blog service and let's go ahead and open our blogs repository. Let's go ahead and open the user service. And I'm going to place this on the right side of the screen. And let's open the users repository. All right, so now I have my blog service open on the left, my user service on the right. And we're going to pretty much copy our CRUID APIs. So let's go ahead and copy all these three, the get, update, and delete. And let's add them here in the bottom. And don't worry too much about this yet. And now let's go ahead and create our blog resource. So we're going to go to our HTTP folder. Let's find resources. And here we have user resource. Let's copy paste this and let's rename it and call it blogs resource. And for reference purposes, I'm just going to open my migration and leave it on the right side here. So it's going to be the create blogs table. These are all our database columns. Let's go ahead and return them in here. So we have our ID, we have our URL, and we have is trending. Let's duplicate this line a few times. Let's add author, author image URL portrait, image URL landscape, our title, and our date, description, and the last one, content. Let's also rename the class to blogs resource. Let's save this and let's go ahead and go back to our blogs service file and let's use it in here. So instead of user resource, we're going to use blogs resource. Let's copy paste this and do the same thing here in the update method. And let's do it here and here as well. Now we need to create our methods in the repository. So let's go here and let's go to our users repository file. Let's scroll down inside our blogs repository. And we want to go ahead and copy our get method, update method, and delete method. All right, let's scroll up and let's start with the get method. Here, we're going to be returning a blog. Same thing with the update. And here, we're going to do the same thing, but for blogs, find or fail. And let's go back to our blog service. We will need to create our request object for the update method. Let's go ahead and create our blog update request object. So we're going to go to app, HTTP, requests, and let's copy what we did here for the user update request. Let's rename it to blogs update request. Let's rename the class name here, blogs update request. And let's just empty out all these elements in here. And let's just keep ID. So ID is going to be nullable and numeric. We're also going to need to validate for author, and that's going to be required, and it's a string. Let's just copy paste this a few times. All right, so we need another one for author, image URL. And for that, it's also going to be required in a string. We're also going to validate our image URL portrait and our image URL landscape, our date field, our URL, title, tags, description, and content. So for all of them, they're going to be required in strings, but we will need to update the URL. We're going to change this to be required with ID, and it's going to be string, and let's also make it nullable. So what this says is the URL field is only required when the ID is provided. Now for the data, we're going to be returning all these fields. Let's actually erase this too. So in here, let's add our ID. This is going to be coming from our input fields, and let's give it default now. Let's duplicate this line, and let's add one for author, and we're going to grab this from our input, and let's remove the default from here. We don't want to add defaults for all the required fields. Let's copy paste this a few times. Now let's do our author image URL. Let's copy paste this here. We also have our image portrait. We have our image landscape. We have date, URL, title, tags, description, and content. Let's clean this up. Now for the tags, we're going to be passing these as a string separated by comma. So in here, let's go ahead and do an array map, and let's add the callback function here. And for the values, we want to do explode on the character comma, and we want to use our input tags. And here, let's pass in an array by default if it does not exist. And in here, we just want to return trim row. So the reason why we're trimming the row is we don't want any white space to be inside our tags. Don't worry too much about understanding these. Once we start using Postman to do these requests, it will be all clear. Now for the URL, if it is null, we want to generate it. So in here, let's scroll down. Let's create a private function. Let's call it generate URL. We're going to give it a string title and a nullable field string URL. And this function is going to return a string. So what we want to do here is say if the URL does not equal null, then we want to return that URL. Otherwise, if it is null, then we want to create a new URL, and let's set that to equal. First, we want to trim and set our title to lower. So we're going to do str to lower, and let's set our title. So we removed all the white space and made it all lowercase. Our next step is we want to replace all double spaces with one space. So we're going to do str replace. We want to make sure we're replacing all the double spaces with a single space. And we want to do this on our new URL. Let's go ahead and do another string replace. And this time we want to replace all our single spaces with a dash. And let's add our new URL. In the last step, we want to remove all special characters. So actually, let's do return here. To do that, we're going to use regex. So we're going to do p_reg underscore replace. And we're going to replace all characters that are not capital A to capital Z, lowercase a to lowercase z, and 0 to 9 characters. So anything other than these characters will be removed. Let's replace anything that does not match these characters with nothing. And let's do this on our new URL. So the reason why we're doing this is once we generate a URL, and let's say, for example, the title has an exclamation mark or a question mark, we don't want that to be in our title. Now let's use this method inside our URL. So I'm going to remove this here, and I'm going to say this generate URL, and we're going to pass in the parameters. The first one was title. So let's use this input title. The second one was our URL. So let's do this input URL. Now let's go back to our controllers. Let's go to our blogs controller, and let's make sure we change the user update request here to the blogs update request. Let's check everything here. Everything looks good. And let's make sure we have the namespaces in here. Let's clean this up. Now let's go to our blog service, and let's do the same thing here. So we're going to change this to blogs update request. Let's make sure we have the right namespace added. Let's remove this. It's not used. Let's go back to our blogs repository file, and let's do the same thing here. So we're going to change this to blogs update request. And in here, we're going to do the same thing, but let's say instead of new user, let's say new blog. And we're going to create this blog if the ID is null. So let's do new blogs. And in here, let's just copy this here. And let's remove this here. Let's save the blog here and return it here. All right, so for the fields here, let's just copy this a few times. Let's format our file. And let's add our parameters here. So we have URL, is trending, author image, URL, title, date, description, content, image underscore, URL underscore, landscape, and the image URL, portrait. And let's leave out the tags for now. I'm just going to do DD here. And let's say finish the tags. Let's just make sure we have all the endpoints working first. So in here, let's go ahead and change this to blogs. All right. Let's go ahead and open Postman. And let's duplicate our users folder. Let's rename it to blogs. And let's just go through all these endpoints and change the users here to blogs. Let's save. Let's do the get. Save. Let's do the create and update. And save. Let's do the delete. And save. Let's start with the create. So in here, let's go to body. And let's erase all this. And let's just start off by following our validation errors. I'm going to send. All right, here, this is all our validation fields. Let's create our author. And let's say emad. Let's copy paste this a few times. And for the author image URL, let's just keep it as a string. We don't really care about the values yet. We're just testing if the endpoint works. Let's add the image URL portrait, the landscape, the date, the title, and the tags. Let's copy paste this a few times. Let's add the description, content, and that should be pretty much it. Let's try submitting this request. All right. Here it's saying our request must be of type users update request. So we just probably didn't save our file. Or actually it's referencing the user service. It should be blog service. And this is happening inside the blogs controller. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's go back to our blogs controller. And let's change the user service here to blog service. Let's go ahead and delete this unused namespace. Let's go back to Postman and let's send. All right, now we have an error here. It's saying the isTrending key is not defined. Let's see if we added it. We did not add it in here, but it looks like we missed it in our validation. Let's go back to our blogs update request file and let's add our isTrending validation rule here. And the isTrending section is going to be required and it's going to be Boolean. So let's set it to Boolean. Let's go back to Postman and let's see if the validation works. Perfect. Let's go ahead and add it in here. isTrending. And let's just set it to 1. That's true. Let's send. All right. We're still getting the isTrending key is not defined. Let's go back to our request in here. Let's make sure we added it in here. No, looks like we didn't add it. Let's make sure we add it as well in here. And this is coming from our input. isTrending. And let's set the default to false or actually 0. Now let's go back to Postman. Let's send the request. And here we go. We got up to our finish the tags area. Let's go back to our code and let's go to our blogs repository. And if you guys remember, when we created tags, it was in a different database table in here, blog tags. So we will need to create these after we create our blogs because we need the ID. Let's go back to Postman and let's actually set our tags in the correct order. So I'm going to say here, tag 1, comma, tag 2, comma, tag 3. And let's go back to our code editor in here and let's remove this DD. Let's go ahead and save our blog. And in here, let's just see what that looks like. So I'm going to do data tags. Let's go back to Postman. Let's send. And you should see this is our tags array. So we're going to insert all these. Let's go ahead and save our blog in here. And once we save it, our new blog, we should have an ID for it. Let's just check that out quickly. All right, now we're having this error. Unknown column, image URL portrait. Let's make sure we have the right names used. Let's go to our blogs model. That's going to be under app, models, blogs, and let's see. So we made a mistake here. Let's fix that. So it's supposed to be portrait. Let's verify this again. Let's go to our create blogs table. And looks like here we made a mistake in our migration file. So I'm just going to change this to portrait. And let's copy this. And let's go ahead and update our model. And make sure you run PHP artisan migrate fresh. So let's open our terminal. And in here, you want to run PHP artisan migrate fresh. And this should drop and recreate all your tables. Now you might not have done the same typo as me, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do Control Shift F and I'm gonna search for the typo that I made. So this is the image URL portrait. I wrote it incorrectly here, and I'm going to replace all the instances of how this is used to the correct version. And let's replace all, and let's go ahead and replace all occurrences. Let's go back to Postman, and we might need to reauthorize our user. All right, let's try to log in again. So we're going to submit our login request. Let's copy our token. Let's add it inside our blogs, inside variables. Let's save it. Let's go back to our create and update method, and let's submit this again. All right, and you can see here, this is our ID. So let's go back in here. Now we're going to insert our tags. If you guys remember, our tags is an array. So you could have 20 tags, 10 tags. We don't want to do 20 database calls to insert all our tags. So we're going to do a bulk insert. In here, let's go ahead and add a new variable. Let's call it to insert tags, and let's set it to an empty array. Let's do a for loop. Let's set I equal to 0. I is less than the count of the tags we have. And let's go ahead and increment I. All right. Now in here, what we want to do is we want to append to the to insert tags a new array. All right. In here, we need to set our tag, and that's going to equal our tags by the index I. And we also need to add our blogs ID. And that can be grabbed from the new blog ID. Once we generate all the tags that we want to insert, we can do all this in one query. So we're going to do here under blog tags. Let's add the namespace, and we're going to insert all our tags at once. I highly recommend you guys clean this up and put it in a private function, but for now, let's just keep it here. And instead of returning the new blog, since we inserted here all the tags, let's go ahead and grab the newest one. So I'm going to do this, get, and I'm going to give it the new blog ID. This way we can ensure that we're grabbing all our tags. Let's go to Postman. Let's submit the request again. And let's click here on pretty. And you can see we have all our data, but we don't have tags. Let's grab tags. Let's go back to our code editor. Now let's go ahead and find our blog's resource file. Let's go to app, HTTP, resources, blogs resources, and let's add tags in here. I'm going to do it right under content. Tags, and we're gonna use this, the tags method. Let's see what that looks like. All right, and you can see here, it's not showing our tags. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's go to our blogs repository. And in here, let's go to our get method. So you see here how we do the find or fail for blogs. Instead of doing this, we need to add the with. And in here, let's specify tags. Let's close it, and let's add the arrow for this method. All right, now let's go back to our resource file. So in here, this method tags is going to be returning a collection. There's multiple ways to resolve this. You could create a resource file, but the most time efficient one would be to do this. JSON encode. You would add your collections in here, and then you want to do JSON decode on this. So JSON decode, paste this here, set it to true, so you can return an associative array. And one more note. So when you call it as a function here, so let's go back to our blogs model. If you guys remember, we did this relationship here. When you call this as a function, it's going to return the relationship. But if you want to actually return the values, you gotta use this as a variable. So not add the function name. Let's go back to our blogs resource, and let's just remove the function parameters from here. Let's go ahead and go back to Postman, and let's submit our request. And you can see here, you can see all our tags. And let's try our delete. I'm going to delete our ID 17. And let's change the method here from get to delete. And let's not forget to do the same thing for the users. This method should be delete. Let's save it and let's submit this. All right. And here it's saying cannot delete or update a parent. Foreign key fails. So you cannot delete a blog before you delete all the tags for it. Let's go back to our blogs repository. Let's scroll down to our delete method. So before we do this, we need to delete our tags. So we're going to do blog tag. And we're going to grab all the tags where the blog ID is equal to our ID variable. And we want to delete all of them. Let's give this a try. And actually, it's called blogs ID, not blog. Rename this. And let's give this a retry. And it worked. Let's try to delete it again. We should get an error. Perfect. Because we deleted it, it does no longer exist. Now we need to do our index method. Let's go back to our controller. In here, we have our request. Let's go to our service. So that's going to be the blog service file. Let's scroll up and let's add our index method. Let's clean this up a little bit, close all these files. And I'm going to open the user service file. In here, we already have an index method. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it inside my blog service. Let's just add it right under the constructor. And let's add the namespace for the buttons class. And we need to add our Datatables repository. So in here, we have the user's Datatable repository. Let's copy it. Let's add it in here. Let's rename it. Let's change users to blogs. Let's copy this name. Let's save it. And let's change the class name here. Now here is the fun part. If you guys remember, we spent a good time making this repository. So this is how fast it is to create now a whole index API for blogs. So we're going to change the table name to blogs. Let's set the orderable columns to title, and let's remove these two. We're not going to add all our columns. We're just going to add the title. And the searchable columns, we're only going to allow search on title. You guys can add all the other fields like content, if you want, description. Well, I want to keep my search limited to title. And actually, let's also add URL, title and URL. For the select columns, let's grab our ID and our title and our URL. And let's change the users to blogs. Let's do it for all of them. And let's do it for these ones as well. And let's, here in the exception columns, let's change title to blogs.title, URL to blogs.url. And here, let's just do the blogs.id is greater than 0. All right, now we have our indexing API. Let's implement our user interface. Let's close all these files first. And let's go to resources, views, dashboard. And here, copy what you have for users. And let's rename it to blogs. Let's go to our routes folder, to our web.php. And let's create our route for blogs. I'm going to copy what we did here for users. And let's just change this to dashboard blogs. Let's change this to dashboard blogs as well. Now let's go back to our resources folder. Views, dashboard, layouts, navbar. Let's add our blogs URL. Let's copy what we did here for the users and let's add it for blogs. Let's rename this to blogs. We might as well delete dashboard. We don't really have a dashboard. Let's go back to web.php file and let's redirect all our dashboard calls to our blogs route. So in here, we're going to return a redirect to dashboard/blogs. Let's go back to our web browser. Let's just make sure all the pages are working. Let's refresh. Let's log in. And in here, we are inside blogs. Well, you see the users because we copied the page for it. Let's go ahead and update this. So let's go to resources, views, dashboard, blogs, and let's just start with the main.blade.php. Instead of doing new user, we're going to do new blogs. And let's just leave this for now. Let's do the data table. So we had title, URL, and we also have actions. Let's scroll down. Let's change our table URL from users to blogs. And let's just ignore all this for now. Let's actually change this URL here to blogs as well. And let's change the delete to blogs as well. And let's make sure everything is done here. In here, let's rename our column names for our data table. So for name, we had title. And then we also had URL. And we had actions. Let's set the actions orderable and searchable to false. We don't want people to order our actions. And might as well go ahead and do the same thing for users. Let's make sure both of these are false. Let's go back to our blogs. Let's check if our data table is working. Let's refresh. And we have an error. Let's see what it says. Let's refresh again. In here, we're getting a 404 not found error. So let's check if our route is correct. So we're going to API, dashboard, blogs. Let's make sure we have our API route. Let's scroll up. In here, looks like I made a typo. Let's erase this. Now let's go back to our browser and try again. And we still have another error. Let's see what it says now. All right, we probably haven't injected our data table repository. Let's just fix that quickly. Let's go back to our app folder, modules, blogs, blog service. And here we didn't inject our repository. So let's do that. Let's copy this variable name and let's create a new variable, read only. And we're going to add our blogs, data table repository. And let's give this a try. Hopefully it works. I'm just going to replay the request. All right, in here, we're getting another error. It is saying the blogs data table repository does not exist. Let's make sure that we have all the class names correct in here. Blogs repository. We forgot to change the namespaces here. So all these namespaces need to be changed to blogs. Same thing for here. This is good. And this is good here. Now, inside our blog service, please make sure that you change this name to blogs. And actually, you don't need it because it's in the same namespace. So make sure you remove that namespace call. Let's go back to our developer tools. Let's replay our request and it worked. Let's check that out in our user interface. Let's refresh. And we have all our blogs in here. Let's go ahead and adjust this title. Let's go back to our blogs, main.blade.php. Let's scroll up. And let's go to our web.php file. And in here, let's change the title to blogs. Let's go back to our main.blade.php file. Now let's change all our users model to blogs model. So I'm going to rename this to blogs model. And might as well just copy this. And we're going to search for it in here. Let's go ahead and copy this as well. And let's replace all occurrences. So here we have one call, here another one, here another one, and that should be it. Let's go to our form.blade.php and let's do the same thing here. Change this ID. And in here, let's go ahead and change our form ID. So let's call it blogs form. Let's copy this and let's replace all occurrences. So here we have our submit button. And here we have our submit button click function definition. All right, that should be it. Now let's go to our form and let's just erase all these. Let's keep one of them just for reference sakes. And let's set our fields. So the first thing we're going to set is our trending section. So in here, I'm going to add a new div. Let's give it column 12. And let's set the margin on the bottom to 3. And for this one, we're going to create a new div. Let's give it class form check. Is going to be a checkbox. Let's go ahead and add our input here. So input class equal form check input. The type is going to be checkbox. The value is going to be 1. The ID, let's set it to blogs is trending. Let's close our input tag and let's add our label here. For the class, you're going to give it form check label. And for the text, let's say trending. Let's close it. All right. Now under this one, we will need to do our title field here. And let's rename this to blogs title. Let's go ahead and copy paste this. And let's change this to date. And let's rename this to blogs date. All right, now let's go ahead and copy paste this again. And let's add here our author name. Let's set this to author name. And let's change this to blogs author name. Let's copy paste this again. And this one is going to be for our author image URL. Let's rename the ID to blogs author image URL. Now we're going to need our two images, one for the landscape and one for the portrait. I'm going to add a line break here. So I'm going to do div class equal column 12. And let's add an HR element just for design purposes to split our images in here. Let's add our input 2 times here. And for the first one, let's rename it to image URL landscape. The second one, let's set it to image URL portrait. And now let's change the IDs. So blogs image URL landscape. This one, blogs URL portrait. And let's add another line break here. Let's copy the HR tag and let's add it in here. And let's add our tags. So let's copy this element again. And for the tags, let's actually make it call 12. So it could take the full column. And let's change the name here to tags. And in here, the ID, let's add blogs tags. And right under here, let's go ahead and add some description text. So it's going to be div class form text. And here, I'm going to write a note so no one forgets. Tags must be separated by a comma. Example, let's just add a quick example here. So let's just say Laravel hosting. This is just an example. All right. Now let's copy this HR tag again and let's paste it in here. Now we're going to add our text area. Now let's go ahead and copy what we did for the tags here. Let's paste it. And in here, let's go ahead and change tags to description. And let's change this to actually a text area. Let's erase this. And let's create a new HTML tag, call it text area. Let's give it rows 2, type, set it to text, class equal form control. And the last one, the ID, let's set it to blogs description. Let's go ahead and close our text area tag in here. For the helper description here, let's erase this. And let's just say 1, 2, 3 sentences max. All right, let's scroll down. Let's copy what we did here for the description and let's add our content. So let's rename description to content. And for now, we're using a text area, but we're going to be changing this from text area to an HTML editor. But let's just leave it text area for now and let's focus on getting things to work first. Let's scroll down all the way. For the clear form, we want to make sure we're clearing all these. So in here, let's go ahead and add all our input fields. So we have item ID, blogs URL, blogs title, blogs author, image URL, and blogs image URL landscape. Let's copy paste this a few times. And we have another one for blogs image URL portrait. We have one for blogs tags and blogs description, blogs date, blogs is trending. And for this one, it's going to be a little bit different. So we're going to set the checked option to false. So we're going to set the prop, the checked option, we're going to set it to false. And then we have the blogs description. blogs content, let's set that to also null. In here, the user's model, let's make sure we change all these to our blogs model. So let's scroll down and I'm going to do Control F here. And I'm going to replace all the occurrences. So we have one here, one here, one here, one here. Make sure that you replace all of them. Let's scroll down and this one as well. All right, now let's scroll back up. So we added all our clear form items in here. Let's go ahead and add them here when we submit our changes. So I'm just going to copy this for reference and let's just paste it in here for now. And let's just erase all this and let's copy ID and paste it multiple times. All right, so let's do this. So we have item ID and we have our blogs URL, blogs title, blogs author image URL, blogs image URL landscape, blogs image URL portrait, our tags, our description, our date, the is trending, and the blog's content. I believe that's pretty much it. Let's erase all this and let's fix these names. So here the ID is called ID, the URL is URL, the blog's title is title, and this one is going to be author underscore image underscore URL. This one's going to be image underscore URL underscore landscape. And let's just copy paste this here. Let's change the landscape to portrait. And the blog tags is going to be tags. The description here is description. Let's add our date, is trending, and the content. Now let's go back to our browser in here. Let's refresh our page and let's see what's happening. We're having some errors. And this is happening inside our blogs. Line 19, let's see where, line 191. All right, it's happening right here. Let's go back to our blogs main.blade.php, and this is the problem here. We're still including our users form. Let's change this to blogs form. Let's go back to our browser and refresh, and you can see it's working. Let's try to delete something here. Now let's try to open our form and let's submit. All right, looks like we're still calling our users endpoint. So let's go back to our code editor and let's go to our form. And in here, I'm just going to do Control F and I'm going to search for the word user. And let's go ahead and change all this to blogs. So new user is going to be new blog. Let's actually make it blog. In here, our endpoint, it was called blogs. And let's see if we have any more. In here, this endpoint variable, let's actually rename it to blogs endpoint. Let's copy this and let's replace it in here. Let's search for user and make sure we have all of those covered. So looks like it. Let's refresh. Let's click new blog and let's submit. Looks like we're getting all our blogs validation working. Let's try this out. So I'm going to add the is trending. I'm going to set all the values here. Let's just do some gibberish. In this one, let's say tag 1, tag 2, tag 3, and let's add up to 5. 4 and tag 5. Let's add some description and let's add some content. All right, now here's a problem. This is messed up. The content here. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's scroll up and let's see what's happening in here. All right, let's add in here margin on the bottom. Let's set it to 5. Let's refresh our page. Let's go to new blogs and let's see if that's working. Let's set the tag 1 and let's just do 2 tags. And let's just some image URL and let's set the is trending field. Let's go ahead and create this. All right, we're getting here the author field is required, the image URL portrait is required, and the content is required. Let's check if we're actually passing this. So let's go back here. And looks like here we forgot to update our IDs. So this one should be blogs content. We also need to double check our image URL. So let's find it up in here. Let's scroll up. And for the image URL portrait, we forgot to add image here. Let's go back and let's make sure we have the author now. So let's scroll up. Blogs author name. Let's scroll down. And we're missing that from here. Let's add it inside our clear filter section. And let's set the value to null. Let's scroll down. Let's make sure we're adding it inside our post request. So we don't have the author name here. So let's add it. And it's going to be coming from our blogs author name input. And let's set the value here. And I think we have most of them. Let's refresh our page. Let's go new. And let's enter a value for all of these fields. Let's save our changes. All right. Now let's check if that worked. So it looks like it's in here. Let's check our delete. And our delete is working. Let's check our edit. Looks like our edit is not loading our data. Let's double check that. So let's go back to our code editor. Let's go to our main.blade.php and let's check our edit. And of course, it's not setting it because we haven't set it in here. Let's just copy this for reference. And I'm just going to add it here for now, just for reference. Let's go ahead and erase these two. And let's duplicate this multiple times. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set my item ID is going to be coming from our response instance called ID. That's correct. Let's do the URL. And that's going to be called blogs URL. Let's do the blog's title here. The blog's author name. The blog's author image URL. And the image landscape. And let's set the image portrait. Let's copy these two here. Let's add our tags. Let's add our description. Let's add our date. Let's add our is trending section. We might need to change this. It's going to look different. But let's just add this for now here. And let's add our content. So right here, content. All right, let's clear this out. And let's fix our is trending section. So for the is trending, remember, this is a checkbox. So we need to do this a little bit different. We're going to set the prop. So in here, we write prop checked. And let's provide the value here. Let's try this out. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Let's edit. And you can see we have all our fields in here. Now we need to check what's happening for the image URL portrait. And we need to set our tags. Let's go back to Postman for a second. And in here, tags are being returned as an array. Now what we want to do is we want to concatenate all these tags to a string. Let's go back to our code editor. And let's go ahead and go to our app folder, modules, blogs, and let's start with the blogs repository. Every time we create our tags, let's make sure we're deleting all our tags first. So inside our update method, I added this blogs where the blog ID is equal to the new blog ID. We're deleting all the old tags, then we recreate them. Now let's go to our resource file. That's going to be under HTTP, resources, blogs resources. And in here, let's do an implode. And we want to combine all our tags into a single string separated by comma. Let's add a space here. And this is going to be our tags. But before we do this, we need to filter our tags. Because if you go back to Postman and see how this looks, we don't need all these fields. We just need the tag name. So let's again copy this. Let's erase it and let's just create a new line for these. In here, the second one, we're going to do an array map. Let's add the function callback. And for the values here, we're going to add our tags. So for every tag, we're only going to return the tag name. For the JSON decode, on the last parameter, you want to add true. And what this will do is set the array to an associative array. And it will apply that to all the nested objects in this array. Let's go back to Postman. Let's submit. And you can see our tags are in a single line. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Let's edit this one. Let's change the title. Let's call it Hello World. And let's set the image URL portrait. Let's save the change. And here we're getting this error. URL field is required when ID is present. Now our URL field is being set in our backend. Let's actually go ahead and remove it from our front-end code. And let's remove it from our validator. Let's go back to our form.blade.php file for our blogs. And let's make sure we remove it all together. So blogs URL, let's just remove it from here. Let's remove it from here as well. Let's go to our main.blade.php and let's make sure we remove it from here as well. Let's go to our app folder, HTTP, requests, blogs update request. And in here, let's go ahead and remove the validation rule for URL. We don't need it because we're manually generating it in here. Now for the URL, let's actually remove this part here, the old URL part. And let's make it that it always updates the URL based on the title. Let's scroll down here. Let's remove the URL field. And let's go ahead and remove this here. Let's try this out. Let's submit our changes. Now we're getting a different error. Could not process your request. Let's see what's happening. All right. It's saying here, ID must be of type int, string given. This is inside our blogs repository, line 61. Let's go back to our blogs update request file. In here, we want to do the same thing that we did for users, if you guys remember. ID is equal to this input. Let's copy this. And let's do here at the ternary operator, we're going to do a check. And we're going to say if ID is equal to null, then we're going to return null. Otherwise, we're going to convert it to an integer. Let's go back to our browser and let's submit this change. All right, looks like it worked. Let's sort the title here. And it's right here. It's working. Before we update our content section, let's just do some housekeeping work. So here I have 18 records. For some reason, when I press next, I get this error. Let's do if 12 and let's see what the error says. Trying to access array offset on value of type null. Let's go ahead and see where this is coming from. Let's go back to our code editor and let's just clean up all these files, close them all down. Let's go to our app folder, modules, Datatables, Datatable repository. And in here, let's scroll down. So here's the problem, user count. So this is the Datatable base class in here. We can't just do like a count like this because this is only doing it for users, but now we're using it for blogs as well. So what we have to do is create a function here that we can override. In here, let's create a public function and let's call it get total records. And this function is going to return an integer. In here, let's just return 0. Let's copy this code and let's just change this to reference this method here. this get total records. All right, now let's go ahead and go to our users folder, users data table repository. In here, let's override that function. So here we're gonna return, instead of 0, user count. And let's add our namespace for user. Let's copy this. Let's go to our blogs folder, blogs data table repository, and let's add the same method in here. Let's change user to blogs. And let's go ahead and go back to our data table repository class. Let's scroll up and let's go to our build SQL method. In here, we have our count SQL and our SQL methods that we created. If you noticed here, we have set our limits on the count SQL, and this is unnecessary. Let's just erase it because we don't need to limit it. We're already selecting the first one here. So if you take a look, records filtered, select one. Back to our browser, let's refresh, and let's go to our second page. And you can see we are in our second page. Let's test our deletes. And I'm gonna just keep deleting all of them. All right, now our last step for blogs, let's go ahead and click on edit. In here, do you see this content? We need to add a proper text editor. Let's go to the demo example and see here how you can have this editor. You have bold, all these options, headings. So we want to add all these. To do this, we're going to use a JavaScript library called Quill.js. You want to go to their website, quilljs.com/docs/quickstart. In here, you want to go ahead and go to download. And there's multiple download options. We're selecting the CDN. Let's go ahead and copy the first one here, the quill.min.js, and let's go back to our code editor. In here, let's go to resources, views, dashboard, blogs, and let's go to our form.blade.php file. You want to scroll all the way down to your script section. And in here, right before the script, you want to add the CDN. Let's go back to the browser, and in here, we need to select the theme. For this demo, we're selecting the snow.css. Let's copy this, and let's go to our resources folder, views, dashboard, and in here, you want to go to layout, head.blade.php, and you want to add your CSS in here. Now let's go back to our form.blade.php, and in here, let's go ahead and create a new variable to initialize the Quill text editor. So I'm going to write let, and let's call the variable Quill, and let's set this to equal new Quill, and there's two parameters here. The first one will be the ID of your text area. Let's scroll up to the content section and let's delete both this div and the text area. We're going to add a new div, give it ID equal blogs content, and let's close this div. Let's copy this ID, let's scroll down to Quill, and let's add it here. We need to reference it by ID, so you're gonna have to add the sharp sign and the ID here. And the second part here, we can specify all our parameters. I highly recommend that you guys read the Quill documentation because there's a lot of options in here that you can add. For now, let's just set the placeholder and let's set the text here to be compose in Epic. And let's go ahead and set the theme to snow. And let's try this out. Let's go back to our browser. Let's go back to our homepage. Let's refresh and let's edit. And you can see we have our text editor in here. Now for all these options, there's a lot of them. So what we're gonna do is just enable all of them. And then it's up to you to decide which one you want and which one you wanna remove. Let's go back to the quilljs.com. And in here, you wanna go to modules, toolbar. And this is the toolbar here. Let's scroll down. And you should find this section. And in here, they provide you with all the toolbar options. I'm gonna just zoom in. And you should see, this is all the toolbar options. Let's copy this. Let's go back to our code editor and let's create a variable. Let's call it Quill toolbar. And let's set it equal to this code here. Let's copy this again and let's paste it. I'm going to format my file. And let's just go ahead and minimize this. In here, before we have the placeholder, let's add our module. For the toolbar, we're going to add our Quill toolbar options in here. And let's add a comma. Let's go back to our browser. Let's go back to our page here. Let's refresh. Let's create a new blog. And now you can see this is all the options that are available. Let's go back to our code editor and we need to modify a few things in here. Let's scroll down. For the blog's content here, to clear it, we're going to write quill.setContents and let's add the variable insert and we're going to add just a new line. Now let's scroll down. We want to go to our post method in here. For the content here, we want to grab the value from our Quill text editor. To do that, we're going to reference the Quill variable again, root, inner HTML, and we're going to call the function called trim. Now let's go to our main.blade.php file. and we need to adjust it in here as well. So what we want to do is we want to set the text content for our div. So we're going to write quill dot container dot first child, and we're going to set the inner HTML to the content that we got from the response. Let's scroll down and make sure we didn't miss anything in here. All right, looks all good. Let's try this out. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Let's click on new blogs. And looks like I have an error in here. Let's pull out our DevTools, and it's saying unexpected token inside our blogs file, line 245. And looks like it's inside the clear form function. So we must have a typo somewhere. Let's go back to our form.blade.php. Let's scroll up. And in here, we forgot to add a semicolon. And also looks like we added it here by mistake. Let's go ahead and remove it. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Let's click new blog. All right, now let's go ahead and create some blog. I'm going to say here title. I'm going to add a random date. For the author name, I'm going to add my name. For the author image, I'm just going to add some random text here, random text here, random text here. And let's just add few random tags. Let's add a random description. And this one, let's just test this out. I'm going to add my title. Let's make it bold. And let's actually center this. So we're going to click here. We're going to center it. And let's make this bigger. So I'm going to select here, heading 1. Under the heading 1, I'm just going to add more text. And let's just save this. And let's see if it works. Let's edit. Let's make sure it loads. And it is loading perfectly. Now, there is just one more issue that we need to fix quickly. And the URL here, it's not really saving. Let's go back to our code editor. And you want to go to your blog's update request file in here for the generate URL. So right now, what this one is saying is that we're limited to only one character. To make sure that we can have more than one character at a time, we need to add the up arrow sign symbol here. Let's go back to our browser and let's edit one of our records. Let's go ahead and submit. And you can see now the URL shows here. Let's try this one out. Let's save changes and you can see the URL is working. All right, guys, we're almost done. There is just one more field that we didn't actually test. So we tested all of these and they're working except that is trending. Let's try to set it off. Let's submit, let's edit, and we can see that it's not being set. Let's go back to our code editor. You want to go to resources, views, dashboard, form.blade.php file. And let's go ahead and scroll down. We want to go to our submit blog form method. In here for the is trending section, we need to update this from using .val to actually checking if the prop is checked. We need to do something similar to this. Let's actually copy this. Let's scroll down. Let's paste it in here. And let's just remove the default false. Now, there is one more problem here. And this is something that you guys are going to be dealing with a lot. So right now, we're sending this post request. And it's sending the data as URL parameters. And you can confirm that by going to your browser. And in here, for your request, if you go to payload, you can see the form data here, view source. It's actually sent as query parameters. This is not wrong. It will work. But the problem you will face is that every single parameter inside here is always going to be a string, even if it's integer. One way to solve this is to create a middleware that will run on this request and it will automatically convert those values, the strings, to the proper values. True, for example, would be changed from string true to Boolean true. Another way to get through this without doing that much work is just to send these as JSON instead of query parameters. So let's go back here for our post method here. Let's change this from post. Let's use the Ajax method. And for the Ajax method, we're going to provide some parameters. We're going to have type, and let's set the type to post. URL, let's set this to our blogs endpoint. Then here you would have your data. And for our success callback, it will be inside the variable called success. And let's make sure that we grab all this and we need to wrap it in an object. Now we're going to add one more variable and it's going to be called data type. And this one will let us choose between query parameters, JSON, XML, text, HTML. In our case, we're using JSON. And we're going to add one more parameter called content type. And it's going to be application/JSON. And we're using the charset equal UTF-8. Let's give this a try. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Let's edit. Let's remove the check mark here. Let's save. And let's see if that worked. Here we go. Is trending is set. Alright guys, this is going to be our last section in this course. First, we're going to do some cleanups and we're going to fix some small bugs here and there. Then we will go ahead and implement our blog posting page. Let's go ahead and log in. Once you're logged in, you want to go to your blogs page. In here, if you create a new blog, and let's go ahead and save changes. Do you see how this looks? We need to fix this. And also, for some reason, when I close my form, let's go ahead and use the top here, and we open it again, we still see the errors in here. So we need to clear our error form. Let's go ahead and open our code editor. In here, we want to go to Resources, Views, Dashboard. Let's go to Blogs, Form, and let's scroll up. For the model content part right here, let's go ahead and add a new CSS style. And let's set the overflow on the y-axis to scroll. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh and let's try this out. So now we're going to have a scroll section here to prevent overflow. Let's press save and you can see this would fix that problem. Now let's go ahead and clear our errors. Before we do that, let's actually copy this and let's do the same thing for the user's model. Let's go to the user's form. Let's scroll up. In here, let's add the style overflow y scroll. Now let's go back to blogs main.blade.php, and in here we made a function called clear form. Let's make sure that inside this method we also hide our errors. Let's go back to our blogs form, and in here let's actually give an ID for the error container. I'm going to give it ID and let's call it blogs errors container. Let's go ahead and copy this. Let's scroll down. Inside our clear forms, we're calling our clear errors, and in here, instead of doing this, we want to reference our new ID. It's going to be the blogs error container. We're referencing the UL tag in there, and let's do the same thing here, but let's remove the error container and let's give this a try. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Let's create a new blog. Let's save our changes. Let's close, and let's go ahead and create a new blog, and you can see now we don't see our errors anymore. Let's do the same thing for the users. We're going to go to users form.blade.php. In here, let's find our error tag right here. Let's give it ID and let's call it users error container. Let's scroll down and do the same thing that we did here for the clear errors. And let's do the same thing here. Let's go back to our web page. Inside our blogs, we have another error for blogs and users. Let's create a new blog, and in here, try to press save as fast as you can. If you see what happened here, the request is duplicating the call. What we want to do is we want to disable this button when there is a request that's being processed. This is really easy to do. Let's go back to our dashboard. Let's go to our form.blade.php. And on the top here, let's create a new variable. Let's call it let form submitted, and let's set it to false. Let's scroll down and let's go to our method where we are submitting our form in here. So we're going to close this Ajax here, and we're going to add an if statement right here. We're going to say if form submitted does not equal true, then we will perform the Ajax call. Let's copy this and let's put it inside here. And let's format our file. Let's scroll up, and for the submitted form inside our Ajax method, once the method succeeds or fail, then the form is no longer submitted. So let's set this variable to false. And let's do the same thing here. Let's set this variable to false. Let's scroll up. Now, before we call this Ajax method, we will need to set the form submitted to true to prevent duplicate calls here. So on the top here, let's set form submitted to true. Let's try this out. Let's go back to our dashboard. Let's refresh. And in here, let's click new blog and try to press this as many times now. And you can see, no matter how fast I press, it's not duplicating the API call. So it's doing it one by one. Let's close this and do the same thing that we did, but for the users. So we're going to go here. Let's scroll up. Let's create a new variable. Let form submitted equal false. Let's scroll down. In here, we're going to add an if statement. If form submitted does not equal true, we're going to set the form submitted to true. And inside our post method, we're going to add inside our success and error cases, form submitted false. Let's go ahead and copy all this Ajax call and let's move it up. Now let's go ahead and create our blog page. Let's close our form and let's go ahead and go to our web, and let's go to our routes web.php. In here, let's scroll down. We're going to add a new public page. In here, we want to add a new route. Make sure you add this route last. And it's going to be get. And in here, we're going to add a variable called blog URL. And let's send this to our home controller. Let's create a new method here. Let's call it get by URL. Let's go to our home controller, and in here, let's go ahead and inject our blog repository, and let's change this to private. So in here, let's add a comma, private read only blog repository. Let's call it blog repository. And let's create a new function right under home. We called it get by URL. And in here, we have a string, and that's our URL parameter. And this function is going to be returning a view. Let's go ahead and add a try and catch block. We want to make sure we catch all exceptions. And in here, let's just abort 404. So when someone tries to navigate to an invalid URL, we want to return that this page is not found. We don't want this function to change the default behavior for URLs. For the try case, let's go ahead and add our function call here. So we're going to return a view. We haven't made our view yet, but let's call it blog. And for the data, let's go ahead and grab our blog from our repository. So we're going to write blog equal this blog's repository. We haven't made the function yet, but we will eventually do that. So we're going to call a function called get by URL. Let's provide the URL. And once we grab this in here, we want to return our blog and we want to return our title. So we're going to use blog and let's reference title. Now let's go to our blog's repository and implement this method. Let's go ahead and scroll down all the way. I'm going to add it right under delete. Let's call it public function get by URL. We have a string URL. In here, we're going to return a blog. And here, we're going to use Eloquent. We're going to do return blogs where the URL matches the one that we are provided with. And let's grab the first element. Now let's close all these open files and let's create our view. Let's go ahead and go to resources, views, and let's just copy our home.blade.php. Let's rename it and let's call it blog.blade.php. So we're going to have our header. We're going to have the same background color. We have the same navbar layout, the same container. We have a row. And in here, let's go ahead and erase these two. Let's add our title in here. So I'm going to add an h1 tag. And let's go ahead and give it our blog title. And under here, we're going to create a p tag and we're going to add our blog description. This is going to be the short description for the blog. Let's close our p tag. And then let's create another p tag. And in here, we're going to add our author name and image. Let's add an if statement. Let's say if the blog author underscore image URL, if this does not equal null, let's close our if here and if. So if this does not equal null, then we want to add our image. We're going to add an image tag, class. Let's set it to rounded circle, height. Let's set it to 35. Width, let's also set that to 35 pixels. And the source is going to equal our blog author image URL. Let's copy this and let's add it in here. And let's go ahead and close our image tag. Under this if here, we're going to add a span for our author name right beside the image. So let's give it a class ps-1 and let's go ahead and grab the blog author and let's close our span tag. Actually, for the h1 tag, let's go ahead and give it class font weight bolder just to make it stand out. And right under this div here where we added our title, let's go ahead and create another div. Let's give it class column 12. This is where we're going to add our content. Let's give it padding of 2, margin on the top of 4, margin on the bottom of 4. And let's set the border bottom to black. And in here, let's add a p tag and we're going to add our blog content in here. Now for this one, we're going to do it differently. So we're going to use this symbol, curly brackets, and we're going to add 2 exclamation marks on either side. So what this will do is it will add our content, but it will also include HTML elements in it. For example, if our content contains a title, for example, that's going to be an HTML tag. So this will display HTML tags. If you do it like this with the 2 curly brackets, it will display it as a string. Now let's go to our home.blade.php and let's go ahead and make our blog cards clickable. So we want to redirect to our actual blog page. In here, we added this inside our home.blog file. Let's go ahead and find that. Under views, home, we have blog. In here, we have a span and that's going to redirect us to the blog URL. For SEO reasons, let's change this to an anchor tag. So we're going to add a. Let's change the onClick to href. And let's remove the redirect function call here. And let's go ahead and remove this from here. And let's add a class here, text, dark. And let's go ahead and add a style, text decoration. Let's set this to none. This will remove the anchor tag underline. Let's scroll down. In here, the span tag, let's change it to a ending tag. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. And let's click on one of these cards. Now, it looks like we're getting this error, undefined variable blogs. And this is coming from our blog.blade.php file. Let's go back here. Let's scroll down. And we actually forgot to remove all this code that was coming from our home.blade.php file. Let's close this. Let's close this. So we're going to delete the last 2 rows and only leave our content and title description here. Let's go back. Let's refresh. And here we go. It's working now. Let's go ahead and log in. And I'm going to edit one of these blogs and make it legit. All right. So I set my title in here to Laravel WebSockets. I added my date, I added my author name. Let's go ahead and get an author image URL. I'm going to go to my GitHub account. So I'm going to search for Emad Zamud GitHub. Let's go ahead and go here. I'm going to copy my image URL. Let's paste it in here. Now for the image landscape and portrait, we're going to use our dummy image URL again. And that was https pick some.photos. For the landscape, we're going to select 300 by 350. Let's copy paste this here. And actually, let's reverse the landscape. Let's set it to 350 by 300. For the tags, I'm just going to set some random tags. I'm going to say Laravel, WebSockets, AWS. And I'm going to add my description text in here. And I'm going to go to content. I already have a blog, so I'm just going to paste it in here. Let's go ahead and save the changes, and might as well delete this one. Let's go back to our homepage, and you can see we have our blog loaded in here. Let's open it and let's see how it looks. Thank you for watching, guys. If you found this tutorial useful, I would greatly appreciate it if you guys hit that like button and subscribe to my channel. If you guys have any questions, feel free to post it on the comment down below, and we'll see you guys on the next video.